Will be done. Reign of Shadows, Book 2. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Mech. A blood-curdling scream tore through the two-story house. I bolted from the armchair I'd fallen asleep in, sprinted up the steps, and burst through the bedroom door at the end of the hall to find what was becoming an all-too-familiar sight. Two demons and Tim fought to keep Lela on the bed. Another scream, hers, made me wince as I charged forward to help grab her shoulders and push her back as gently as I could. "Lela, wake up!" I shouted, but her eyes remained shut as her body continued to thrash. Her back arched off the bed and she screamed until she went hoarse. Her mouth gaped open in silent agony. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I hated to do it, but restraints might not be out of the question at this point. I spotted them in the corner of the room. Korath had a healer bring them, just in case. That was nearly a week ago, and thus far I had refused to use them. This wasn't her doing, and I didn't want to punish her for it. Besides, waking up restrained might not go over so well. Leaning over her, I held her face firmly in my hands. "Lela, you need to listen to me. Wake up and look at me. You need to wake up. It's just a nightmare." If that was true or not, I wasn't sure. She had been plagued by these episodes since I brought her to the safe house in the human outpost of Bear Run. She hadn't spoken a word beyond screaming for Moriel, and after that, Hadariel. She hadn't even told me what happened between her and Hadariel, aside from it resulting with her wings ripped from her back, thus being turned into a mortal. Lela's mouth closed and her eyes fluttered open. She didn't say a word. The defeat in her eyes only made my anger grow. She was on her side, looking blankly at the wall, saying nothing. Tim gave her a worried glance, but he left with the two demons when I motioned for them to go. The door closed behind them. I dragged over a chair to sit by Lela's bedside. "You want to talk about it?" I asked, as I did every time. She tugged the blanket up higher and rolled over the other way, showing me her back. She had a shirt on, but there was blood seeping through the fabric from her tearing the wounds. I'd have to dress them again. "You need to talk to me," I tried again. "Tell me what you're seeing. Tell me what happened." "What's the point?" she whispered. I froze. It was the first time she'd spoken since I found her in the wastelands. "The point is, you're alive, Lela," I growled. "You're alive, and you can keep living, keep fighting." "No, I can't. I'm mortal now. I can't do anything." "Don't do that. Don't let him win." "He already has," she snapped. She sat up, wincing. "I've lost everything. I'm not an angel. I'm not a warrior of the light anymore. I'm nothing." She reached over her shoulder, her eyes slipping closed as a single tear fell down her cheek. "He took my wings. He took everything I am." "That's not true, and you need to see that." I studied her gaunt face closely. She hadn't been eating much since she was brought here, and as far as I knew only left the bed a couple of times a day to use the restroom. Her hair that was once shiny was dull and faded. It was a tangled mess, but she didn't seem to care. The fight had disappeared from her eyes. Her whole demeanor shifted. She acted not like the angel I first met in the midst of a fight, but as someone who let herself become the victim. "I'm not going to sit here and watch you die," I said as I stood. "Get up." "No. You're not going to sit in this bed for another day. Get your ass up and move. Get out of this room. Go talk to someone, anyone. These nightmares are going to keep plaguing you unless you do something about them." Her hands fisted in the blankets. I waited for her to do something, to yell and scream at me. I waited for her to chuck pillows or the lamp by the bedside. All she did was sit there and stare. Her face grew pale, and then it was like she wasn't there with me. I called her name 3 times when she finally gave herself a shake. Her eyes flitted around the room wildly as she scrambled across the bed until she backed into the headboard. The second she made contact, she gasped in pain. I rushed forward. "I need to dress your wounds again," I told her, but she backed away from me, fear in her eyes. Lela. Stay away from me, she whispered, horrified. Stay back. Don't touch me. I'm not going to hurt you, I said quietly, uncertain if she was seeing me or someone else now. You killed him. You murdered him. How could you do that? Shit, this was bad. She definitely wasn't seeing me. Lela, it's not Hadariel, all right. I need you to focus and remember. You're with me at a safe house. You're not with Hadariel. She trembled and shook her head, muttering no, over and over. She clapped her hands to her ears as if she heard voices, or perhaps even the bastard himself trying to talk to her. The healer, Bailey, had left extra bottles of sedative on the table. I reached for one, but she wouldn't take it from me, not willingly. Forgive me later, I muttered, then picked up one of the small bottles and approached the bed. She screamed and tried to get away. She nearly toppled off the bed in her haste. I shouted for Tim, and he rushed in, followed by Kexon. Hold her, I ordered, pulling out the stopper on the vial. She went back to screaming, and as carefully as I could, I forced her head back and poured the sedative down her throat. She spat some of it out, but enough made it down to work. She stilled. Her eyes closed. She was whispering under her breath. This would let her sleep for a while. Bailey could come in and redress the wounds without the fear of Lela going off on her. What's happening to Lela? Tim asked, out of breath from fighting against Lela. I wish I knew. She still won't talk. Kexon eyed her warily as I rolled her onto her side and tugged up her shirt to see how badly she'd torn open the wounds. Damn. I glanced over my shoulder. Kexan's eyes were wide. I forgot you hadn't seen them yet, I said in something of an apology. I heard they were bad, but that's terrible. Where Lela's wings had once been were two gaping, elongated gashes. They were healing, but it was a slow process because she was now mortal. Bailey was using every demon trick she knew of to seal them, but Lela's outbursts were making it hard. They had been bandaged, but she reopened them, fighting against us. The wound on the right was completely visible, oozing blood and pus. The one on the left had bled through the bandaging. Tim, bring Bailey, I said quietly, unable to take my gaze from Lela's back. He rushed out of the room. Kexon came closer. You think she's ever going to be sane again? I don't think she's crazy, not yet anyway. If she would just talk about it, I might be able to help her. I smoothed the hair from her face. Her lip twitched, but she didn't wake up. I'm going to tear his wings out when we get to him. Make him suffer. Unless he manages to kill us all first. You're not helping, I muttered. Steps and quiet voices came from behind us. Bailey didn't even stop to talk to me. She went straight to Lela, shaking her head and giving the fallen angel a pitying stare. How bad? I asked, following her. If she can't stop having fits, these wounds will never heal. Bailey removed the full bandaging and sighed. This isn't simply from the physical wound. This is inner turmoil. She has to come to terms with what she's gone through. Don't you think I've tried to get her to do that? I growled, then bit my lip when Bailey shot me a glare. Sorry, I just don't know what else to do. Push her. I scoffed. How is that possibly going to do anything for her? She's going to break. And what? I stormed away, not wanting to lose it on the demon trying to heal Lela. I wished my mother was alive. She would have a plan. She could be here, finding a way to make Lela talk. I was failing. That's all I was doing, and I couldn't help but blame myself for Lela's current situation. She nearly died because of me. My fingers dug into my palms until Kexon barked my name. I frowned, then glanced at my hands. They were bleeding. Leave, Bailey said, not looking up from her work. She was filling the wounds with a dark green paste that stunk of wet grass. Get some fresh air, clear your head. When you come back to this room, you better be ready for a fight. I didn't plan on leaving, but Kexon grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the door. She's in good hands, he assured me. Tim, you'll stay with Bailey? Naturally. Go clear your head, Mech. My gut churned at leaving Lela, especially after the episode she just had, but I hadn't slept well in over a week. I hadn't eaten much either, nor taken care of myself. I wasn't even sure what was going on with the lords or our soldiers. Korath had told me to only worry about Lela and keeping her alive. Not that I had much choice. Without a doubt, Lela and I were destined to find one another. My mind had been in turmoil since finding her fallen in the wastelands. If I lost her so soon, what was the point of going on? I would become my father, as he was after he lost my mother. We should be trying to understand what we shared, but now I was afraid I was going to fail Lela before we ever had that chance. I let out a shaky breath but left with Kexen, but each step away from Lela caused me physical pain. We made it downstairs, and he led me into the kitchen. The safe house was filled with several humans, as well as a couple of demons, all of whom were healing from wounds. The building was heavily warded against angels to stop Hadariel's men from finding Lela and finishing her off. Kexen asked the demons in the kitchen to give us the room. After they slipped out, he handed me a beer. Sit down and relax for a few minutes. Relax. I popped the tab off the beer and chucked it across the room, where it pinged off the window and landed somewhere on the floor. How am I supposed to relax when she's up there letting herself die? Huh? Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Do what Bailey told you. You have to push her, make her understand what you are to her, and that she can't just give up. She's got something to live for, Mech, and that's you. I chugged my beer and threw the empty bottle in the trash can so hard it shattered. Not that easy. Wait, have you not told her the truth? I glowered at him, then threw my hands up. When do you think I've had time? When she's screaming and fighting us in her sleep? Or when she looks at me like I'm Hadariel, there to finish her off? She's hardly spoken or been coherent enough to even get 2 words in. Mech, she needs to know. That what? The demon who's the reason why she lost her light, her faith, her everything is her soulmate. I laughed harshly, running my hands through my hair as I stormed around the kitchen. She'll hate me. If she doesn't already. I'd hate me. Then she hates you. Wow, thanks for that motivational speech. Really helped me out. Why don't you reach out to Korath? He has enough to deal with, I'm sure. I'm going to assume since no one's come, there isn't any news? On which warfront? I plopped into a chair at the table. Both. Abominations roving in packs have been seen, he said as he joined me at the table, bringing me a second beer. 2 more rifts have opened, and there's a wild pack of hellhounds on the loose. And the angels. Kexen peeled at the label on his bottle. He wasn't an easy one to make nervous, but when he didn't answer right away and kept picking at the paper, he didn't have to say anything for me to know he was worried. Whatever it is, just tell me. I can handle it. You sure about that? You've gone off the deep end yourself this last week. Can you blame me? Kexen took a while to answer. No, but the war hasn't stopped just because Lela has been hurt. Hadariel needs to be halted. Meanwhile, evil is amassing. We're going to need you out there soon. I can't leave her in this state. You're going to have to. He started to say something but stopped. Never mind. I told you, I can handle it. What haven't you told me? He shoved his beer aside. It's the angels. They've gone quiet. What do you mean? I mean, since Lela fell, we haven't seen any of them. None are patrolling their cities or rifts. We haven't stumbled across any near the outposts, and none have attacked. He spread his hands flat on the table. I don't like it. Maybe Lela weakened Hadariel when they fought. I mused. I don't know, but I don't want to be caught off guard when Hadariel makes his next move. And I don't want to face them alone. He stood and made for the door. Find a way to save her, so you can save yourself too. He patted me on the shoulder on his way out. Those in the house went about their business as I eventually made it out the back door and into the yard. There'd been a garden here once upon a time. Now it was filled with weeds and dirt. I doubted anything would grow here again. I crouched low and picked up a clump of dirt, breaking it apart with my fingers. How had I landed my ass in this mess? I hardly knew anything about Lela or who she was before she stumbled across my path. What I did know was we were bound together for one reason or another. The first time I saw those fierce indigo eyes was a moment I would never forget. She struck me right to my core in those few seconds. It's exactly how Korath described meeting my mother. One look and they were both lost. That's how it was sometimes. It's what my mother had told me when I was younger. Sometimes two souls just know they're meant to be. I couldn't give up on Lela now. Nor could I let her give up on herself. Kexen was right. If it would save Lela from the dark place she'd fallen into, I could handle her hate. I could take whatever she threw at me, as long as she lived. Mortal or not, she was my future. And I was hers. I chucked the clump of dirt back into the garden. If I shut my eyes, I could almost envision this place filled with life again. Green grass and a garden filled with plants stretching toward the sun. That future hadn't seemed possible a few weeks ago. I stood in that yard and tilted my head back. My cheeks grew warm, as if I was feeling the sun again. Hope. I had to hold on to hope. On my way inside, I reached into my pocket and fumbled with a button infused with Lela's blood and my hellfire. I hadn't been able to let go of it. I tried to reach out to her through her dreams, but had been blocked by a solid wall of darkness. I had thought it was Hadariel, but after what Bailey said, now I understood it was Lela. I'd have to make her break through that darkness, or I'd lose her. That just wasn't an option. Bracing myself for the fight I was about to ignite, I climbed the stairs back to Lela's room and waited for her to wake up. The sedative wore off in the middle of the night. Lela stirred, and I pushed off the wall I'd been leaning against for the last few hours. Her sleep appeared to be peaceful. There'd been no fits, and she hadn't woken up screaming. Every move she made caused pain to flicker across her face. She sat up, rubbing her hands down her face until she spotted me. "How do you feel?" I asked quietly. Her eye twitched, and I worried she wasn't seeing me. "How do you think?" she replied. She shifted and grimaced. "Don't move too much. Your wounds aren't healing." "Why should they?" She swung her legs over the edge of the bed. "Why are you here?" "Where else would I be?" I walked toward her. She threw her hand out to ward me off. Remembering what Bailey and Kexen said, I ignored it and pushed on. I took that hand and held it even when she attempted to tug it out of my grip. There was hardly any strength in her arm, and just that little movement wore her out. "Lela, you need to talk to me." "About what?" "About what he did to you. You need to find a way to move past this." She repeated my words as she shook her head. "You say that like it's easy. Like I can just snap my fingers and make myself heal. Make myself whole again." She pulled again, but I didn't give in. "Don't do this, all right? Just don't." "Do what?" "Whatever you think this is between us, you're wrong." Her words were anything but confident. She gave up trying to free her hand, and her shoulders slumped. "You should have left me out there. So you could die." "Not happening." "Mech," she uttered. I knelt in front of her. "Look at me, Lela." Her jaw clenched, but those eyes finally shifted to mine. "You are not finished. You are alive, and you're here. Your time is not over, and I don't think there's something between us. I know there is, and so do you. Tell me honestly that you don't feel this connection," I said as I squeezed her hand. She swallowed hard and let out a shaky breath. "I don't." "You're lying. Just go away. Leave me alone and go away. You shouldn't be here." "I'm here because you won't let yourself heal," I said, losing patience. "Me? You think I did this to myself?" This time when she pulled on her hand, I let it go. You think I wanted to lose my light? Or tear my wings from my back? Her voice grew louder with every word she said. Do you have any idea what that feels like? No, I don't, which is why I want you to talk to me. She shook her head, her messy hair obscuring her face, but not before I saw how pale she was. Go away. I'm not leaving you. Understand? She shoved at my chest, but I barely budged. The fear turned to agitation, but then it was right back to fear, as she scooted over on the bed then stood. What are you doing? If you're not going to leave, then I will. She wobbled on her feet and made it 3 steps when her legs gave out. I caught her, and she beat at my arms, shouting at me to let her go. You're not strong enough. She froze and glared up at me. Which is why you should have let me die. This time when she shoved at me, I was too angered by her words to brace myself. I stumbled back a step, and she barely could stay upright on her own. I'm never going to be strong again. I'm never going to be able to fight again. He did this to me, she shouted, clutching her hand to her chest. He broke me. You are not broken. She screamed in rage and snatched the pillows from the bed. Stop saying that, she yelled as she threw them at me, one after the other. Just stop it. You have no idea what he is now. He's corrupted and he killed Moriel right in front of me, she gasped, struggling to breathe as panic took over. He tried to erase who I am. The darkness. I feel it creeping in. Tugging at me, trying to drag me down into the void. She wrapped her arms around herself as she fell to her knees. I dropped with her, holding her in my arms as she wept. He tore my wings out, Mech. Ripped them out like they were nothing. I can still feel them there, but they're gone. I'll never have them back. I'll never be an angel again. I hugged her close, soothing her as I smoothed a hand down her hair and pressed the other to her lower back. He won't touch you again. I won't let him, I growled. But if you give up, you're letting him win. But what am I now? She buried her face against my chest as she said it. You are a warrior. Just as you've always been. You don't know anything about me, Mech. Why are you doing this? She wiped her face as she sat up and looked into my eyes. I was your enemy 2 weeks ago. I tucked her hair behind her ears, then cupped her face in my right palm. I don't think you were ever meant to be my enemy. The words were right on my tongue, to tell her what she was to me, but I couldn't. Not now, not when we finally had a breakthrough. Now that I had a better idea of what Hadariel put her through, I needed an outlet to let my fury loose. Hadariel is the true enemy, and I need you to help me stop him. It took her a minute, but she managed to push herself up and out of my arms. I can't help you, not anymore. I grunted, annoyed, then followed her back to the bed. Don't do this. You need to worry about the war, not me. Hard to do that when you seem content to rot in this bed, I snapped. Your wounds will continue to fester until you do die. Is that what you want? Really? And again, why the hell do you care, demon? I stalked toward the bed as she squared her shoulders and stared me down. If you think you're going to piss me off enough to make me leave you alone, you're dead wrong. I'm not giving up on you. People need you, Lela. Don't let them down. Her face screwed up. She grabbed the lamp on the nightstand and launched it at my head. I easily dodged it, and it crashed into the wall behind me. Get out, she seethed. Get out and leave me alone. You got it. Just leave me alone. Never. I turned and stormed out, slamming the door shut behind me. A second lamp collided into the door a moment later, followed by her scream. Tim came running, with another demon hot on his heels, but I waved them off. She's not having a fit. At least, not like the others. What did you do? Tim asked, flinching when something else heavy crashed into the door. Pushed her. I'll stay up here for a while, in case she decides to venture out. There was another yell, and then the slamming of the bathroom door. I sat down in the hall right outside her door, leaning against the wall, crossed my feet at the ankles, and made myself at home. "At least she's yelling and moving around more," Tim said, then waved at me over his shoulder. "Shout if you need anything." What I needed was to find some zombies to punch or an abomination to attack. I needed to get out there and fight something until my hands were raw. I wanted to hunt down Hadariel, but that wasn't going to happen. Not easily, anyway. One of his angels would suffice for now. I shut my eyes after a while, hearing the water running in the bathroom. I drifted off to sleep, but it didn't last long. I bolted upright in the hall with a snarl, my hands outstretched, same as they'd been in the nightmare. Hadariel had been there, with Lela in his grasp. She screamed for me, but I hadn't been able to get to her. He ripped her wings from her back before my eyes. My hand shook as I pressed my ear to Lela's door. I couldn't hear anything coming from her room. After I found another demon to watch over her doorway, I hurried downstairs. If I didn't find a way to release this anger, I'd go off on the wrong person. I hadn't ever experienced a rage so intense. It was like a wild animal attempting to break through my chest. Bobby was in the living room, dozing. I nudged him awake with my boot. "Hey, you look like shit," he said. "Mech? You have any leads on some evil we can kill?" "I do." He glanced toward the stairs. "Lela sleeping?" "Yeah. Let's go." He didn't question me as I rushed out the front door. He shuffled along behind me. I passed Bailey on the front porch, asked her to check in on Lela for me, then picked up the pace. "Care to share?" Bobby asked as he caught up with me. "Later. First, I need to hit something," I growled, and out into the early morning hours we went.
Chapter 2. Lela. After I ran out of things to throw at the door, I climbed out of bed, fuming about stubborn demons. He had no business telling me what I needed to do. He should have left me behind. That's what the smart move would have been. Leave me and let me die in peace. But no, he had to save me and bring me to this safe house. I didn't even know where I was. Not that I cared. Each step to the bathroom was a fight to not topple over, but I'd be damned if I called out for help. Muttering about Mech and him laying so much at my feet, as if that would help what I was going through. He didn't understand, no one would. Using the wall to keep from falling, I hauled myself to the bathroom and flipped on the light. The second I spotted my reflection, furious tears burned in my eyes, and I wanted to cover the mirror. My hair looked like it had been through a tornado, and was nothing more than a tangled mess. I tried to comb my fingers through it, but they got stuck, and I gave up with a frustrated grunt. My face was gaunt, pale, and sickly. There was no shine to my eyes. I almost didn't recognize myself. A ghost of my former self. A shade of myself, not the old me in the flesh. With some effort, I tugged my shirt up and turned my back so it faced the mirror. I squeezed my eyes shut, body shaking as I built up the courage to look at what that traitorous bastard did to me. Flashes of the fight came to the forefront of my mind. I didn't think I'd ever get past those few moments of Hadariel killing Moriel, turning that evil gaze on me, then him tearing out my wings. Losing my nerve, I dropped my shirt and went to turn on the shower. I couldn't take a full shower, not with open wounds, but I could at least attempt to wash my hair and find a change of clothes. Mech's words flowed through my mind, but no matter what he told me, there was no breaking the dark hold Hadariel placed on me. How was I supposed to keep fighting without my light or my wings? All these years, I marveled at how the humans managed to stay alive. Now that I was one of them, I feared I'd be dead in days if I stepped out of this room. It took about an hour to get myself washed, and my hair cleaned, untangled, and braided again. I looked more like my old self, but I was nowhere near to feeling like the angel I had been. Lela. I tossed the long braid over my shoulder and left the bathroom. Bailey, the demon who'd been taking care of me for most of the time I'd been here, stood in the doorway to the bedroom. She had a tray of food in her hands and a gentle smile on her face. "I'm glad to see you up and moving around. Feeling more like yourself?" She set the tray down, and when she saw me struggling to walk, she came over to help me back to bed. "I'll never feel like myself again," I muttered once I sat down. She mused. She was so casual, as if I said something about the weather. "Here, eat this." She held out a bowl of stew. I didn't think I could stomach it, and shook my head. "Lela, if you don't get back to eating, you'll never get your strength back." "What for?" "I can't do anything useful." "The humans wouldn't like to hear you say that. How long are you going to keep acting like this?" "Like what?" "Like you're dead. I told Mech to push you, but apparently he hasn't pushed you enough." She shoved the bowl at me, and one had no choice but to take it or have stew all over me. "Now sit still and let me check your wounds." I tried to set the bowl down when she moved to the other side of the bed. "Eat now." Her commanding tone reminded me of my mother. I found myself picking up the spoon and taking a bite. It tasted better than I expected, and as she tugged at the bandaging, muttering under her breath about needing more salve, I ended up eating half the bowl. When I was full, I set the stew down and heard Bailey's satisfied hum behind me. She reminded me of Harriet in many ways. Her mannerisms, the way she mothered me, and her healing touch. Her black hair was graying at her temples, and her hands were weathered but soft. She had dark gray eyes that hinted at being more of a troublemaker than just a healer. In the few moments I'd been coherent, it was her voice I recalled hearing the most, right next to Mech's. My mother and Harriet. Harriet, with her pixie-cut silver hair, was one of our most gifted healers in the outpost of Dakota. Harriet and my mother, two women I'd never see again. The thought tugged at my heart, and the stew sat heavy in my stomach. Nausea faded when Bailey pressed her fingers into the edges of my wound. I gasped at the immediate jolt of agony shooting through my spine. "Sorry, dear. Looks like it's slowly beginning to scab over, though." I nodded in reply. "If you would stop being a pain in the ass about your situation, you'd heal much faster." I rolled my eyes but didn't argue with her. Something told me it wasn't worth it. "Don't you want to get revenge on the bastard who did this to you?" she asked as she removed the old bandages and replaced them with new ones. "Hadariel? How do you expect me to attack him in this state?" "By remembering you're not alone. Whatever you've gone through, whatever Hadariel did to you, does not make you less than who you are destined to be, Lela." She came around in front of me and took my hand. "It doesn't take away who you are destined to be with, and what you two can accomplish together." "What do you mean?" She patted my hands, gave me a wink and a smile, then headed to the door. "I'll be back later. I suggest you get some rest and leave this bloody room." I sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the sounds of the house. There were voices a few rooms over and more downstairs. None of them were Mech. I wondered where he'd gone to, but at least he wasn't here pestering me. Who I'm destined to be with? She doesn't know anything, I mumbled to myself as I situated myself on the bed and laid on my side. The pain in my back had lessened, but the absence of my wings was agony enough. I couldn't lay on my back, and ended up on my stomach, hugging one of the pillows. I was tired, despite having slept for the majority of the time I'd been in this safe house. Not that I'd really slept during those times. I was plagued by nightmares. That final moment of losing my light played on repeat. I hugged the pillow tighter, digging my nails into the fabric, as I willed the nightmare to stay away for a few hours. Everything inside of me was a mess, like a whirlwind that was never going to let me catch my breath. I'd learned the truth about this gruesome war, and became one of the fallen in such a short time frame that I hadn't a chance to process what I had gone through. Then there was the issue of what was going on between me and Mech. He saved me when there was no reason to. He said I could help them fight Hadariel, but that wasn't the only reason he brought me here. Mech had seen something in me. It was why he told me the truth and trusted me despite saying he didn't. It was why even now, when I told him he should let me figure out this crap on my own, he stuck around. I was sure the demon lords needed him, but he was here, wasting time with an angel who was no longer an angel. I was struck by a sudden longing to be back in that glade. To share that kiss we'd been so close to sharing. I punched the pillow a few times, telling myself to stop being ridiculous. So we almost kissed one time. So what? Meant nothing. I couldn't have been with him when I was an angel, but now, as a mortal, I really had no business being with a demon. I'd only slow him down, and one day he'd regret being with me. Nope, I didn't want to stick around for that. If I ended up living that long. Light surrounded me. Sweet, softly glowing holy light. It filled me and chased away the shadows. I was back in the heavens. Someone was calling my name, but I was too far away to discern whose voice. Nathaniel? I called out, wondering if the last couple of weeks had been some crazy dream. Nathaniel? Are you here? No one answered. In fact, there was no one here at all. I brought my battle axe to my hands, confused. Why was I even up here? How had I gotten here? I stopped in the middle of the familiar hall and looked around. The light shifted around me and dimmed, almost like there was a haze in the air. My axe shimmered in and out, as though I had a short in my holy light. I needed to get out of here and get back to Mech. This wasn't right. None of this was. Lela. Mother? I took off at a run, following her voice. I slid around the corner, my anxiety growing even as the air grew heavier and hazier with each step I took. When I reached the doors of the main hall, her shouting cut off abruptly. I heaved open the doors. They swung inward, crashing into the walls on either side. The room was pitch black. Not even the glow of my axe broke through the solid wall of darkness. I moved forward and it enveloped me. I stepped back quickly. It sucked me in, swallowing my shout of alarm. It was like I was back in the very same hall with Hadariel. Hands grappled for me in the dark, tugging me one way then the other. I swung my axe around, but then it was wrenched out of my grasp and disappeared into the dark. Something hit me in the back and sent me to my knees. Hands grabbed hold of my wrists. The shadows parted, leaving that same haze hovering in the air. Two angels resembling wraiths in black cloaks held me fast. Hadariel stood before me. On their knees next to him were my parents, hands were bound behind their backs, covered in blood. Commander Lela, how good of you to join us, Hadariel said as he rested a hand on my parents' shoulders. My mother flinched away as my father spat at his feet. Traitor, my father snarled. You're a traitor. Hadariel walked away from them and came toward me. I fought to get free, but the angels holding me were too strong. Get away from our daughter, Mom shouted. Get away. None of this made sense. My parents were killed in battle against the evils of hell. I remembered word for word what the angel commander leading the charge told me when they'd returned with half their numbers. They couldn't be here. Why were they calling High General Hadariel a traitor? Lela, don't look at him, Dad ordered. Shut your eyes. You have to listen to us. Don't listen to them, my dear Lela, Hadariel said loudly over their raging shouts. You are very important to me and my army. I leaned away from him, my back tingling. What was going on? This was a nightmare. It had to be one. But why did it feel so real? Now then, Lela, you wish to continue to do your duty, yes? Hadariel asked. Ignore him, Mom shouted. An angel appeared behind her and placed a dagger to her throat. Another stood behind Dad and did the same. I shouted and made it to my feet, but then Hadariel laid his hands on either side of my head. Look at me, he said in that charming voice I remembered from long ago. I couldn't pull my gaze away from my parents and the blades at their throats. I said, look at me, Hadariel commanded. I had no choice but to let my gaze be taken by his. He smiled, but it was wrong. My skin itched and burned where he touched me. You will fight for me, Lela. You will continue to do your duty as an angel in this war against the evils of hell. Against the demons. Isn't that right? Lela, Mom gasped. Lela. I heard a thud. Dad was shouting and cursing, but I couldn't look away. Hadariel held my gaze, and then there was nothing around us except the comforting glow of holy light. Dad yelled but was cut off by the sound of gagging. Then there was a second thud. "Don't," Hadariel snapped when I tried to look away and see. "You are loyal to me, Lela." "Yes, High General," I replied, but my mouth moved on its own. I hadn't wanted to say anything. The light intensified, and I forgot why I'd even come to the hall in the first place. Hadariel. I was here to receive new orders, right? That had to be it. There were strange dragging sounds around us, but then Hadariel was talking again, and I only had to listen and obey. I bolted upright in bed, biting back a scream as I wrenched my back. Drenched in a cold sweat, I threw the covers away and forgot how weak I was until I attempted to stand. I hit the floor. My hands shot out to catch my fall, and I barely missed smacking my face on the floorboards. The room was real, but my head was spinning. What had I just seen? That wasn't like the other nightmares. Those had all been about Hadariel stealing my light. This was something else entirely. I half crawled, half dragged myself into the bathroom, then hauled my body up with the sink. I flipped the light on and splashed water on my face to clear away the foggy haze. My arms twitched and jerked as my muscles spasmed, still feeling Hadariel's hands on my face. A sharp pain shot through my back, and I bit back another cry, not wanting anyone to come running. I sank to the cold tile floor, shaking and alone. What had I just seen? Was I losing it? This was what having my light stolen did to me. I was going to go crazy. I buried my face in my hands and hunched over as much as I could, willing what I witnessed to be just another nightmare. Just another nightmare. My parents died in battle. Hadariel didn't murder them because they knew the truth. He couldn't have. It was just another nightmare. I lost track of time. Somehow I made it back to bed, but all my energy was just gone. I had no drive to get up and move. I wasn't sure what the point was. The images of Hadariel and my parents haunted me during my waking hours and at night. Anytime Tim or Bailey came to check on me, I ignored them. They both scolded me, then tried to encourage me, but nothing they said made a difference. The one I never saw was Mech. I scoffed to myself as the sun set on another pointless day. I wondered if I had managed to drive him away. My smugness turned to worry, then fear that something bad happened to him. He could be fighting off a horde of undead, or abominations. And there was nothing I could do to help him. He'd die, and I'd still be sitting here in this damned bed. Worry gnawed at me well into the night, until yelling came from below. I wasn't the only one staying in this safe house. They'd brought other mortals who needed a safe place to heal. They screamed in their sleep. Not that I blamed them. I had nightmares from what I'd seen, and I was a divine being. How they all hadn't gone insane at this point was a miracle in itself. I figured that these injured humans were the cause of the commotion. When the shouts neared my door, I sat up. Mech. That was his voice. I wasn't sure about the other voice, but thought it might be Tim. There was a loud knock a few seconds later. I froze. The knock came again, louder this time. "Go away," I yelled, not in the mood to deal with anyone but especially Mech. He didn't reply. He knocked louder. I said go away. Silence followed until the door burst open and Mech stormed into the room. "What are you doing?" I demanded as he approached. He was sporting a new black eye, a split lip, and several cuts along his neck and upper arms. His black tight t-shirt was muddy and torn in a few places. "Mech?" He said nothing. Just growled and shook his head, giving me a disappointed look. I squared my shoulders and stared him down. I was about to ask him what he'd been up to the last 3 days and why he looked like shit when he reached for me. Ignoring my protests, he picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. It jarred my wounds, but I bit back my yelp of pain. He carried me out of the bedroom. "What are you doing? Put me down, you asshole." He grunted in reply and made for the stairs. Bobby, Tim, and Bailey were in the hallway. All of them had varying looks of amusement on their faces. I beat at Mech's shoulders, but was too weak to do much except annoy him. "Mech, this is ridiculous," I snapped as he stomped downstairs. "You can't just pick people up and carry them around. Put me down already." "What are you doing?" "Getting you out of that damned room," he snapped, then deposited me on the couch in the living room. The couch was overstuffed and had seen better days. There were 2 mismatched recliners across from it, several wood tables that were being held together by wire and duct tape. The hearth was empty, but there was a stack of fresh wood next to it, and ashes in it from a recent fire. 3 lamps occupied the corners, and he walked around, turning them on. The sun was setting outside. I crossed my arms, and as soon as he turned his back to me, made to get up and go back upstairs. He was too fast and snagged my wrist. "Sit your ass down, Commander," he growled, lowering his head so we were eye level. "Now." I glowered at him but plopped down on the couch. He nodded and let my wrist go, but not before I had a chance to see how badly his knuckles were busted. Like he'd been beating the crap out of something. Repeatedly. I thought back and realized he disappeared right after I finally confessed to him what Hadariel did. "Did you?" I licked my lips, then started again. "Did you go find something to attack because of what I told you?" He crossed his arms, muscles bulging but his eyes narrowed. "So what if I did? Why are you such an idiot? Are you seriously going out there, looking for trouble?" "At least I'm not locking myself in a room for days on end," he shot back. "Not eating. Not sleeping. Shit, Lela, you can't live in that damned room for the rest of your life." "Why not, huh? And don't start giving me that speech about needing me," I said as soon as he opened his mouth. "We've been over this. I am not the same angel anymore. I can't help anyone." Images of Hadariel closing in on me, as my parents were murdered, had me choking on my next words. I grabbed the edges of the cushion, and the room spun. "Lela," Mech said, but I couldn't see him anymore. I gulped and willed the images to go away. I almost toppled over, but Mech was there to stop me from hitting the floor. "Take a breath. You're shaking. Bailey, get her some water, would you?" "What happened while I was gone?" he demanded, not removing his hands from my arms. Other voices answered him, but all I heard was Hadariel talking to me as he held my face in his hands, then heard him again as he ripped my wings out. I was suddenly clutching at Mech's shirt as my back went rigid. "Stay with me, Lela. I'm right here." I nodded, shutting my eyes. He told me to breathe. I sucked in a deep breath then let it out, matching his. After a minute, the shaking wasn't as bad, and his face came back into view. He held out the glass of water, and I sipped. It didn't sit well in my empty stomach. I handed it back. His brow furrowed, but he took it from me, then helped situate me on the couch. I waited for him to move across the room or to sit beside me, but he stayed right where he was. His hands, as much as I didn't want to admit it, were comforting. Any time he was around was comforting, not that I was going to tell him. "Lela." "I'm fine," I whispered, then cleared my throat, trying to shove away the overwhelming sensation of fear. "I'm just a weak. Still. That's all. Look me in the eye and say that." Floorboards creaked behind the couch. I glanced over my shoulder. Tim, Bailey, and Bobby were watching us. They weren't looking at me, though. They were staring at Mech, as if waiting to hear him say something. As if he had something he had to tell me. "What happened to your hands?" I asked as I faced Mech again. "Nothing." "Nothing? Mech, you look like you had your ass kicked." His brow rose. "Why don't you tell me why you refused to leave your room for 3 days?" I shrugged. "I told you." "No, you're different. You're worse." "What changed?" "Why should I tell you anything? We're nothing to each other, remember?" "Really?" he said as he straightened and looked down at me. "If that's true, then why do you keep looking at me like that?" "Like what?" "Like you give a damn." I sank back into the couch. "I don't." "Right. Like I believe that." You're going to stay down here for a while and get some freaking fresh air. Not about to let you waste away in that room. He walked off, but when he passed the couch, his gaze found mine and he stilled. The determination in his eyes was followed quickly by anger. I knew that it wasn't directed at me. I never should have told him what Hadariel did. Mech shouldn't care this much about me, but here he was, trying to stop me from fading away into nothing or being devoured by the shadow hanging over me. I almost lost my nerve and told him what I saw in my nightmares, but I bit back the words at the last second. He grunted, clearly annoyed, then stormed out of the living room. I heard the low timbre of his voice as he spoke to the others, but they were too quiet to discern what they'd said. I tucked my feet up under me on the couch and looked out the windows at the oncoming night. Bailey brought food out to the living room after a while. Mech said to eat, she informed me, then walked away, not giving me a chance to protest. I frowned at the sandwich, but my stomach grumbled as a hint of appetite appeared. Bobby shambled into the room and sat down in one of the chairs. Don't tell me he sent the zombie to babysit me. Ouch, that hurt, he said sarcastically as he placed a hand to his heart. I've never heard that one before. He shut his eyes. Well, his eye. The other one rolled in the socket and focused on me. And I'd eat that if I were you. I was tempted to throw it at him, but eventually took a couple of bites. I wanted to know what Mech had been up to the last 3 days. From the fresh stitches on Bobby's neck and right arm, he had been with him. I ate half the sandwich, then started to ask Bobby, but he snorted in amusement. What? Not happening. You tell him why you're all depressed, and he might tell you what he did. Until then, my lips are sealed. Mostly, he added with a dry, rustling laugh. I sulked on the couch and listened to the others in the safe house. If Mech thought he could bully me into getting over what I went through, he had another thing coming. He didn't understand. He never would.
Chapter 3. Mech. I ducked as a plate flew at my head. You're crazy, you know that. Get out of my room, Lela shouted. She hurled a coffee mug next. I don't want to talk about it. How many times do I have to tell you that, huh? She ran out of dishes and stood there, her chest heaving, hands curled at her sides. I waited for her to charge me and throw a punch. I'd take it if it brought back the fire in her eyes. But as quickly as her outburst started, it faded and she paled. The last 2 days since I returned to the safe house had been like this. I'd fight to get her out of her room, dump her somewhere else in the house, and then there'd be an argument. She didn't want to talk about what had changed. She said it was nothing. Each time it was the same damn thing. Nothing had changed. Only it had. The fear in her eyes and the shaking of her hands told me that much. Either her nightmares were getting worse, or she wasn't telling me everything. Shit could be both for all I knew, since that damned stubborn pain-in-the-ass woman told me nothing. And each day, I fought with myself regarding how to tell her why I'd refused to give up on her. It wasn't simply because we could still use her help in this war, despite what she believed. It was more than that. I needed her, and one of these days, she'd figure out she needed me just as much. I backed toward the door. A small, triumphant smirk curled her lips. You're never going to chase me away, I warned. You keep saying that. Because it's the truth. I want you out of this room in 20 minutes, or I'll be back up to drag you out, got it? I exited and slammed the door on her aggravated scream. Kexon stood at the railing, looking down at the first floor. She's a fiery one. I glared at the closed door. She used to be. You said it yourself. She just needs time. We're running out of time. Her wounds still aren't healing properly, and she keeps screaming in her sleep. I rubbed my face, joined him at the railing. I rested my hands on the worn wood, then dropped my forehead to it. I don't know what I'm doing. As though any demon in your shoes would. She's been through the ringer. And I'm supposed to be the one to bring her out of it. All I'm doing is making it worse. Kexon slapped me on the back. Get it together. I need you at your best. You healed up enough to head back out there. I raised my head. You have orders. From Korath. He wants us to go after the abominations you were meant to track down when you went looking for Lela instead. The angels may have gone silent, but sadly the rifts haven't. A pack of those monsters tore through a tiny outpost a few miles from here. How's the warding there? Bear Run was a much smaller outpost than Hellfire, and though we were able to use our fire to ward it against evil, it didn't have as many defenses set up. Most humans and demons here were meant to be on the mend. This outpost was in the hills, tucked away in the woods with only 5 buildings, makeshift houses and a supply depot. There was no chance of knowing it was here unless you already about it. Nothing had attacked Bear Run during the years of the war. Holding strong as it should. Korath put it in place, remember? Yeah, I do. He'd redone it when those who fled Hellfire came here. The same time I brought Lela here. Those abominations being only a few miles away did not sit well with me. Let me grab my gear and we'll head out. As I made to walk past him, heading for the stairs, he caught my arm. You need to return to Hell soon. You're not looking so well. I will once we complete this mission. Just like angels, demons needed a chance to recharge in our own domains. I hadn't been back to Olam, my realm in Hell, in far too long. I sensed my fire growing weaker, but it'd last a few more days before it was doused fully. Getting it back would mean a solid 24 hours in Hell. Essentially in a coma. It wasn't ideal, but that's what I'd have to do. We went downstairs. I gathered my daggers from the living room where I'd left them, sheathed 2 at each side, another at my lower back, then 1 more in each boot. When I'd come back from beating the shit out of those zombies, I'd looked like crap and my clothes had been ruined. Luckily, I kept extra clothes and weapons stashed here. My knuckles had mostly healed over, but that hadn't stopped Lela from demanding I tell her what I'd gone and done. Bobby, I yelled. He shuffled down the hall from the rear of the house. Yeah. I scowled. Kexen and I are heading out to hunt. Keep an eye on Lela. He saluted me with that stupid, crooked grin of his. Sure thing. Get her out of that room. And try to get her to talk. About anything. I looked up the stairs, worried. She hadn't come out yet. On second thought. Just a minute, I told Kexen, then stomped back upstairs. Lela's door was unlocked, and when I opened it, she was standing at the window watching the sunset through the tall dead pines. She had her arms wrapped around herself, and her long hair hung down her back. Now what do you want? She snapped without turning around. You going to come downstairs or not? You going to carry me again, like the jackass you are? She whirled around as she said it, hair flying wildly around her shoulders. When we first met, she never cursed. Lately, it seemed to be slipping out of her mouth more and more. Her cheeks didn't redden with harsh language anymore either. The restrictions she had from being an angel were quickly slipping away. I wondered if she noticed the difference in herself. If I have to, I finally said. Her arms fell to her sides. It took everything I had to keep my face blank as she marched past me, heading for the door, then down the stairs. I followed as she entered the living room and threw herself onto the couch. Happy? Not until you talk, I muttered. Kexen, you coming or what? Where are you going? Lela sat up straighter. Mech? Nowhere. Be back soon enough. Not looking back, I walked out the front door and heard it shut behind me. Kexen caught up with me on the front porch a few seconds later. He was grinning and shaking his head. What's so amusing? He shrugged. Nothing at all, my friend. Nothing. You ready to go hunting or what? I was ready to find a way to bust into the heavens and slaughter Hadariel and his men, but would have to settle for killing abominations. For now. Fighting to keep my anger in check, I set off into the trees, aiming south as Kexen directed. It didn't take us long to reach the small outpost that had been essentially wiped off the map. We were maybe 5 miles from the safe house, and instinct screamed at me to get back to Lela. The 2 watchtowers that had been erected were nothing. Just piles of smoldering wooden beams. The ramshackle gate they'd constructed looked like a battering ram had been taken to it. The smell of burnt flesh made my nose crinkle. Shit. How did we not hear them getting attacked? I wondered the same as I walked toward the pile of bodies in the center of the clearing. They'd been dragged together, and something had lit them on fire. I prayed they were dead before those flames began to devour them. The rest of the small buildings were burning piles of rubble. There were a few dismembered zombie corpses scattered about, riddled with bullets and missing their heads. They took a few of the bastards with them, at least. I kicked over a body and frowned. He was an angel. A quick survey of the rest of the bodies told me he hadn't been the only one here. Had they fought against the zombies, or had they joined them in attacking the outpost? There were no survivors to ask, but seeing the dead angel almost made me turn back to Bear Run and Lela. I pressed on. I had a job to do. When I spotted a small hand sticking out of some of the destruction, I rushed to it, threw a collapsed wall aside, then staggered back with a curse. The kid, maybe 8 or 9, was missing his face. It was sliced off. Sick bastards, Kexen spat. I couldn't stand the sight of the kid lying there, his tiny body mangled like that. Hellfire filled my palm, and with a silent prayer that his soul somehow found peace, I set him alight. He burned to ash in seconds. Mech, Kexen uttered, and I spun around to find him crouching on the ground near the edge of the outpost perimeter. Tracks. Abominations, from the size of them. Some hounds too. Heading which way? West. He stood but kept his gaze fixed on the ground. Away from the safe house, at least. For now. Let's move. The tracks led us deeper into the woods and higher into the mountains. Night had fallen, but we could see well enough in the dark. Dead leaves rustled and sticks cracked, but nothing came out of the shadows. In the near distance, several hounds howled, making me pause. They were close, and there were many of them. 10 or more, I guessed. When the second round of howls went up, Kexen and I came to a stop in the pitch darkness of night. What are they doing? Kexen whispered on a breath. I wasn't sure. The way they howled back and forth was like they were talking. When one sounded only yards away, we hunkered down behind a large rock and waited. Steps came seconds later. Stealthily, I reached for a dagger at my hip and drew it free of its sheath. If this was going to turn into a fight, we'd have to take them down quietly. Alerting the entire pack would get us surrounded. Kexen peered over the rock and shook his head. Gone. It's heading in the direction of the tracks. Are they traveling together? Your guess is as good as mine at this point. We continued through the brush, catching sight of broken sticks and deep impressions in the dirt from the massive weight of the abominations. We wound further into the woods until the trees grew so close together we could barely fit between them. Sticking to the same path, instead of creeping along what was obviously a well-worn trail, was not something I'd usually do, but there was no other place to go. Couldn't fit between those trees, that was for certain. We moved slowly a few feet at a time, then paused, listening. The hounds continued to howl and yip. When something large lumbered through the trees to our right, we dove left, flattening ourselves against tree trunks. Kexen was a yard or so ahead of me. The heavy cloud cover chose then to shift, and a rare ray of silver moonlight filtered through the gnarled branches. His eyes narrowed, then he motioned subtly. With my back digging into the sharp, dried-out bark of the tree, I turned my head to look around the trunk. An abomination was breaking through trees like they were twigs. He stood 10 feet tall with misshapen horns on his head. He carried a torch, and I shied back from the light. He wasn't alone. 4 hounds circled around him as they all stopped on the trail. The hound sniffed the air, then growled. There was no more time to waste. We had to take them out. Just as one of the hounds came around the tree, I lunged for it with my dagger and rammed it down through its thick skull. The beast's eyes rolled back into its head as it hit the ground. The others snarled and came for me, but they hadn't sniffed out Kexen yet. He attacked from behind, slashing 2 along their backs, leaving me to deal with a third. It lunged for me, jaws wide and dripping saliva. I missed the bite aimed for my leg, but caught its razor-sharp claws at my side. I tackled the hound to the forest floor and rammed a dagger into its heart. It died instantly. I kicked the hound aside to find Kexen running right toward me, the abomination behind him. The rest of the hounds were dead. I braced myself, and when the monster grew closer, I sprinted straight for it. As it swung its claws, I slid on the damp leaves and mud and went right between its legs, slashing at its ankles. It grunted, took 2 more lumbering steps, then dropped to its knees. Kexen rushed back, and as the beast opened its mouth to roar, he slit its throat. For good measure, he clambered up its back and jammed 2 of his longer daggers into its head. I spat dirt as the abomination toppled. Kexen jumped away to stop from being crushed. I removed my dagger from the first hound's head. Kexen nudged it with his boot, but it was dead. "Guess this was one of the stupid ones," he said, glancing at the direction it came from. There was another path I hadn't noticed before. Was it on patrol? For what? Abominations were hunting in packs. They were coordinating attacks with hounds and zombies. Now they had patrols. Let's move before another one comes along. The next one might not be as easy to kill. We'd been fortunate, but my gut said the further we went down the path, the less luck we were bound to have. Whatever was out here, it wasn't going to just be a few abominations and hounds. It was going to be worse. Much worse. The path dipped sharply. I grabbed Kexen to stop him from stumbling down the steep incline. At the bottom were wooden spikes, aimed upward toward whoever continued on the path. Torches lit the space behind it. As we ducked into the shadows again, I noticed 6 zombies guarding the entrance to whatever lay in that clearing. They were armed with swords. Except one of them had a damned rifle slung over his shoulder. I tapped Kexen on the shoulder, and we cautiously inched our way through the trees, heading down the slope as quietly as we could. One slip and we'd both be impaled on the wooden stakes that formed a large circle. A ditch filled with knee-deep, sludgy, foul-smelling water greeted us at the bottom. I gagged. Behind me, Kexen retched. I took a few steps forward, trying not to slosh too loudly when I kicked a solid object. The water rippled, and a face appeared in the water. A body came with it. Kexen cursed. Something hit the back of my shins. "Mech," he whispered. "Keep moving," I growled. "We can't do anything for them now." More bodies appeared in the ditch. At least now I knew where the overwhelming smell of death came from. I ignored the faces looking up at me. They were just more reminders of how badly we were losing this war. We circled the clearing, peering through the trees. The entire perimeter was protected by wooden stakes, as well as patrols of abominations accompanied by hounds. There was a group of zombies at the second entrance. There was no way for us to sneak in. When the trees parted enough to give us a clear shot, I was glad we hadn't tried. "Mech, you see this, right?" I crouched in the disgusting, corpse-filled water and couldn't find the words to answer. There had to be 20 abominations, maybe a few more. There weren't any tents, but there were campfires. Wraiths glided through the ranks of zombies. Packs of hounds huddled around the flames. There was an entire legion of skeleton bodies toward the southeastern perimeter, all of them standing around, waiting. An army. Evil was gathering and building an army. "We need to get to Korath," Kexen whispered. My mind was on logistics. I tried to count, but there were too many. "Who's leading them?" "Over there," he said, pointing toward the left. They seemed to be heading that direction. We trudged through the ditch, following it around toward the left of the encampment. They all were moving toward the far side of the open space. There was a wooden platform, and on it stood a hooded figure. At first I thought it was a wraith, but the way it moved was wrong. "Is that a damned angel?" I leaned closer, cursing that we couldn't get a clear view. Whoever it was threw its hood back. I growled, lunging forward without even thinking about what I was doing. Kexen dragged me back, and we went down in the muck and grime. He clamped a hand over my mouth, hissing in my ear to shut up or we'd both be dead. I fought against him, fighting to keep that evil, rotten piece of shit in my sights. Hadario. It was him. He was right there. I wanted to tear him to pieces. Stop it, Kexen growled again. Get a grip. It's him, I snapped. Let me kill him. Kexen, just let me kill him. No, it's not. What do you mean? Yeah, it is. Kexen told me to take another look. I was ready to deck him, just to get him off my back, and let me finish Hadario off now and end the war. Only when I took a second, longer look, I shoved my rage aside. I clambered to get out of the ditch and to the tree line. That's not him, I whispered. What is that? Not Hadario. Sure as hell looks like him though. Standing atop the platform was what appeared to be Hadario's twin. They looked damn similar, only this version had 2 sets of crimson horns sprouting through his hair, and the wings that spread out behind him after he dropped the cloak were not feathered, but leathery and black. I would have said he was a demon, but the evil permeating the air and centered around him indicated he wasn't our kin. Hell might have spit him out, but I'd never seen a creature like that. Whatever he is, he's leading this army, I said, not believing those words just came out of my mouth. And it would appear he's making ready to send out the troops. Look. There was a rather large group of zombies making their way toward the gate we'd seen on the southern side of the encampment. I wanted to follow them and see where they went. If they were headed to take out another human outpost, we had to stop them. We stepped back into the ditch and worked our way around. My boot became stuck. I tugged on my leg, twisting around to get free but couldn't move. My other leg became stuck too. The water rippled around me. Kexen appeared to be fixed in the mud. I was ready to leave my damn boots if it'd get us out there, when a hand grabbed hold of my calf. A very bony hand. Hands fisting at my sides, I looked down. The water in the ditch churned as the bodies we thought were dead came to life one after another. The entire ditch was filled with animated bodies, possessed by souls that had clearly escaped from hell. A second hand grabbed my other leg. Then a body with half a face, missing a lower jaw, clawed its way up my torso and out of the muck. A second clambered up my back as I strained to get away without causing too much of a disturbance. The one in front of me let out a horrifying screech. I winced at the harsh sound. Those in the encampment started to shout. A horn blew. Seriously? I punched the zombie in the face hard enough to dislodge its head and send it plopping into the water. I tore myself from it and reached around for the one at my back. It raked sharp, bone-tipped fingers down my shoulder blades. 2 more threw themselves at me. With my boot stuck in the mud, I couldn't move and ended up trying to hold them both at bay while the one at my back continued to dig through my flesh like it hoped to dislodge my heart as its prize. Kexen, I growled, wrenching one of their heads free, then tearing the other's arm from its shoulder and using it as a bat. Open a portal. I would have done it, but my hands were occupied with zombies trying to gnaw off my arms, while the third one was still digging its fingers into my back. I growled, shaking violently as I attempted to dislodge the zombies. More were coming from the encampment. If we didn't get out of here, we would be dead. We're gonna have company coming with us, he shouted. We'll take care of them. Do it. A body flew over my head and landed in the ditch, taking out 3 more on the way down. A burst of heat erupted at my back, and a firm hand landed on my bicep. I was dragged backward as the winged beast from the platform let out a bellowing roar that shook the branches of the decaying trees. Then we were through the portal. It sealed behind us, cutting off the rest of the dead in the ditch from following. We were back in Olam, just outside the barracks. Demons rushed forward to help us get rid of the zombies clinging to us. The one on my back was removed, and the other 2 were executed in seconds by the guards in the courtyard. My lord, one of the guards said as he steadied me. What happened? Long story. Where's my father? Meeting with the other demon lords elsewhere. Kexen, you coming with me? You're bleeding, he commented. His face probably looked just as good as my back. He wiped the blood from his eyes with his hand. You want to take time to get patched up? No. Good, let's go. We were just about to make for the main fortress that had direct portals to the other realms of hell, when a demon burst out the front doors, looking panicked. Mech. We got problems. The alarms are going off all over the damn place, the demon shouted as he raced down the steps and ran right into me. Outposts all through the Midwest are lighting up. Evil. No. Angels. They've finally made a damned appearance. He thrust a torn piece of paper out. I cursed when I spotted the name of the outpost near the top. Lela. I needed to tell Korath about the army, but if they were going after Bear Run, she wasn't strong enough to protect herself. Go, Kexen told me. Take some others with you. I'll find your father. My wounds forgotten, fury flooded me. Lela. I had to get to her in time. Hadariel would not get his hands on her again.
Chapter 4. Lela. A hand grabbed my shoulder. I flailed, screamed, and came face to face with a zombie. I shrieked louder, ready to bring out my double-headed axe when Bobby's face appeared out of the fog. My hands were still empty as I scrambled back against the couch, fighting to catch my breath. Just me, he said. You're at the safe house. Just me. A nightmare. Damn it. I grunted, hanging my head. Sorry. No worries. You didn't take my arm off this time, he teased, but I didn't crack a smile. Oh, come on, Lela. I'm fine, really. No harm done. Already dead, remember? I looked at his half-smile. Here he was, a soul that had been dragged out of hell against his wishes and thrown into a reanimated body, and he was doing his best to stay positive. To be happy. He was smiling in the middle of a war. A rotting corpse was having a better time than I was. Mech back yet? I asked quietly, shifting on the couch and tried to hide my grimace. From Bobby's frown, I didn't do a good enough job. No, he and Kexen might not be back for a while. You hungry? After that dream, food was the last thing on my mind. I shook my head, but he ignored me, saying he would grab something from the kitchen. He ambled down the hall, and I was left in the living room. All alone. 2 of the lamps were on, and someone had built a fire in the hearth. The embers burned a dark red. I stood stretching my stiff back and went to the hearth. After a few coaxing puffs of air, flames caught on the fresh logs. I sat on the old stained and faded blue rug in front of the fire, hugging my knees to my chest and tuning out Hadariel's taunting words bouncing around in my head. The wood popped as the flames ate away at it bit by bit. Just like the darkness had tried to take me bit by bit. Just as Hadariel was going to eat away all the good that remained in this world. I rested my head on my arms and sighed, wishing I'd at least made it to morning. I contemplated staying up until Mech came back. I think I slept worse those 3 days when he was gone. He was probably right about us. When he was here, I sensed it and felt safer. The view out the front windows was dark. It was midnight, I figured, if not a little later. Everyone else in the safe house appeared to be asleep, except for the demons and humans on guard duty. Bobby's shuffling steps alerted me to his return. I sat up. He carried a small tray and sat down beside me. It took him a bit of maneuvering his limbs about, then he managed to plop down in front of the fire. He held out the tray. What was on it made me laugh quietly. My soft laugh turned into cackling, until there were tears in my eyes and I was holding my sides. Bobby's one brow arched, his lips tugged upward in a crooked grin. Something I'm missing here, he mused. I gasped for air, then managed to settle down long enough to take the plate and thank him for the food. My stomach growled. I gave in. A peanut butter and jelly sandwich. A very human thing for me to eat. That's all. Have you never had one before? Angels don't exactly have to eat, I reminded him, taking a bite. Within minutes, the sandwich was gone. Bobby smirked, looked more like a grimace really as I swallowed the last mouthful. What? Nothing. Mech will be happy to hear you ate a full meal. I've been eating, I said. Bobby barked a laugh. What now? Not like this, you haven't. He set the plate aside and held his dry and cracked hands to the fire. I shifted closer to drag him away in case a random spark caught hold of him. His gaze slid to me, and I scowled right back at him. You want to talk about it? Talk about what? You, what happened, the nightmares you're having. He shrugged as he added softly, you and Mech. There's nothing between us, I said in a rush. Oh no. He leaned in, close enough for me to see the edges of his peeling skin and smell the lingering stench of death that sadly clung to him like a second skin. You'd be better off not lying to yourself. I'm not. He's a demon and I'm well just. I trailed off with an aggravated sigh. We can't. Can't what? I narrowed my eyes at him. I'm not having this conversation with you. Why not? Who else are you going to talk to? He had a point. I turned away from him and back to the fire. If only Nathaniel was here, I would have someone else I could talk to about these weird emotions and dealing with being human. My hand crept over my shoulder, searching in vain for my wings. But it hadn't been a nightmare. My wings were gone, and the more I saw of Hadariel in the recurring nightmare when my parents were killed, the more I began to understand that it might not be a nightmare after all. Lela. Bobby blew out a breath and scratched at the bald half of his head. His bony fingers created a clicking sound against his exposed skull. He's worried about you. We all are. He shouldn't be, I've told him that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. And why not, huh? I snapped. Before, I could have helped him and the demon lords. I could have fought against Hadariel and the other corrupt angels. Now all I can do is be cannon fodder. I'm useless. Everything was a lie. I choked on the last word, as flashes of Hadariel appeared in the fire. It was all one big lie and I fell for it. You can't keep beating yourself up over it. He fooled more than you. You don't understand. Neither of you ever will. I shut my eyes and hugged my knees closer. I wanted to wake up from this mess, but there was no escaping it. I didn't exactly want to die, but Mech should have left me out there in the wastelands. The decision would have been out of my hands then. You know, Bobby said quietly, Mech doesn't only want you alive for information. Oh no. I argued. Then what? My charm? Bobby laughed, but it didn't last long. There's been so much evil unleashed in the world, he murmured, and when I looked at him, I found his eyes studying the fire. Is it so hard to believe what you and he might share is the first indication that there's a chance for a better future? For ending this war and bringing back everything that we've lost? What are you talking about? My heart pounded in my chest, and a weird warmth started in my gut. The only thing between Mech and me is air. Then why did you save his life? He challenged. I scoffed. Bobby kept pushing. It's the same reason he saved yours. You two were meant to find each other that day. What are you now? The zombie prophet? He stretched out his legs in front of the fire. Nah, just a guy who might know what he's talking about. I wasn't always a zombie, you know. Hell, this isn't even my handsome face. Sad. I was a real looker. He winked. My lips twitched in a smile. Who were you before you died? A guy who got mixed up with the wrong sort of people. His expression darkened as the firelight flickered on his patchy skin. People died because of my actions. Shit, I died because of them. I found love though, once upon a time. She was an amazing woman. He smiled sadly as he talked about her. I told her loving me was a bad idea, but she did it anyway. Love at first sight too. I would have given up everything to have a life with her. Why didn't you? Because I was an idiot, he muttered. I shoved away the only good thing in my life. Then I died, then this shit happened. He paled as he whispered, She died because of this war. One of the first. Never in my life did I think I'd be comforting a zombie. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it, not even shying away when some of his skin cracked and peeled away. I'm sorry, Bobby. We've all lost so many, but this war never should have spilled onto the surface. You aren't the one who did it. Maybe not, but I've been fighting for the wrong side. The fire popped loudly, and we flinched at the harsh sound. The flames danced. I stared into them. My gaze became unfocused. I could almost believe I saw the faces of the dead. I failed to save far too many. A single tear slipped down my cheek. I let it fall. I realized I killed too many more who were actually on the right side of this insanity. I see him when I sleep, I heard myself whisper. Who? Hadariel. He's inside my mind. I don't think I'll ever get him out. All your nightmares are about him? I started to nod but stopped. There was more, so much more. I wanted to tell him, only I wasn't even sure what was real and what was a dream. Each time the scene between Hadariel and my parents played out, I searched for a clue. I searched for anything to tell me that he did murder my parents and erase my memories. When I thought back, I remembered clearly Hadariel coming to me and telling me they fell in battle. I remembered seeing their bodies charred by hellfire. And yet their cries and curses in the nightmare sent a shudder through me. Their words had been crystal clear every time. Lela, Bobby said loudly. I jumped. You look dazed. Sorry. I thought about going back to my room, but the fire was warm and soothing. It reminded me of being in Mech's arms. My cheeks grew hot, and I turned away from Bobby so he wouldn't see. The silence stretched on until Bobby blew out a loud breath. Right then. If you need anything else, I'll be in the kitchen, he said. Don't you sleep? Nah. I'm dead. No need. He climbed unsteadily to his feet. Sure you don't want to talk about it? Only if you tell me where Mech was for those few days. Or where he is tonight. Nice try. Once he was gone, I went back to watching the fire. It needed another log. I stood to grab one, cringing when my back seized and I fell against the mantel. My breath came in short pained gasps until the throbbing stopped. Mech said I could still help him in a fight. Who was he kidding? I could hardly move, let alone wield a weapon of any kind. Commander Lela, I muttered to myself as I threw the log onto the fire. A spray of sparks shot up as I moved the logs around with the fire poker. What a joke. Leaning the poker against the wall, I tugged up the short sleeve on my white t-shirt. The brand that designated my rank was there, mocking me. I ran my fingers over it, hating it. This tiny design had been a source of pride for so long, thinking my parents would be ecstatic to know their daughter followed in their footsteps. Now I wanted it gone. As I considered asking Bailey if there was a way to remove it, the lights in the house flickered. The air became charged with power. I grabbed at my throat, struggling to breathe, then it was over. I blinked, coughing and reaching for the fire poker. Bobby, I yelled. My words came out strangled. I coughed and tried again. Bobby. A thud came from outside the front door. The lights flickered again but stayed on. Hoisting the fire poker over my shoulder like a bat, I cautiously moved toward the long stretch of hall that ran from the front door, past the set of stairs leading up and into the kitchen. From what I remembered, listening to the conversations outside my door, there were several other buildings at this outpost. Bobby still hadn't answered. A second thud echoed from outside. I jumped when something solid slammed into the front door. Bobby! Where the hell are you? Silence came from the kitchen. I counted off the seconds in my head, eyes shifting from the front door to the kitchen. My fingers twitched on the fire poker, the pain in my back going numb as I held my breath and waited. I bit back a cry when the front door rattled in the frame, and the power flickered a third time then went out, leaving only the glow of the fire. A second later, a siren wailed outside, and a red shimmer filled the air. Lela! Bobby shouted as another thundering boom came from the rear of the house. I took 2 steps in his direction and ended up dropping the fire poker when something came flying at me from the shadows. "Angels," the thing said. "They're here." The thing was Bobby's head. And it was in my hands. Just his head. How what? I looked past him toward the kitchen. A cloaked figure filled the doorway. His head grazed the ceiling as he took 1 step, then another, into the hall. I backed up, clutching Bobby's head in my hands. I gulped, knowing Bobby was right. This wasn't an abomination, or a wraith, or a simple zombie. This was an angel. And I was without my holy light. "Where are the guards?" I muttered as I backed up another step, then another, mind racing. I don't know. How was Bobby able to function with just a head? Must be a zombie reanimated head thing. Shouts resounded outside. There were several bursts of gunfire and yelling. How many angels had been sent here? Did they come for me, or to wipe the place out? We were only a couple yards away from the front door when it slammed inward, crashing into the wall, then falling off the hinges. I screamed, turning my back toward the steps as a second cloaked angel entered the house. Holy light glowed at his hands. A 2-handed sword formed, starting at his palms and ending in a sharp point that could easily run me through. The angel closing in from the back of the house carried a spear, chasing away the shadows with its blue glow. Doors opened upstairs, and stupidly I turned to look. A woman leaned over the railing. Her eyes went wide. A few seconds later, several more humans appeared. Humans wouldn't stand a chance against these angels. I whipped around as the angel's boots stomped on the hardwood floor. "Get back to your rooms," I shouted to the humans without turning around. "Lock the doors and barricade them." "What about you?" I climbed up the first step. "Just do it." What was I going to do? Weapons. There had to be weapons somewhere in this house. The angels threw back their hoods. The gleeful dark sneers on their faces told me they were about to enjoy this. It disgusted me, and my fear was slowly pushed aside as my anger rose. I might not be an angel anymore, but I was still Commander Lela. I was not going down without a fight. As the 2 angels tensed, ready to charge me, a lumbering shadow launched itself out of the hall and latched its arms around the angel's neck. "Drop my head and go," Bobby shouted. I realized the body attacking the angel was headless. It was Bobby's body. As the angel whirled around to take on Bobby's body, the second angel lunged for me with a war cry. I ducked. His blade embedded in the wall. I shouted, kicking at his knees, hoping to knock him down. My back burned as the injuries were ripped open. Warmth oozed from the wounds. There wasn't time to worry about how much damage I was about to do to myself. One of my kicks made contact, but the angel barely budged. He backhanded me. I sprawled onto the first landing of the stairway. My back cracked into edge of the steps. Tears of agony burned in my eyes. The angel tore his blade free, sending dust and wood flying. He marched up the first step, then the second as the other angel and Bobby's body fell toward the kitchen. Bobby's head was rolling around the floor, shouting curses. If my life hadn't been about to be extinguished, I might have found the scene comical. The angel ignored Bobby's uproar and climbed up the short set of steps leading to the landing. Toward me. I pulled myself up, my body moving too damn slow. I wasn't going to get away from him. He grinned, drawing his sword arm back. I thought I heard someone shout from near the front door, but my heartbeat pounding in my ears was too loud to make out the source of the din. What I did hear was the shotgun blast. The angel grunted as the shot hit his shoulder. He staggered back to the landing. A second blast caught him in the stomach, and he doubled over. "Lela, run!" Tim shouted as he loaded more shells. Using the railing, I hauled myself upright and took a second to look at Tim. Blood trickled down the side of his head, but otherwise he looked unharmed. He glanced my way and shouted at me to get my ass moving. The angel was already recovering from the first 2 shots, and just as I reached the second floor, he was back in the living room. Tim fired 2 more quick rounds, but then the angel slashed down with his sword. The shotgun went flying. Blood bloomed along Tim's arm. The angel followed up the slash with a solid kick to Tim's chest that sent him soaring over the couch and out the front window. Tim. There was no answer. Bobby's head was still yelling curses from the living room floor. The second angel was wrestling with his headless body. Crashes came from the kitchen, glass shattered, and then there was a loud slam as if a door had been shut. Whatever Bobby's body had done, I never had the chance to see, as the angel Tim shot turned his attention back to me. I started for the stairs at a run this time, sprinted down the hall and into my room. I slammed the door and turned the lock. The angel slammed into it, and the door splintered down the middle. There was nothing in my room to use as a weapon, except an old wooden chair or a lamp. I went for the chair and stood to the side. One more hit, and a chunk of the door slid across the floor. A third hit and the door shattered. He rushed in. I bashed him in the back of the head with the chair, then managed to hit him a second time before he grabbed it and tore it from my arms. I let go and ducked under that damn sword of his. A door at the end of the hall opened, and I was being waved toward it by the humans inside. I shouted at them to close it, but they begged for me to get in there. With no other choice, I slid into the room. They locked it, and shoved a heavy dresser in front of it. Hunching over, I caught my breath. I counted the innocents before me. 10. There were 10 people in here that were going to die if I couldn't stop those angels. I had no idea how many more might be attacking the outpost. The angel crashed into the door and it cracked. What do we do? I straightened at the sound of that little voice. A kid was in here. He couldn't be more than 10. No one in this room was in condition to fight. Many still bore bruises from whatever attack they'd managed to survive. I rushed to the window and threw back the curtains. The overhang to the back porch was wide enough they could step out onto it. You're going to climb onto the roof, I told them over the sounds of the angel's fists on the door. Get out there and try to get down. Then run. You hear me? What are you going to do? The woman asked, clasping my arm. We know what you are. You can't fight them alone. I patted her hand. It's my job to protect the innocent. But you're one of us. No, I'm not. I gave her a brief smile, then a firm shove toward the window. Go. They lined up at the window and began climbing out. I scoured the room for a weapon. This room had a fireplace, and there was a small metal shovel to clean out ashes. Stupid me, I never thought to ask Mech where they kept weapons stashed in this place. Shovel in hand, I waited until the last person was out the window, then stepped to the side. The dresser and door exploded as a burst of holy light shot into the room. It blinded me for a split second. A fist crashed into my face. My back smashed into the wall, and I screamed at the agony exploding down my spine. As I crashed to the floor, I rolled and avoided a slash of the sword. One that would have killed me. Years of training kicked in, and I rolled back the other way to avoid a second attack. I ducked under a sword swing, then walloped him in the gut. He hadn't healed himself from the shotgun blasts and was bleeding. I struck the gunshot wound again and again as he stumbled back. I sprinted for the door. He charged after me, and as the hair on the back of my neck prickled, I sank into a somersault. His sword smashed into the wall, right where my head would have been. I was near the stairs when I spotted the shotgun Tim had used. Lela, Bobby shouted. The closet. What closet? I called back, then yelped as the sword crashed into the railing. I dodged away, but the angel threw himself at me. I dropped the metal shovel and gripped the sword's hilt in his hands. I pushed back as hard as I could, but the railing cracked beneath me. Then I was falling. The fall knocked the air from my lungs. My eyes went wide as I looked up into the evil glare of the angel. He leaned through the gap I'd created in the railing. The sword in his hands flared bright as he stepped back, then leapt into the air. He landed on the first landing. The drive to survive drove me to roll over. I dug my nails into the floorboards, dragging myself along. My legs felt numb and my back was warm with blood. The steps pounded closer toward me as I fumbled for the shotgun. Bobby had said the closet. As I grabbed the shotgun in one hand, I spotted a closet by the front door. The angel was only a few yards from me. He shook his head, as if disappointed to see me holding a shotgun. Pathetic, he spat. I used the gun to prop me up, then stumbled for the closet. If he was concerned about what I might find in there, he didn't act like it. He took his time coming after me. I threw the closet door open and found several boxes of ammo on the floor. Use them, Bobby was yelling. Lela grabbed them all. The angel's lip lifted in disgust. Bobby's shouting was enough of a distraction to give me time to grab the shells. The angel kicked Bobby's head into the nearest wall. He bounced around the room, then came to a stop under the couch. Without Bobby's silence, the fight outside reached my ears. I hoped the ones I told to flee through the window would make it to safety somehow. None of them deserved to be killed by these bastards. Now then, where were we? You tell me, I snapped. I pumped the shotgun. He scoffed as I aimed it at his chest. It won't kill me. Praying he was wrong, I said, wanna bet? I pulled the trigger. The recoil shoved the butt of the gun into my shoulder hard enough to bruise, and made me stagger back a step. But unlike the shots Tim made, this one left its mark. The gunshot hit the angel's chest dead center and sizzled through flesh, muscle, and bone. He groaned in discomfort as I racked another shot and fired, not giving him a chance to recover. The boom of the gun drowned out all other noise. I racked the third shot. The sword flickered in his hands, then went out. The third round struck him in his knee, destroying it completely. The shells had been infused with hellfire. The box was at my feet, and as the angel fell to his one good knee, screaming in agony, I loaded more rounds. Without a second of hesitation, I fired all of them in fast succession. Chest heaving, I waited. The angel's face was half gone from the final shot. His body burned from the inside out, as the buckshot the shells had been filled with exploded one after another. They seeped through his body, following his veins. When they reached his heart, he doubled over, and it exploded out of his chest. Blood covered the ceiling, the walls, and me, as the angel bled out and died in the living room. I sagged against the nearest wall, clutching the shotgun. He was dead. I survived an attack from an angel as a human. I started to slide down the wall to the floor. A door crashed open in the kitchen. Seriously? I snapped and fumbled for the shells in the box. They spilled over the floor as the angel with the spear appeared in the kitchen doorway. He threw his head back with a furious battle cry, then launched his spear at my head. It went wide, but the air rushed by my face all the same. The spear thudded home, and the handle jerked back and forth until its holy light dissipated, and it flickered out of sight. Another one came to life in his hands, the holy light flooding the room. The firelight danced across his sneering face, giving him a devilish look. I loaded a shell, aimed and fired. He caught it in the shoulder, but it didn't slow him down. He easily tossed the spear to his other hand and thrust it forward. The blade snagged my arm as it rammed home in the wall beside me. His hand wrapped around my throat, and he hefted me off the floor. I clutched the shotgun in my hands. You will die this night. All of you will die. I smiled as I shifted the shotgun just enough to pull the trigger. The blast threw him back and shoved me into the wall. I pumped the gun and fired a third round, but it was out of shells. Blood seeped from the angel's wounds, but only one was burning. His veins sizzled and burst through his skin, but that one shot wasn't going to be enough to stop him. The other shells clearly were not hellfire infused. As soon as he realized it, he cackled. Told you. I dug through the box but couldn't tell which shells were infused and which ones weren't. Shoving as many as I could in my pocket, I loaded more and fired one after the other. Each shot stalled him, but he wasn't going down. His arm continued to burn away piece by piece. The bright red lines created a jagged pattern running up his neck, but not fast enough. He'd kill me before that damned fire brought him down. I turned to bolt out the front door. He grabbed my shoulder and spun me back around. Using the shotgun, I blocked a hit to my face, but his second strike to my gut knocked the air out of me. His fist collided with my face. I fell back into the coffee table. He followed me and landed another solid hit to my face. The gun remained clenched in my right hand, but there were no shells left in it. He hauled me up by my shoulders and threw me into the stair railing. It cracked and splintered at the impact, covering me in debris as I fell to the floor. The only sounds, aside from my rattling breaths, were his steps as he marched across the room toward me, throwing furniture out of the way. I was going to die here. I was going to die a mortal at the hands of an angel, who until 2 weeks ago had been an ally. A brother. How had it gotten to this point? A distant echo of my parents shouting my name confused me. Then there was another voice. Mech. He wasn't here, was he? I couldn't see him, but my vision was beginning to grow fuzzy around the edges. There was one more shell in my pocket. Somehow, I found myself loading the gun and raising it to the angel as he neared. He stopped a few feet short of me and laughed, the sound dark. "I'll be sure to let Hadariel know how hard you fought," he told me. "You should have just stayed with us." My eye twitched. My finger tightened on the trigger. "Screw you." I pulled it. A shell infused with hellfire struck his sternum. He went down, but not all the way. He clutched at the wound. When his hands began to glow, a fury unlike anything I ever felt before overtook me. Shouting until my voice cracked, I lunged at him and tackled him to the floor. I bashed the butt of the shotgun into his chest, making him gasp. His hand rose, glowing blue with holy light, but it was like I was possessed by a wild beast. I slammed the butt of the gun into his hand, crushing the bones. He screamed as I turned and did the same to his other hand. Whatever chance he might have had at overpowering me disappeared, as I beat his face over and over with the butt of the gun. He attempted to fight back, but I didn't let up my attack. Eventually, he stopped moving as the hellfire burned through his body. I couldn't stop. His skull cracked, and his face became unrecognizable. Each of my strikes was punctuated with what Hadariel had done to me. What he'd put all those innocent ones through. Every blow he dealt flashed through my mind as I paid his angel back in kind. Angel. They didn't deserve to be called angels anymore. They didn't deserve to be called anything but traitors. Still, I didn't let up. Lela. Someone said my name, but I was too lost in the blood and horror of how this night could have gone to stop and turn around. "Lela, what did you do?" Hands grabbed my shoulders. I screamed, whirling around and pointing the shotgun at the man. He held up his hands and stood calmly a few feet away. He was bleeding and favored his left side. My eye twitched as the fire that had coursed through my veins only seconds ago slipped away. Weakness overcame me. I fell to my knees. "It's all right." Tim hurried back to my side. "You're all right." "I thought you were dead," I whispered, clutching the shotgun in my hands. He glanced from me to the 2 dead angels. I almost was. They killed a good number of us, but the demons got here in time. He kept talking, but his words were just sounds. Sounds I tuned out. I looked at the angel I'd beaten to death. There was nothing left of his face. The hellfire would continue to burn through him, and soon he'd be just ashes. Tim said my name a few more times, but I was too numb to respond. I'd always been a fierce warrior in a battle, but what I'd done here tonight, that anger, that fire, that had not been the angel in me. That had been something entirely different, and I wasn't sure I could handle the changes coming over me. I wasn't sure I could handle being human.
Chapter 5. Mech. Their run was in chaos when we stepped through the portal just outside the main watchtowers. I led the charge inside the grounds and found dead bodies of demons, humans, and angels. The demon guards left behind were engaged in a fierce fight, but they were losing ground quickly. I saw no sign of Lela or Bobby, and the urge to protect her drove the ferocity of my attacks. We finished off every angel who dared attack the outpost. When the last one fell, I spotted a group of humans rushing around the side of the safe house. The front door was gone, and from the pale faces of those rushing toward me, they had barely escaped. "Inside," one of the women told me. She was holding them off. Who? I demanded with a growl. The fallen angel. She told us to run, and we did. She stayed behind. I took off at a sprint for the safe house. Bobby met me on the porch, holding his head in his hands. Where is she? Inside, but Mech, it's not good. Is she hurt? Let me see her, I growled when he moved to block me from entering. Bobby, do you want to lose more than just your head? She's not hurt. It's something else, he said quietly, his serious tone stilling me. Something that might be worse. She took out 2 angels on her own. And he sighed, then stepped out of the way. See for yourself. Whereas a moment ago I was ready to rush inside, now I hesitated. If she killed 2 angels, she should be celebrating she was alive. Had she not lost her holy light after all? After one last glance at Bobby, I stepped through the battered threshold and encountered a destroyed living room. Lying on the floor near the stairs was a dead angel. His hands were splayed at his sides, bruised and broken. It wasn't his hands that made me stop. The angel's face looked like someone beat him to death with a hammer. His skull was bashed in. Hellfire burned through his chest, eating away at his flesh. Another angel's body lay not too far away, also in the process of being destroyed by hellfire. His heart appeared to have exploded out of his ribcage. Gore splattered the ceiling and the walls. The railing going up the stairs was broken in several places. The front windows had been shattered. Tim's voice came from the kitchen. Cautiously, I aimed for the rear of the house. A struggle took place in there too. The table and chairs were piles of splinters. The back door was missing. Huddled in the corner by the cabinets was Lela. Tim was crouched in front of her. He was quietly asking her to let it go. She wasn't responding. The floor creaked under my weight. Tim glanced over his shoulder. Mech. He straightened, and when I saw Lela, it felt like my heart stopped. She had a white shirt on when I left. There wasn't an inch of it not covered in blood now. It drenched her hair and speckled her face and arms. In her hands was a shotgun, the butt of it sporting bits of flesh and bone stuck. She'd beaten the angel to death with the gun. How had she managed to do that? Her eyes were focused on the floor. Her breathing was harsh. Has she said anything? I asked him softly. Nothing. I found her in the act of killing the bastard, he replied. I managed to get her out of the room. Thought it might help, but she won't let it go. He nodded to the shotgun. Not sure if it's loaded or not. Why don't you get out of here, just in case? I can handle her. He gave her a worried look, then exited the kitchen the way I'd come in. Lela remained perfectly still, aside from her ragged breaths. I crouched in front of her slowly, not wanting to alarm her into pulling the trigger, in case the shotgun was loaded. I closed one hand around the barrel and moved in closer. Why don't you let me have this? I said softly. Lela, let it go. The fight's over. Her hands tightened around the gun. She shook her head. Her hair was matted and sticky with blood, falling around her shoulders in clumps. I held onto the gun, as my other hand worked at her fingers. Let it go. Everyone's safe. The angels are dead. You can let it go. I continued to talk to her, not raising my face, moving at a snail's pace. The shotgun came free, and I checked the chamber. Thankfully, it was empty. I leaned it against the cabinets, then sat down beside her. Lela, look at me. Her eye twitched, but that was all. Lela, I said, my voice a bit more stern. Look at me. Her hands curled against her thighs, and this time she turned her head. The same eyes I'd found myself lost in the first time we were so close to one another, no longer were the eyes of Commander Lela. These were vastly different. They weren't dull. No, these were filled with darkness and pain. They overflowed with a fire that bordered on madness. The longer I looked, the harder those eyes became, until they seemed to grow cold and distant. I killed them, she whispered, the words hoarse, as if she'd been screaming. I know. No, you don't. The bite to her words was like a slap to the face. I killed them. Brutally. This wasn't like the other times. I mutilated them. She trembled as the words tumbled out of her mouth. They were going to kill humans. I had to stop them, no matter what the cost. As soon as she started talking, it was like she couldn't stop. She told me about the attack in a rambling spew of words from start to finish, ending with when Tim found her beating in the angel's face with the shotgun. By the time she fell silent, her whole body shook, and tears slipped from her eyes. I wasn't sure she realized they were there. Gently, I wiped them away, but all that did was smear the blood across her cheeks. She was a battle-hardened commander. This fight should have been nothing to her. Hadariel had gotten to her worse than I thought. I almost died, she breathed. Mech. Her lips moved, but whatever else she wanted to say was lost as she fell forward onto me. I held her, letting her fall apart. My gaze slipped to her back, and the anger at nearly losing her turned into a beast fighting to get free inside me. Her shirt was soaked in blood from where her wounds had opened. My hands were now coated in red. Come on, I told her as I helped her stand. Let's get you cleaned up. There was no argument. I wanted to pick her up, but was worried about how much pain she was in. Each step sent a shudder through her body. She flinched with every footfall. When we reached the stairs, I carried her up them the best I could without jostling her. Once inside her room, I walked her into the bathroom and set her on the edge of the tub. Grabbing a washcloth off the sink, I ran it under the tap, wetting it with cool water. I left the faucet running, and starting with her hands washed the blood from her skin. Her knuckles were a mess. She grimaced when I ran the cloth over them. I waited for her to pull back or yell at me. All she did was sit there and look out the doorway. Before the attack, I'd been worried I was losing her to depression from losing her holy light. Now I feared I was losing her to something darker. Something I wouldn't be able to pull her back from. Rotten piece of shit sent them here to wipe out the humans. Did he know Lela was here? Was that why he targeted this one? Or did he just hope he'd stumble across her by attacking? Keeping my anger tamped down was hard, but I couldn't lose my shit quite yet. I moved the washcloth up her arms. The sink turned red as I rinsed out the cloth again and again. The blood began to stain the washcloth, and when it was too dirty, I found another one. After her arms were clean, I went to the bedroom and found a clean shirt in one of the dresser drawers. You want to change? I asked as I held the black shirt out to her. Her eyes flicked to it, and she nodded. Slowly, she stood and reached for the hem of her soiled shirt. She removed it. The white tank she wore underneath was just as dirty. I averted my gaze at the last second and heard the tank hit the floor. The fresh shirt was taken from my hand. I chanced a glance and found she turned her back to me. The gaping wounds, though hard to look at, actually looked better than I thought they would. Whatever she went through tonight and overcame was helping them heal. Without thinking, I closed the distance between us and rested my hand gently on her back. She stilled, not telling me to get away. I left my hand right where it was. How bad? She asked. Our gazes met in the mirror. You're finally healing, I told her. They're starting to close and scab over. Can you clean off the blood? I wet the cloth again and started at her lower back, then worked my way up. With each swipe of the cloth, I revealed the smooth skin of her back, until I reached where her wings used to be. They weren't too damaged, and as the last bits of blood were washed away, I ran my fingers feather light around her shoulders, then back down her side. Her shoulders tensed. I sensed her eyes on me and found her watching my reflection. She held the fresh shirt to her chest, making no move to put it on. I set the washcloth on the counter and rested my right hand on her hip. Our eyes stayed locked. Not once did she look at the bit of her back that was visible in the mirror. Have you seen them? She shook her head. Don't want to. You're going to have to look. Eventually. Says who? She snapped and spun around in my arms, clutching the shirt to her chest. You. You have no idea what I'm going through. If you tell me, I would. That won't do either of us any good. I huffed, annoyed, and reached for the cloth again, and wiping more of the angel's blood as well as her own from her cheeks. She leaned into my touch, seeming surprised at her own action. The fear of losing her, and the reality of how close it had been, rushed to the surface. Dropping the washcloth, I cupped her cheek and placed my other hand at her waist. Lowering my lips to hers, I kissed her. It was a simple brush of skin on skin, until she sighed and pressed her body against mine. My hand ended up tangled in her blood-filled hair as I deepened the kiss. Part of me was aware of how little fabric was between us, but a second voice reminded me of what she'd just gone through. Plus, I had yet to tell her the truth. She fisted her hand in my shirt when I tried to break the kiss and yanked me right back. I picked her up at the hips and set her on the bathroom counter. Her lips tasted of the battle she'd endured, the sweat and blood it took to survive. Every instinct I possessed burst to life inside me. This was right. Being with Lela was where I was meant to be. My eyes had slipped closed as the kiss intensified, but now they opened and landed on the side of her back in the mirror. Fresh bruises had formed. She'd be in pain once the adrenaline wore off and morning came. I broke the kiss a second time, resting my forehead to hers. Somehow her shirt remained firmly between us. You need to rest, I whispered. I need to see to the dead. The coldness, I hoped would disappear after a while, returned with a vengeance. Yeah, sure. I'll be back in a few hours to check on you. You have anything you need to tell me? I frowned, not answering, and wondered what Bobby might have said to her before the angels attacked. About what you and Kexen found? Are you going to tell me about your nightmares, or what you're keeping from me? She clamped her lips shut, and the cold in her eyes turned even colder. Fine. I'll be back in a few hours. Rest, Lela. I quickly left the bathroom before it turned into another heated argument that left her tossing things at my head, and took in the damage as I retreated to the main floor. She told me every detail, and as I passed the shattered railing, the dents in the stairs and the walls, I pictured the fight playing out. My hands fisted until I couldn't take it anymore, and spun around, bashing my fist through the drywall. The brief, sharp pain wasn't nearly enough to subdue my growing anger. How's she doing? Bobby asked, carrying his head under his left arm. The sight was unnerving, until I paused to remember he was inhabiting a body. His soul had simply taken over the body. He was a zombie. This was possible. Sometimes, I had to repeat it over and over. Not sure yet, I answered. At least she fought. That's a good sign, right? She doesn't just want to roll over and die now. No, but whatever she's going through is changing her. I glanced upstairs but couldn't see her door from where I stood. I'm not sure what's going to take the place of her angel. So she beat 2 angels up, so what? She beat 1 to death, Bobby, I reminded him quietly. Most humans can't do that. She said it was like something possessed her. And? You think she's what? Turning evil? No, it's not that. I rubbed the back of my neck. Keep an eye on her. I have to locate Kexen and report to Korath. Find anything good. The remembered sensation of hands clawing their way up my legs had me gritting my teeth as I stormed for the door. Way more than I hoped to find. I'll be back as soon as I can. She did what? Kexen exclaimed after I finished telling him and Korath about the fight at Bear Run. How did she manage to do that? Tim told me the tail end of it, but I don't know. I paced around the table in my father's private study, dragging my fingers over the scruff at my cheeks. My clothes were as dirty as when Kexen and I escaped the zombies at the encampment. They were covered in more gore from the scene at the safe house. I thought of Lela, the way her eyes turned to ice like she had no heart left. Like she was a completely different person. She'd been brutal with the shotgun, and from what Tim described, had been cursing and muttering about Hadariel each time she brought the butt of that gun down on the angel's face. When I went back, I had to make her tell me what else that asshole did to her. It was going to eat her alive and turn her into the type of human she would usually protect others from. She wouldn't be innocent. She'd be a cold-hearted killer. Merciless. A monster. I'm worried, I finally admitted as I rested my hands on the back of a nearby chair. You have every right to be, Korath said. Did you tell her yet? I glowered at him, and his lips thinned. Kind of hard to do that right now. Mech, the longer you wait, the more these feelings are going to build and confuse you both. You need to tell her the truth. And if it breaks her more, if it breaks her completely, you have to take that chance. From what Kexen has told me, we're going to need her. For what? I snapped. The wooden chair back creaked in my hands. She's mortal now. She shouldn't be thrown into any battle plans we have. She can't even be brought down to hell. The trip could kill her. Before, I might have considered trying it for just a few moments. She'd be all right, as long as I got her back to the surface in under an hour. Now though, if I brought her to the depths of hell, whatever evil lingered could attach to her wounded soul. She could become possessed. Or worse, turn into an abomination. No, she had to remain on the surface. She might be mortal, Korath said, but she is a commander. She'll still have information that we could use against Hadariel. He walked toward me slowly. Kexen told me about you two being spotted. About the one who looked like Hadariel. And you nearly got yourself killed trying to go after him, even though it wasn't really Hadariel. You're saying you wouldn't have done the same. He's the reason Mom died. You're saying you don't want to see him dead. I do, but you can't run around like an idiot. Korath glanced at my hands, gripping the back of the chair still. We're going to need Lela's help, whether you like it or not. I'll not have you attacking the guards or Kexen if they push Lela to do what needs to be done. You want this war to end. How is that even a question? I have to make sure we're on the same page. We're all a part of this war, and it's only going to end if we all play our part. So you're saying you just want her around for information, and nothing else matters. That is not what I said. We need her. And I need you to be level-headed. Can you do that? I turned away from him and took a walk around the room. When I made it back to Korath, I nodded. But if I say it's too much, then it's too much. I'll not have the demon lords driving her to be something she's not. Korath's eyes narrowed, but he agreed. Now, about this Hadariel look-alike you two saw. Kexen said it had wings and horns. I took a seat at the table, and with Kexen, relayed what we'd seen to Korath a second time. He said nothing the entire time we talked, and his face remained carefully blank as always. Once we finished, Korath tapped his fingers on the table in a steady rhythm. We need to get eyes on this encampment, he said to Kexen. See it done. Tell them to keep their distance and avoid the ditch. I want to know the numbers in this army, and what kind of evil we'll be facing. Kexen stood and bowed. Right away, Lord Korath. I'll help him. No, Korath said, and I sat back down. You are to see to Lela, and have her ready to join me and the other demon lords when they arrive. I'm not bringing her to hell. No. We are coming to her. Bear Run is no longer secure. You will set up a new location. Once the place is established, the 9 of us will join you and Lela there to discuss our next move against the heavens. The assault, I said quietly, and he nodded. You're going through with a plan to attack Hadariel on his own turf. We don't have any other choice. Evil is organizing. If we let Hadariel remain alive much longer, we will lose this war. Stopping him is our only option now. You have 5 days before we arrive. Keep me up to date on your progress. You'll be taking more demons back with you. He grabbed my shoulders and leaned in closer. And do not let her fall into darkness. We will need her before the end. We will need you both. No pressure, I muttered. Korath laughed, surprising me. Son, I would never ask too much of you. I know these last few years have been hard on us both, but you're finding your path. Have faith in yourself. Hard to do that when I feel like I've already screwed up. She's alive, Mech. You haven't screwed up anything. I took his words to heart as much as I could and left the study. The angels couldn't get to Lela again, which meant ensuring I had to triple the guard detail wherever we set up home next. I had 5 days to prepare her for meeting with the demon lords. How would she handle talking about the heavens or Hadariel? She beat an angel to death. Anything could set her off. I'd have to keep a closer eye on her. For the safety of everyone involved, especially humans, it would have to be a very close eye. Anxious to return to the surface, I marched straight for the barracks, rounded up 20 demons, gave orders to send more once I had a new location scouted. I created a portal and walked through it back to the destroyed outpost. Mech. Bobby was there as soon as I stepped out. His head had been reattached. New orders. Gather everyone. We're moving out. Need to find a new location for a safe house. Where's Lela? Around somewhere. Helping with the wounded. Bobby pointed over his shoulder. How's she been? Well enough, I guess. Hasn't said anything to anyone. At least she's not hiding in her room, I muttered and crossed my arms as I once again took in the damage done by Hadariel. I want everyone ready to move out in an hour. I need a new location. Take some demons and find us somewhere to keep all these people safe. I'll see it done. He shuffled away. I spotted a familiar head of hair across the outpost. She had the shotgun slung across her back and a bandolier of shells crossing the other direction. She also carried a rough-hewn halberd. She seemed to be boxing up supplies. Bailey was with her. I caught the healer's eye, and she came toward me. Lela continued her task, not even looking my way. Did you see her back? I asked as Bailey approached. It's healing. Told you all she needed was a push. Not sure this was the right push. You're going to have to decide if you would rather have the Lela who's depressed and thinks she should no longer be alive, or the one willing to risk her life and kick ass. She patted my cheek hard enough to make me grunt. She'll be fine, Mech. Get that scowl off your face. It was easier said than done. As Bailey walked away, I sensed someone watching me closely. When I shifted my gaze, Lela's ice-cold eyes were narrowed on my face. Her hands fisted, she squared her shoulders as if she was getting ready to wade into another battle. The next few days were going to be impossible to get through if she threw up too many walls. I'd break them down, but would it be in time?
Chapter 6. Lela. Roaring water woke me sometime in the middle of the night. We were in the process of raising 2 buildings for the people who were wounded and needed someplace warm and dry to sleep. The rest of us were sleeping in the caves Bobby and the demon scouts had found hidden behind the falls coming down from the mountains. I had a small alcove up on a ledge that could be reached by a ladder. There were a few other humans up there with me. The ones I saved from the angels who weren't injured in the attack. Quietly, not wanting to wake anyone else up, I threw back the fleece blanket, grabbed the shotgun that never left my side and crept toward the ladder. 2 demons stood guard by the last rung. They nodded to me as I reached the cold stone floor of the main cavern. The falls thundered about 30 yards to my right. Torches and a couple of braziers lit the space. Shadows flickered along the uneven gray and brown stones and shimmered against the stalactites hanging from the ceiling. I tugged the heavy black cardigan that Bailey had brought me yesterday around my chest and crossed my arms as I searched the cavern. We'd been here for 2 full days. The warding had been placed, as well as numerous booby traps and various lookouts that would be able to alert us in case the angels attacked again. Mech wasn't taking any chances. We hadn't talked to each other since the evacuation. Or really since we kissed. It was a moment I repeatedly replayed in my head, whether I wanted to or not. I felt him watching me constantly, but he never came to speak to me. Only watched me, as if he was worried that I was going to combust at any second. It was probably good he didn't try to talk to me. After the attack, my every instinct remained on high alert. My muscles were tensed all the time. It was like I was an exposed nerve that was never going to heal. Every shift of the cool air in the cave or step I took jarred me, making me uneasy all over again. There was no sign of Mech in the main cavern. I figured he was outside the cave or in one of the alcoves getting some sleep. I followed the narrow ledge that created a path along the stream of cold water that flowed into the cave from the fall. It led into the mountain and formed a 5-foot-deep pool. There was no one else back there, though someone had left a stack of towels on a stone shelf. I glanced around, but it was the middle of the night, so everyone was either asleep or on guard duty. Steam rose from the water the demons kept heated with hellfire. A ring of fire surrounded the outer edge of the pool and parted when someone neared it. Hoping the heat would help me relax and maybe get some sleep tonight, I set the shotgun aside but close at hand. Then I stripped out of my clothes, tossed them aside, and slipped into the water. I sighed at the warmth and sank into the pool up to my chin. When was the last time I had a bath where I wasn't washing off the blood and grime of battle? I tilted my head back and slowly worked the tangles out of my hair. There were bits of dried blood still in the locks. Each time I found another knot, I gritted my teeth and told myself to not remember what I'd been through. Flashes of the fight fought for my attention, but I ignored them. When my hair wasn't such a mess, I rested along the edge of the pool. I let it rest on the stone and shut my eyes. Gently running my hands through the water, I let the heat cocoon me, and my body eased further in. Shouting echoed in the back of my mind. My face scrunched and I breathed in and out steadily, focusing on the rhythm. It worked too well and I dozed. Water splashed around me. Someone shouted my name. Hands grabbed my shoulders and then someone was pressed solidly against me, holding me. I screamed as Hadariel's face filled my vision, but when a soothing hand held the back of my hand and the other pressed just below where my wings should have been, the nightmare ended. "It's all right, I'm here," a growling voice said, holding me tighter. "You're safe." "Mech?" He sighed in relief. I leaned my head back. We were frozen in time, at least that's what it felt like. He stood in the pool, clothes and all. The water splashed against the stone boundaries. I frowned. "What? Why are you here?" "I saw you head down here, then I heard the screaming. Thought an angel had gotten in." One hadn't gotten into the cave, but one had clearly burrowed his way into my mind. A chill washed over me, despite the heat of the water. I shivered. A wave of dizziness hit me, and I fell back in the water, or I would have if Mech's arm wasn't there to catch me. A towel was wrapped around me, and then I was sitting next to him. Had he carried me out of the pool? What was wrong with me? "Sorry," I whispered. "Why would you be sorry?" he growled. "You're soaking wet." "They're clothes. I'll lie." He stretched his arm up and tugged another towel down to wrap around my shoulders. "I'm more worried about you." I shrugged, holding the ends of the towel together over my chest. "Just getting used to being mortal." "Bullshit. Don't lie to me, all right? I think I deserve the truth." "And if I can't tell you that yet?" I heard myself say. "Then I'll deal with your silence, but don't lie." "Not to me, Lela." His tone held more than just stubbornness. I waited for him to tell me yet again that we had a connection, and it was about time I admitted it. He didn't. He simply rubbed my arms to chase away the chill from the cave. When my teeth chattered, he held out his hand before me. A fire formed in his open palm. It coursed up his arm, across his shoulders, and down to his other hand. His hellfire kept the cold at bay, and I turned into his chest, soaking it in. A low rumble started in his chest. His arms created a cage of protection. I really needed to stop being an idiot and admit that I did, in fact, feel something for this demon. But how could I do that? I went from being Commander Lela to a fallen angel to... Damn, I had no idea what I was becoming now. The shotgun was in view, and the second my eyes landed on it, the horrible, harsh anger I experienced at the safe house threatened to take hold of me again. I shoved Mech's arms aside and scrambled to get on my feet. Lela. Just, thank you, I said through gritted teeth, for coming to check on me, but you can go now. The towel around my shoulders had fallen away, though the other one covered my body still. The cold seeped in, but I made no move to retrieve it. Mech had to leave. No one needed to see me fall apart. Mech, please? He growled as he stood. Towering over me, he came closer. His eyes flicked to something behind me, and his face turned to one of guilt and pity. I'll be in the main cavern if you need me, he said quietly and turned to go. As his steps moved further away, I glanced over my shoulder, curious about what he'd seen that changed his mood. Someone had placed a mirror back here. I hadn't even noticed it when I first walked in. My eyes went wide as my mouth dropped open on a curse. The harsh word echoed around the cave and Mech's retreating steps halted. Swallowing hard, I let the towel fall lower on my back, unable to tear my gaze away from what I refused to acknowledge since I'd fallen. Mech might have said my wounds were healing, but they were grotesque to me. Where once beautiful white feathered wings would have sprouted were two wide, gaping holes. They stared back at me like a pair of eyes, trying to drag me into the dark abyss Hadariel had created inside my mind. Each one screamed silently, a reminder of what all had been stolen from me because of that monster. That traitor. He did it, I whispered. I know. You told me, Mech said quietly. No, not just this. Seeing my wounds left me with sudden and painful clarity of what else I'd been having nightmares about. I shut my eyes and the scene played out all over again, but this time I knew it was real. All of it. The darkness Hadariel had used to cloud my mind and erase my memories of that horrible few moments washed away in the face of me unleashing such fury. Now I knew where it stemmed from. Pent-up rage from being unable to save my parents and letting that rotten piece of shit do this to me. To infect my mind. To violate my soul and then steal away my holy light. I opened my eyes, breathed in deeply, and faced Mech. He erased my memories. What do you mean? When? I worked my jaw, fighting against the tidal wave of hate for Hadariel rising higher and higher inside me. When my parents were killed, I'd been told they fell in battle. And what, he lied to you? Why? Because he had them killed. I was there. I saw it happen. Why would he kill your parents? Mech's brow wrinkled in confusion as he came closer. They knew. As did Moriel. So many pieces fell into place about why I'd been against following orders and willing to stand up to the other generals. My gut had been telling me everything I knew was a lie, even though I refused to listen to my instincts. My parents figured out what he'd done, and he had them killed. In front of me. When I refused to join him, he erased my memories. Or tried to. Guess it didn't stick, I added bitterly with a scoff. Son of a bitch. Mech stiffened. What did you just say? What? I can't curse? Never said that. Just surprised is all. You've been doing it a lot lately. No more blushing. Why should I? I'm not an angel. Hadariel made certain of that, the day he murdered my family. He rubbed salt in the wound the day he kicked me out of the heavens and thought he could break me. With one more look over my shoulder, I stomped away from the mirror to where my clothes were. As I picked them up and began to dress, Mech turned to give me some privacy. Not sure what the point was, especially since he leapt into the pool to wake me up from my nightmares. But whatever made him feel better. All my old worries about being a perfect, upstanding angel, of doing what was right and never faltering from that path, all of that vanished. Being morally right had done me no favors in battle. There was no room for mercy or understanding in this war. Now there was only blood and the screams of the dying. Once I was dressed, and the shotgun slung over my back, I headed for the tunnel that would lead back to the main cavern. Mech caught my arm. Where are you going? To make ready. You said the demon lords were going to be here to speak with me. Yeah. To make a plan to attack the heavens, one you're not going to be a part of. He didn't let go of my arm. Why not, huh? I can still fight. We both know it. You can kill. It's different. How the hell is it different? I tugged on my arm and he let go, shrugging as he studied my face. What's wrong with you? It's not me that seems to be having a problem. I scowled. Me? Why? He let out a heavy breath, and the tension between us rose. You've been through a lot in such a short amount of time. I don't want you changing into something you're not able to handle. Like a killer? I laughed quietly, the sound hollow. I was always a killer. A murderer. The war was started on a lie, which means every demon I killed was innocent. The truth of my words weighed heavy in the air, and a throbbing started in the center of my chest. I sucked in a sharp breath, sure that in the dim lighting of the small cavern I could see blood on my hands. I turned them over, holding them up to the flickering firelight. I'm no better than the evil we're trying to kill. I now understood all the good I'd done had been evil. No. Mech took hold of my hands. His loud growl cut through the fuzziness pressing in around me. He lifted my chin and forced me to look at him. You are not evil. Not even close. Conviction was in his voice. There was no believing him. I cupped his cheek, frowning. Why do you care so much about me? You never answer that damned question. Or tell me what you've been up to. Why? Does it really matter? Yeah, it does. I glanced at his hands, holding mine. The night you dragged me out of my room and threw me on the couch, where had you been? He clenched his jaw and glanced away. Mech, what were you doing for those 3 days? Killing. He grunted and backed away from me, running a hand through his hair. I was killing evil for 3 straight days. Happy? I guess since you were killing evil, I said slowly. Were they attacking? No. Bobby and I went to find them. I had to tear something apart after you. He trailed off and his shoulders sagged. I thought back through the haze of those days at the safe house and sighed. After I told you what Hadariel did to me, I finished for him. I'm pissed off too, but I don't go looking for evil, you moron. What's wrong with you? You could have gotten yourself killed. I survived. And if you hadn't? You don't understand, he said, voice low. Understand what? I shot back. Being angry? Hating someone with every inch of your being, that you'd be glad if you could watch them die a painful death over and over again. I clutched my hand to my chest. You're really going to stand there and tell me I don't understand? He did it to me, Mech. He tore me apart. Twice. What happened at the safe house, that was years of pent-up fury, and now it finally has a way out. You, I seethed as I pointed at him, are the one who doesn't understand. If I wouldn't have left, I would have taken my rage out on someone else. What happened to me has nothing to do with you, I yelled. He was right there in my face, shouting back. No, it has everything to do with you. His words bounced around us, and the hellfire in the pool flickered, threatening to go out in the face of his rage. His emerald eyes gleamed as they danced wildly, taking in my face. It's my fault he did this to you. The guilt eats away at me every day, because I put you in that situation, and I did nothing to get you out. He picked up a lock of my wet hair and let it fall bit by bit back to my shoulder. I couldn't save you from him. It's not your responsibility to save me, I whispered. Oh no? Then why did I do it before? And why did you save me? We were enemies, Lela. Enemies don't save each other in the heat of battle. A very different sensation, not anger but just as strong, fluttered to life inside me. We hadn't really talked since the kiss back at the safe house. I tried not to linger on it, but that was hard to do when each time I closed my eyes to sleep. If it wasn't Hadariel's leering face I saw, it was feeling Mech holding me close. I backed away, shaking my head. Why did we save each other? Why didn't I want to dwell on it? It's nothing, I said, but the words didn't sound convincing. Just the heat of battle. That's all. And what about what happened 2 nights ago? He asked, following me. My heart pounded. My palms grew sweaty. Adrenaline. I almost died. There was too much going on. Emotional upheaval. Emotional upheaval? What was I even saying? Mech's lips twitched, but there was no smile. We can't keep running away from what this is. And what is it, huh? It's nothing because it can't be anything, I argued. You shouldn't feel guilty about what's going on with me. I'm doing it to myself. Whatever you go through is always going to affect me, he said. That's how this works. How what works? The kiss. Why was I thinking about the kiss again? Or the first time I was in his arms and felt safe, or like I belonged there. I backed into a wall and attempted to step to the side, but Mech rested his hands on either side of my shoulders, preventing me from leaving. Our eyes locked, and my breath caught at the swirling torrent of emotions in his eyes. We are meant to be together, Lela. You and I are soulmates. The same thing that's happening to us happened to my parents. I thought it was a joke at first too, but now I'm pretty sure it's real. I wanted to argue that he was wrong. Now that I was mortal and probably going to die, making attachments was the last thing I needed or wanted to do. I sputtered, but no actual words came out of my mouth. I gulped and managed to shake my head, not that it deterred him at all. Since we've met, was there not a moment when you thought that maybe there's some sort of power between you and me? Some force that neither of us really understands? How could I say no? He'd know I was lying. When I was with Hadariel, I whispered, I heard you growling in fury. It's like you were there with me. His brow wrinkled. But I wasn't. The surety in his tone was gone, and he leaned back. I failed to save you. I can't let that happen again. I won't let you break. Who said I was breaking? I snapped, suddenly angry again. He eyed the shotgun on my back, and I knew exactly what he was seeing. The same image rose in my mind. The battered face of the angel. I can handle it. Can you? He challenged quietly. Without turning into some crazed mortal. I won't sit on the sidelines and do nothing. You won't have a choice. When I tried to get around him, he blocked me with his arm. You are mortal now. As grateful as I am you saved those humans, you can die way too easily. Have a care with your life. Why? Because we're soulmates? Saying it sparked a light inside me. It was almost stronger than the holy light that once flowed through my veins. It caused me to pause. Mech smirked. Wipe that look off your face right now. I'm not agreeing with you. You should. The longer we deny the truth, the worse it's going to get for us. What, emotionally? I laughed, trying to brush it off, but his brow arched and he crossed his arms. This time he did let me walk away, but I stayed in the cavern. Yeah. If one of us dies, it'll destroy the other. Angels and demons cannot be soulmates, I argued. Says who? He spread his arms wide. Look around, Lela. The world that we knew has been turned upside down and inside out. Anything is possible. And if you're wrong? If you're worrying over me for nothing? I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't. Agreeing with him would end badly for us both. I felt nothing for him. Hell, that was a blatant lie, but we were at war. We had to stay focused on winning the war. Relationships couldn't matter. They did nothing but make us weak. I'm not wrong. How do you know? Just because you feel guilty or angry at what I went through? That proves nothing. I was rambling now. I never rambled. I just know. And so do you. I never said that. I had to get away from him. He was confusing me more than I already was. I headed toward the tunnel. His hand snagged my elbow. He spun me around. What? He lowered his mouth to mine. Suddenly, I was lost in another damned kiss. His lips moved against mine, and as he went to pull away, I wound my arms around his neck and dragged him closer. His growl rumbled through me as he lifted me off my feet and carried me across the cavern to one of the stone shelves. With the swipe of his arm, he cleared the towels off and set me down on it. His scruffy stubble was rough against my cheeks, but I liked it. I buried my hands in his hair as he grabbed my hips. My anger and fear over Hadariel and what I was turning into disappeared while I was in his arms. For a little while at least, it was just me and Mech. I thought I'd loved several angels over the years, but none of them twisted me around as this demon did. I was on fire. Warmth surrounded me, and when I opened my eyes, I found hellfire coursing down Mech's arms. Staying there in that small cavern with him would have been perfectly fine with me. Damn the demon. He might be right, after all. His heat was intoxicating. I shut my eyes, melting into him, when a flash of the dead angel appeared in my mind's eye. I gasped, pulling back from Mech. I flinched at what I saw over his shoulder. There, standing as if risen from the dead, was the angel with the beaten face. He sneered with what little remained of his lips. The other angel I'd killed was right beside him. And stretching off into the shadows of the cavern and the tunnel were all the demons I'd killed in the line of duty. A false duty. I flinched away from Mech's arms. Lela. He glanced over his shoulder, trying to follow my line of sight, but clearly he saw nothing. What's wrong? Nothing, I whispered, then cleared my throat and said it louder, managing half a smile. It's nothing. I should try to get back to sleep. That's all. As I said it, the faces of the dead continued to leer and snarl at me, as if they were going to come back from the dead and punish me for my sins. Mech's hands tightened on my hips. Really, I'm just tired. You want me to walk you back to the alcove? No, I'm sure you have more important things to take care of. Not really. He gently pushed my hair behind my shoulders and kissed me one more time. I shut my eyes, giving in to the sensation of his lips on mine. I hoped that when I opened my eyes, the dead would be gone. Instead, they were nearer. I bit back a startled cry and broke the kiss. I hopped off the shelf and backpedaled away from Mech and the dead right behind him. I edged around the pool as he watched me with a worried expression. Lela, he said again. A demon entered the cavern. He bowed at the sight of Mech, then slid a curious glance my way. What is it? Mech growled. Sorry to disturb you, the demon said, but Mech waved him on. We have reports of several packs of zombies and abominations leaving the encampment, sir. I thought you might want to speak to the scouts yourself. I'll be right there. The demon hurried back the way he came. Mech came toward me, and the dead followed, always looking over his shoulder. You sure you're going to be all right? Yeah, I'll be fine, I muttered, focusing solely on his face. Wait. Did he say encampment? He hesitated, then quietly said, Kexon and I found it. Looks like the evil that escaped from hell is forming an army, and they appear to have found a leader. It's where we were the night the safe house was attacked. Guilt slipped back into his eyes. Stop it. What? I didn't do anything. Stop feeling so damn guilty. I'm alive. They didn't hurt me. Didn't they? I tugged on the long sleeves of the cardigan. No, that was another asshole, but I'll get over it. I don't have a choice. Without looking away from Mech, I noticed the dead were disappearing one by one. What did you find at the encampment? If I could keep him talking a little longer, maybe the dead would disappear altogether, and then I could get out of here. Zombies. A shit ton of zombies, and a demonic figure I thought was Hadariel. I twitched at the sound of his name, then hated myself for it. You sure it wasn't? If it was, I would have killed him. Tried to, I corrected. You would have tried to kill him. And instead, probably gotten yourself killed in the process. I can handle him, he insisted with a fierce growl. Hadariel will die. Not at your hand. If Hadariel was going to meet his end, I wanted to be the one to do it. He tried to destroy me, stole everything away from me that mattered. If anyone was going to have the privilege of ending his life, it was going to be me. Arguing with Mech on the matter seemed futile, so I let it go. I want to go with you, I said. He was shaking his head before I even finished speaking. No reason to. If they tell me anything important, I'll let you know. Or I can just save you the trouble and go with you. I don't think that's a good idea. Not yet. Are there going to be angels there? No. Then there's no chance I'll beat someone to death. I'm coming with you. And I said no. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? I crossed my arms, mirroring him as he stared me down. I can handle whatever they have to say. And I'm saying you need to wait. Give it another few days. That's all I have, remember? Then the demon lords arrive. You can't protect me forever, I added quietly. I can damned well try. And he would too. I saw it on his face. He would do whatever necessary to keep me safe. We stared each other down until I gave in and sighed. You should go and speak to the scouts, I said stiffly. Don't want to keep them waiting. I'm going to get back to bed. I'll try to get some sleep. I'll walk you out, he said and came toward me, but I held out my hand. He halted, a hurt look coming over his face. I just need some time to figure this out, I told him. What this means for us, I mean. Right, sure. You do believe me then? How could I not? The idea of leaving Mech right then when I needed someone to lean on made my stomach hurt, but I needed time to process all he told me and all that I was feeling. Even if I was willing to give in to my emotions, did I want to be involved with Mech now? The war was only going to get worse. If we let ourselves get attached to the other, and one of us died, I shuddered to think what that would mean. I do, I said, unable to lie. Or at least I believe there's something between us, but I'm a mess right now and they need you. So I'm going to bed. We'll talk about it later. That sounded pathetic. He accepted it though and smiled. Look forward to it. If you need me later, come find me. I will. I promise. I wanted to go with him and hear what the scouts had to say about this encampment. Mech would just keep arguing with me, then he'd throw me over his shoulder and take me back to the alcove. He'd probably sick a few guards on me too. Stubborn bastard. I'd just act like I was going back to my bed. The dead I'd seen over his shoulder were gone now, and with a brief smile I knew he could tell was fake, I turned around and left the small cavern. I'd find a quiet corner to duck into until he passed by, then follow him to where the scouts waited. Then I'd listen in and see what new horrors we were going to have to face down. If I really was Mech's soulmate, and the reality was settling in that I probably was, the chances he'd let me fight were slim. I'd have to find a way to change his mind or go off on my own. No way was I finished with this war. I wouldn't be. Not until Hadariel was a rotting hunk of flesh in the ground. Chapter 7. Lela. I crept further around the curve in the tunnel. Mech had taken the scouts as well as Kexen deeper into the cave. They followed a narrow path that twisted and turned until they stopped at a large rectangular space. The walls were uneven, as was the ceiling. It sloped lower toward the rear wall that had another entrance. The opening was so tiny, I doubted any of the broad-shouldered demons would be able to fit through it. 2 braziers lit the space, and there was a rickety table in the center. From the way the demons hunched over it, I assumed there was a map. 4 abominations left the encampment several hours ago, a demon said. They were heading southeast, and each had a patrol of zombies and hellhounds with them. Are there any known settlements to the southeast? Mech asked. None that we know of, but the last survey of human outposts or compounds was over a year ago. More could have cropped up that we don't know about. No other reason for them to head that direction. Mech leaned over further, brow furrowing in fierce concentration and worry. To think I believed only a few weeks ago that demons couldn't care for innocence as much as angels did. Shit, how wrong I was about them. We can call up more demons, Kexen told him. Stay ahead of the evil that headed out, and maybe have a way to know what they're after. Are the other scouts following these groups? Mech asked. Yeah, we're keeping track of them with these. A tall blonde-haired demon pulled several glowing gold coins from his pocket. Beacons. As long as these are glowing, they're alive, and if you're near a map, it'll light up with their location. The demon laid the coins on the table, and a subtle glow rose from the map on the table. I was too far away to see the locations. If I moved any closer, I'd give myself away. I'd have to just hope one of them said something, so I had a better idea of what was going on. They're moving further apart, Mech pointed out. That's a good thing, right? He shrugged at the question, probably thinking the same thing I was. It could be. Or it means they're splitting up to surround a location. We need to know where they're headed. I'll send word to Hell, Kexen said, then started to leave. There was nowhere for me to hide. I'd have to sprint back down the tunnel. As I turned to go, Mech told him to wait. Any more word on the angels? He asked. I dug my fingers into the stone wall, as I waited for someone to answer. When none of them did, I silently cursed Hadariel. After their attack on the outposts, they've gone quiet again. Do you think they did it all just to go after her? Kexen asked. I don't know. Why would Hadariel throw her from the heavens to watch the war, only to kill her a few weeks later? If he thought she was suddenly a threat, Kexen suggested, he might not want her to live. She's a commander, another demon said slowly. Does she have intel on him? Mech's eyes flicked toward the tunnel as if he knew I was there. Could he sense me? Was this part of that whole "we're destined to be together" crap? As soon as I thought it, my gut twisted. It wasn't crap. Deep down there was a connection between us, and it was damn strong. But I had to be stronger, and not let it turn into anything beyond a few intense kisses. It'd only get us both killed in the end. Mech was back to looking at the map, his eyes following the lights of the scouts, I assumed. There has been a recent development, he said slowly, and I tensed. But from what I can tell, it doesn't change what she knows about Hadariel's defenses at their main fortress. We are still in search of a general to give us what we need. He hadn't told them about my parents being murdered. I was grateful for that. No one else needed to know yet. I was still processing that Hadariel had erased my memory. What else had I forgotten? Was I the only one he'd done that to? There was no way to fly back to the heavens and ask. A shadow tugged at the edges of my mind, willing me to remember before that horrible moment. What else did I forget, courtesy of Hadariel? What was worth taking my life? What made the High General change his mind? Then, we're going to call the new development a coincidence? Kexen was asking. For the moment, but I want all defenses raised at any outpost or compound we are charged with protecting. Until we have a better understanding of what Hadariel's up to, I don't want anyone caught off guard. Ensure all locations have backup and escape plans in place. Mech leaned on the table. I noticed the worry lines etched into his forehead and down his tattoo-covered cheeks. Those hadn't been there when I first met him. He hadn't shaved and the stubble aged him. He was the largest demon in the room, and he was the only one seemingly weighed down by the decisions he had to make. His hands curled around the edge of the table, knuckles turning white. Every inch of his muscled physique was tense, as if he expected another attack to come any second. When we first met, he'd been more on the sarcastic and snarky side. Not so stiff. Less disciplined. He was turning into a warrior of hell. A soldier. He was turning into the demonic version of me, back when I gave a damn about orders and duty. Mech? Kexen nudged him. Right. Sorry. Get word to Hell. Stay on this. I want to hear if more leave the encampment, and where they're headed. The demons all lowered their head in acquiescence, and one by one they slipped out of the slim opening in the back wall. As they passed through, it erupted in flames. No wonder it had appeared so tiny. It wasn't a doorway, but a portal. When the last demon was through, Mech waved his hand and the entrance shut, returning to a normal cave wall. Mech remained at the table, hunched over and studying the map. Alone, he appeared even more beat down. He'd been going nonstop, just like I'd been before we met. Then I came into his life, and it had been one incident after another. He was so worried about me, it was going to distract him and wear him down faster. Why couldn't he see that? Are you going to keep watching me like a creeper? Or come out? He said with a smirk. I froze, not sure if he meant me or someone else. He lifted his head and his eyes landed on mine. Lela. I'm not blind. Never said you were. I sighed as I stepped into the room. You do remember demons can see in the dark, he said quietly with a wink. I approached nodding. I do. I just thought you'd be too distracted to see me. Right. That'll never happen. My cheeks grew warm as he came closer, but I backed away, wanting distance between us. He rumbled softly, but stayed on the other side of the table. You heard everything. Those groups? Any idea where they're headed? I leaned over the map and spotted the small stones that marked the abominations and their escorts. Are they normal abominations? From what the scout said. Yeah. But after what we saw, who knows? I studied the terrain, noting where we were located. Dakota wasn't too much further to the east. Several other compounds and cities I knew of were noted. The abominations weren't headed toward any of those. If they were trying to surround one, they were doing it in a very indirect way. No, there had to be something else they were after. I traced my fingers along several possible routes, mumbling under my breath about the mountain passes and old roads. I shifted around the table as I did it. Mech backed out of the way for me, not saying a word. His eyes were on me the whole time, and he was close enough to reach out and touch. His presence was comforting and distracting. Both at the same time. I needed to focus. That same shadow that tugged at my mind earlier yanked harder now. I tilted my head as I noted the old mining roads that led to a small ravine to the northeast of our current location. If the four abominations shifted their course to the roads closest to them, they would eventually end up in that ravine. I tapped my finger on the location. Blood Falls Ravine. Why did that name sound so familiar? What is it? Mech asked, his deep voice bouncing off the stone walls. This place. I know it, I told him. I was there a long time ago. Why couldn't I remember? Had I been there with Nathaniel? No, it had been something else. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to think. The falls appeared in my memories. They were called Blood Falls, for the red rock behind them that tinted the water to look like blood. The cliffs around them were steep, and there was only one safe path down. It was difficult to traverse. One wrong step, and a person would end up falling and breaking his neck. There was a pool at the bottom of the falls, and something was at its center. It was dark everywhere else, but that pool glowed. I flinched when I heard my mother call my name. Lela. Mech's hand was on my shoulder as my eyes flew open. You still with me? Yeah, just trying to remember, but I can't. You sure you've been there? I am. Just wish I knew why. I drew back and his hand fell to his side. Look. Whatever's going on out there with the evil and the angels, I want in. We've been through this. You are not leaving this cave. I can fight. You're the one who told me that, remember? You're the one that told me people were relying on me. Well, guess what, sunshine? That means I'm going to have to fight. His mouth twisted in an annoyed grimace, as if he'd been hoping I forgot what he told me. And, I said, not sure how this was going to go over with him, until the war is over, I think it'd be a good idea if you and I kept our relationship less complicated. He stiffened, and I sighed inwardly. Nope, he didn't like that at all. Meaning what? Meaning whatever is going on between us is only going to distract us, and we can't afford to be losing focus. His eye twitched, but it was clear the gears were turning. And after the war, if somehow we both miraculously survive, then I would like to see where this could go. It was all I could give him for now. I silently begged him to understand where I was coming from, though a part of me screamed that I was being an idiot. I should embrace what we had now and be done with it. Honestly, I was scared of getting too close. I was mortal now. I could die a hell of a lot easier. The angels at the safe house proved that. I'd gotten lucky, and if that fury hadn't kicked in, I might already be dead and gone. He paced away from the table, and when he turned around, leaning his shoulder against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes were filled with heat. A fluttering started in my chest, and I suddenly hated him for what he did to me with a single look. If that's what you want, then fine. Good. And whatever fight's coming for us next, I'm going to be there. Are you sure you're ready for it? I am. Good, then I suggest you get some sleep. We're going to have a busy day tomorrow. Doing what? When he said nothing and only smirked, I knew whatever it was, I wasn't going to like it. Fine. I guess I'll see you in the morning. Fine. I gave him a narrow-eyed glare and left the room. You going to carry that bloody thing around with you everywhere? He called as I reached the tunnel entrance. I'd almost forgotten the shotgun strapped to my back. Problem with that? No. I'd rather you have a weapon on you. Because I was immortal now. I had nothing else to say, and walked back down the long shadowy tunnel until I reached the main cavern. Doubtful I'd be able to sleep, I wandered toward the cave entrance and found a rock to sit on. As I watched the water cascade over the opening in the rock face, I let my mind wander. Blood falls. I'd been there before. It was important. Was it important to Hadariel too? I needed to remember, before those abominations reached the falls. I ducked under Mech's fist with a smirk that was quickly wiped off my face when his foot caught my ankle and tripped me. I fell forward, throwing my hands out to catch myself. I'd saved my nose, but couldn't move fast enough to avoid another kick that left me gasping. Get up, Mech said calmly, stalking in a tight circle around me. You think they're going to give you time to recover? You know they won't. Now get up. The soldier side of Mech was coming out. It was more stern and harsh than I imagined possible. I scrambled to my feet, wiped the sweat from my forehead and raised my fists. I'd been dragged into the main cavern at the crack of dawn. He said he wanted to ensure I could hold my own in a fight against evil. I assured him I could. You mean what you did at the safe house? He had asked, no hint of the Mech I'd come to know in his eyes. I'd asked him to put our relationship aside, and he'd done it. That was luck. The hell it was, I'd snapped. Luck. That's it. What if you lose the gun? What if you can't find that anger again? I have plenty. Prove it, he'd said and shook out his hands. Show me. We'd been sparring for the last few hours. I was tired, and every inch of my body was sore. The moves I'd been able to perform with ease as an angel took way too much out of me as a mortal. Luckily, the wounds on my back were mostly healed. Otherwise, I would be on the ground by now telling him I was finished. The skin tugged with every motion I made, but they didn't ooze blood and the pain was tolerable. I leapt back as Mech charged me again, and landed 2 solid hits to his side right by his kidney. He grunted but didn't go down. I spun out of his reach and kicked him square in the back. He staggered forward a step, then easily came around and knocked me to the hard ground. Again. If you can't beat me, not even once, you're not coming with us. I can fight, I argued hotly. Then do it already. Or did Hadariel beat you? Is that what this is? Did he break you? I knew what he was trying to do. The fury I had for Hadariel was what saved my ass the first time. If I couldn't find a way to tap into it, I'd be dead. I glared at Mech, and watched the indifference he had on his face all morning begin to slip. Fight, Lela, he yelled as he lunged forward to put me in a chokehold. I battered him hard enough to break free, but then he was right back at it. Fight back. Do you want to die, is that it? No, I shouted, elbowing him in the gut. Prove it. He managed to get an arm around my neck and cut off my air. The demons and humans who'd been watching us scattered, shifting in and out of my darkening vision. Each one took on the face of Hadariel's angels. In my ear, Mech's voice became that of the High General himself. Fear shot through my spine. Frantically, I twisted to get away. He was going to kill me. Hadariel was going to end my life. Fight! Mech's voice rumbled in my ear, his voice cutting through the terrifying vision. Fight back. Images of my parents struggling to get free flashed in front of me. Then there was Hadariel, killing Moriel. Hadariel tearing out my wings and casting me out of the heavens. An impossible heat exploded within me, and the fury I experienced back at the safe house burst free. I rammed my elbows back into Mech's gut. His arm loosened, and I bellowed in rage as I grabbed his arm and flipped him over my head. Where the strength came from, I had no idea but didn't stop to question it. He groaned as he landed on his back. He never had a chance to get up. I pummeled his face, easily slipping past his defenses. He kicked me off after the 5th strike, but I caught myself and was right back on him. I swung onto his back and wrapped my arm around his neck. I held on, blocking the blows he threw my way to knock me off. He sank to his knees and tapped my arm. I let up. He grunted. Yield. I removed my arm and he coughed hoarsely, sucking in air. I backed away as the red that had clouded my vision cleared. Shit. Mech. Are you all right? If you can do that every time, you'll be all right. He coughed and stood. Damn, I feel sorry for whatever angel you used to practice fight against. Nathaniel. I offered him a hand. He was another commander, like me. How much like you? He glanced at our hands, which were still joined. I quickly pulled mine away, putting some distance between us. Stood up to the generals. Probably the only friend I had up there I could trust. You sure about that? I nodded slowly. I told him about you and what you said. He would have followed me out of there if I asked him to. Guess it's too late now. Mech shrugged. Maybe not. Let's take a break. You earned it. He rubbed his throat, then walked out of the main cavern. Kexen waited for him at the entrance to one of the multiple tunnels leading further back. I watched them go, then sank onto the ground where I stood. I fell back, looking up at the uneven ceiling, tracing the cracks with my eyes. A withered and decayed hand appeared in my peripheral vision, holding a bottle of water. Drink this. I took it and sat up, wincing with each move. Thanks. Unsteadily, Bobby sank down beside me. Not every day I get to see someone kick his ass. I'm not sure if he's as excited about it as you are. It means I get to leave the cave. I hate to tell him, but at some point everyone's going to have to leave the cave, Bobby muttered as he picked up a couple of small rocks. One at a time, he threw them toward the waterfall at the cave's entrance. They pinged off other stones on their way out. This war is just going to keep going, until either we're all dead or we beat back evil and the angels. Not all the angels, I said quietly. There has to be a way to prove to them that Hadariel is the cause of all that's gone wrong. And if you can't? If I can't, then more innocent humans, demons, and angels alike, on both sides, will pay the price. I downed the rest of the water and set the bottle aside. Right before Mech and I started sparring this morning, I'd been on the verge of passing out on that rock. I jerked myself awake and came face to face with the bloody grin of the angel I had killed and mutilated so brutally. He was never going to leave me alone. None of them were. The dead were going to follow me around like a dark shadow until I made this right. There was too much blood on my hands. They might not leave me alone until I joined them. You're thinking really hard about something. Bobby nudged me. Always doing that. I stretched my neck and cursed quietly at the pain. Bobby's brow shot up. What? Don't tell me I can't curse around you either. Not used to it from an angel. That's all. But I'm not an angel. Remember? I'm human. Just a human. I held out my hands in front of my face. I'd never again be filled with the soft, warm glow of holy light. This was who I was. It was about damn time I accepted it. The rest of the day ended with Mech and I doing the exact same thing we'd done earlier. Sparring. I was getting better at understanding my new limitations, and though it was a very uneven fight, he seemed satisfied enough with my abilities to keep myself alive. The fourth day of being in the caves, I sparred against Kexen and a few other demons. Mech was dealing with new reports from the scouts on the activities of the abominations. I was eager to hear the news, and as soon as I knocked a third demon out of the ring we'd marked of stones, I hustled down the long tunnel toward the meeting room. Mech was alone when I arrived, but seemed far more troubled than when I saw him that morning. He barely peeked up as I entered, and glanced at the map on the table. Not good news? He nodded to the map. No. There are a few tiny settlements the scouts have found, but they don't seem to care enough to attack them. Are they following the same paths as before? Yeah, but now they're moving slower. He pointed out their current locations. I'm not sure if they're headed for the falls anymore. The abominations did seem to be taking a more southerly and easterly route than I would have expected. Damn. The scouts are still on them. As long as we don't lose sight of them, we'll be able to cut them off. Hopefully. He shook his head, slamming his palms on the table. He growled as he stalked away, then back again, glaring. They've created an army. They're joining together and creating strategies, and we have no way of knowing what they're going to do because we're spread too thin. We don't have enough demons to hold them back for much longer. I understood his frustrations. If we could get the angels on our side, I started, only to be interrupted when he laughed harshly. What? You still think you're going to be able to convince them? Yeah, I do. You jackass, I snapped, cutting his laughter cut off. My parents couldn't have been the only ones who suspected something was wrong. If I can get word to Nathaniel, give him the same chance you gave me, we could get them on our side. We could fight the evil together, instead of killing each other like we've been doing for years. And what if you contact him, and he isn't who you thought he'd be? Then what? Nathaniel is not like the others. And you know that for sure, he challenged, his nostrils flaring in anger. I stood my ground. I trust Nathaniel with my life. I glanced at the map again, zeroing in on the falls. The harder I tried to remember, the more those moments slipped deeper into shadow. I had to go there. It was the only way I'd be able to understand why I knew that place, and why I was certain that's where the abominations were headed. I'm going out, I said suddenly. I'll be back before the demon lords arrive. He rushed to block me. You're going where? Out. You're busy with the scouts, and I need to check out those falls. I've been there before, but I can't remember why. I'll head over and check them out. You expect me to let you go alone? I shrugged. I'll ask Bobby to tag along. You think I'm going to let you leave this cave with Bobby? To go traipsing through the mountains when there are abominations wandering around? He asked, spreading his arms wide. Why not? I can handle myself. I'll make sure I have enough shotgun shells, and luckily for me, abominations run really slow. I patted his cheek, then ducked under his arm. Really, I'll be fine. I set off down the tunnel, and it only took 3 seconds for him to catch up to me. You're not leaving this cave. You already said I could. If you were needed, he argued, trying to get in front of me, but the tunnel was too small for him to maneuver. You're not going to the falls with Bobby. Fine. I'll take a few extra demons with me. He cursed. Why do you want to go there right now? Because my gut is telling me to go there. We exited the tunnel, and I picked up the pace, aiming for the large alcove where weapons and gear were currently stored. I sifted through a few milk crates and found several boxes of shotgun shells. This time they were labeled as to which ones had hellfire and which ones didn't. Out of all the demons here, only half had access to hellfire. I kept meaning to talk to Mech about that issue. If all angels could access their holy light, there had to be a way to do the same for the demons. One problem at a time. I picked up a leather bandolier and filled it with shells. All the while, Mech stood only a couple of feet away, watching with varying expressions of annoyance, anger, then worry. The shotgun I'd become attached to was down here already. I slung it onto my back, quickly becoming a habit. Once the bandolier was draped over my chest, I tugged on a pair of thick socks from a box filled with spare clothes, then pulled on a set of heavy black combat boots. I smiled at Mech, then walked right past him. "I'm going with you." "You don't have to. Bobby will be enough for me." "I'll be what?" Bobby asked. I patted him on the shoulder. He'd been standing nearby, talking to Kexen. He gave me a quick once-over and rubbed his hands together. Bits of skin flaked off and fell to the ground. "Who are we killing?" "Not killing. At least, not intentionally. Tell Mech you and I can handle scouting out a location." Bobby began to nod, but Mech's echoing growl stopped him. I think I have something I have to go take care of." "Chicken." "Hey," Bobby said as he hurried away. "I'd like to keep my head attached." "Oh, come on." Bobby waved me off and I hung my head. Mech sauntered into view. "Guess that leaves you with me. Or I could just go alone." His smile turned into a scowl. "Lela, if you walk out that cave with anyone but me, I'll find you, drag you back, and lock you in a damned room." "We're in a cave, genius. There are no rooms. Besides, you aren't supposed to be so overprotective, remember?" "I'll make a room," he said, then motioned his arm toward the entrance of the cave. "As for the overprotectiveness, no matter what you might tell me, that's not going away anytime soon. Are we going or what?" I ground my teeth, marching toward the exit. Mech told Kexen where we would be, then followed me. Water from the falls sprayed over us as we walked along the ledge that led out of the cave to more solid ground toward the other side. 2 ramshackle buildings had been constructed in our short time here, and were in the same warding as the cave entrance. I started toward the south and away from the buildings. Mech tugged on my arm. "What?" "I know where I'm going. I memorized the map. We're not walking there. It'll take too long." He waved his hand, and a fiery portal appeared beside us. "After you." The heat from it was scorching, but it didn't burn me when I tentatively held out my hand. "How does it know where to go?" "I'll direct it. It won't hurt you." As soon as I stepped into the portal, it was like Mech was holding me in his arms. Then he was stepping in after me. Now we stood in a strange, soundless void, the only light coming from where we'd left and the bit of grayish haze that made up the sky over the ravine. A second portal opened in front of me. I stepped out, and the portal closed as soon as Mech was through. Blood Falls wasn't as loud as the falls we'd just left behind, but the sound reverberated off the ravine walls. Water ran down into a large pool, then branched off into 4 smaller streams. The banks were squishy mud that I sank into as soon as I took a step. If my boots didn't get sucked off, I'd count myself lucky. "The road comes from that way," I said, pointing out the barely visible switchback trail to our left. "You think they can even make it down here?" I heard him, but my eyes were drawn to the pool of water. It had a counterclockwise current, which seemed odd. I walked through the mud, going slow as it kept swallowing my boots. When I reached the water's edge, I raised my foot to take a step into it when Mech stopped me. "It's just water." "And if it's not?" he questioned, eyeing the pool suspiciously. "You can't sense it?" I looked around, but there was nothing else down here. "No. Evil's been here," he said quietly. "Recently. The stench lingers. Guess you can't pick up on it as much anymore. But there's nothing here now, so we're fine." "Let me go in the water, damn it, Lela," he snapped when I tugged myself free and splashed into the pool with both feet. Ripples spread out around me, and the current was strong enough to feel against my caves. It wanted to pull me right along with it. Nothing else transpired though. The mud washed from my boots, dirtying the water. It was clear enough for me to see straight to the bottom. I scooted my boot along it. Silt rose from the movement. I walked further in toward the center, but the pool remained the same depth. The water only went up to my knees. What is it? Mech asked, keeping watch from the bank. Not sure. There's something weird about this pool. I bent over and reached into the water. The coldness bit at my skin, but then I was touching the bottom. I shoved aside the silt and rock, accepting to find more. The bottom of the pool, however, was solid stone. The silt only made up an inch or so. That's interesting. He walked into the pool to join me and rested his hand on the bottom near mine. His brow furrowed as he moved it around. Stone? We swished our hands through the water, trying to clear enough of the bottom away to see what kind of stone it was. There's a design, I said, squinting to see better as the silt settled back on the bottom. I caught a glimpse of a few sharp angles, but nothing that told me exactly what it was. They're moving toward the center. He used his whole arm, soaking himself to the shoulder, and swiped away the bottom. There were 2 spirals, tightly wound, aiming for the dead center of the pool. We pushed our way through the current, which became stronger the closer we came to the middle. Spray from the falls wet our hair. We leaned over together and shoved aside as much silt as we could. Dead center of the pool, there were 4 or more concentric circles, all burned into the stone floor under the water. There was an intricate design in the very center of circles, spirals, angles, and curved lines. Mech placed his hand directly on it and immediately yanked it back with a curse. His skin blistered and peeled. I don't understand. Did you see something? I held his wrist and examined the wounds. It's what I sensed. Holy light and evil. They're part of this whole design. Why though? We're in the middle of nowhere. I turned around slowly. Bits and pieces of the ravine came back to me. Trees and boulders I recognized. I didn't come down the trail, I told Mech quietly. How then? I think we flew. But why had I been here with my parents? I can't remember. It's all right. Could be nothing. No. This place is important. I think it's part of the reason why Hadariel erased more memories than just the one of murdering my parents. Mech shook out his wounded hand. The memories won't come if you force them. We're running out of time. I'm sick of all these damned riddles and lies. I shut my eyes, willing myself to remember something about this place. All that did was give me a headache. I let out a frustrated breath and kicked the water. Mech gave me an amused grin, but it didn't last long. We should get back. I don't like being out in the open like this. Especially if those abominations are headed this way. Someone here watching the ravine. I'll have 2 scouts head here once we return, Mech said, then stiffened and turned toward the bank. He shifted in front of me to shield me. I wasn't sure what he sensed when a hot wind whipped around us, and then a fiery portal appeared. He relaxed as it opened, and Kexen hurried out. What's wrong? We're getting reports from our scouts near Dakota. I perked up. You have scouts by my city? We have scouts anywhere there are humans if we can manage it, Mech replied. Are they under attack? There's a large force heading across the wastelands right for them. The angels should be there to protect them. If they are, they're not doing a damn thing to mount a defense. Kexan's worried frown deepened as he glanced from me to Mech. The warding is down. What? I snapped. That's impossible. I helped put those wards in place myself. Someone took them down. Or they were broken, and the humans don't realize it yet. If the force reaches them, I doubt anyone will survive. How many? Mech asked. A few abominations. 50 or so zombies. A pack of hounds and our favorite wraiths, Kexen said with a disgusted grunt. It's a small army, Mech. I hate to say it, but it looks like the angels abandoned Dakota. Not all of them. I marched for the portal Kexen had left open behind him. Now where are you going? Mech demanded. I'm going to save Dakota. I entered the portal, not waiting for him to follow. Mech and Kexen walked in behind me a few seconds after. Why would the angels abandon Dakota? The people there were innocent and loyal to Hadariel. None of it made any sense, but I was not going to turn my back on them. Brian would have seen the army coming toward him. I was sure of it. He would be readying all able-bodied adults to fight. With the warding down, though, what defenses they had wouldn't last long. The hardest part would be convincing Brian that Mech and the other demons were not there to hurt them. "You sure you're up for this?" Mech asked quietly as the demons prepared to move out. "I don't have a choice. I won't let Dakota be destroyed. It's my city, Mech. My people to protect. Hadariel's already taken too much from me. I won't let him take them away too." He straightened to his full height, and the careful blank look he'd had the last 2 days while we sparred reappeared on his face. "We make for Dakota," he called loudly. "Arm yourselves and prepare to move out." I swung the shotgun around to my hands and gave him a solid nod. I could do this. I would survive this fight.
Chapter 8. Mech. The angels had set a trap. That's all that continued to run through my mind as my demons armed themselves in preparation to save Dakota. That the angels had removed their own warding and found a way to draw evil there as a trap. For who, I wasn't sure yet, but instinct screamed at me that we were walking right into a trap that was going to get us killed. If they abandoned the city on Hadariel's orders, it might be his way of trying to draw Lela out of hiding. I was beginning to believe the angels attacked the safe house to kill her. Probably because she was remembering the events he didn't want her to. The death of her parents was terrible, but this memory she had of the ravine bothered me too. I snagged 2 demons rushing toward their comrades and pulled them aside. "I need you both to head to a different location for me." I told them about Blood Falls. They were not to engage, only observe. If nothing happened within the first 6 hours, they were to report back and send 2 new scouts. I wanted them to continually rotate until we had an idea why there was such a high concentration of holy light and evil at that pool. "What was that about?" Kexon asked as he approached. "Did you 2 find anything?" "No, but she swears she had been there before." I glanced at the blisters on my palm from touching the design in the pool. "I think she might be right." "You think it has to do with where the abominations are headed?" "Anything's possible at this point." "Everyone ready to go?" The demons were armed and ready in the main cavern. Lela was talking with Bobby. They were laughing about something. I smiled with them, entertained by how she was becoming friends with a zombie of all things. "Is she ready?" Kexon asked. "She's proven she can handle herself in a fight." "Against us, Mech. Can she handle an onslaught of evil?" "You want to tell her she has to stay behind." "Because if I do it, she's likely to shoot me in the foot," I commented. "Besides, we need her if we're to convince the humans in Dakota we're not part of the army marching toward them." "She can get us in, then we can have someone bring her back," he said. I arched my brow. He gave a half nod. "Going to guess that's a no." As much as I wanted Lela to stay behind, she cared too much to do that while others fought in her place. "I'll have Bobby stick close to her side." "And you?" I walked toward the weapon alcove and picked out freshly polished daggers to add to the sheaths at my ribs, hips, lower back, and my boots. "What about me?" "You tell her yet?" Kexon leaned against the wall. I shoved a dagger into the sheath at my side, and it broke through the leather. "Yeah, I did." "And what did you say?" Here, I was about to march into what would be another bloody fight against evil, and I was suddenly anxious about what I'd told Lela. I muttered my reply. He laughed quietly, saying he couldn't quite hear me. "I told her we were soulmates." "Shit. It sounds stupid." "Why did I say it like that?" "Because it's the truth," he said through his laughter. I glowered at him, and he laughed louder. "What did she say?" I replaced the ruined sheath with another one, buying time. She didn't exactly laugh in my face. "Then what did she do?" I stilled, thinking back to how it felt to have her in my arms. It was beyond right. Her being mortal now upped my need to keep her safe. Each time I kissed her, it was like we were the only two people in the world. I could sense her all the time now, too. I knew how close she was, or what mood she was in. She said until we made it through the war, she wanted to essentially ignore what I told her, I finally admitted. She's worried my caring about her is going to get me killed. From the way you look right now. I'd say a bit of something happened before she said that, Kexon said. I growled, and he threw his hands up. None of my business, as long as she understands you can't simply shove feelings like this aside. I knew it, and from the way she had been reacting around me since that conversation, she did too. I'd let her lie to herself a while longer, but eventually, she'd figure out it was better that we accepted the connection between us. It'd make us stronger in the end. Her being mortal has her on edge, I said quietly. I think she's scared, she just won't admit it. Would you admit it if you suddenly found yourself a mortal? No, I wouldn't. Our conversation did not make me feel any better. I finished arming myself and returned to the center of the cavern. The demons, Bobby and Lela gathered. We're heading to Dakota. There's a small army of evil making its way toward the city. Lela is going to be our way into the city. Just remember, these people think we're at fault for the war. They're not going to want us there at first. Keep your aggravation to yourselves. No scaring the shit out of anyone. They're all likely to be trigger happy, I added, just in case someone decided to be an ass. Lela, you're with me. Once she was at my side, shotgun in hand, I opened a portal that would take us just outside of Dakota. Appearing in the heart of the city would cause a panic. I led the way through the portal, with Lela right on my heels. We emerged on the other side in a copse of rotted trees about 30 yards from the western wall of Dakota. Night was falling as the demons we brought along stepped out, one after the other, keeping to the shadows of the trees. We should go alone first, Lela told me, eyeing the walls of the city nervously. You worried that we're going to get shot on sight? Yeah, a little bit. Just, brought a shit ton of demons with me, but hey, we're going to be fine. She glanced at the shotgun in her hands, seemed to second-guess herself, and slung it over her shoulder. If they start shooting, I hope you can outrun bullets. Though I smiled, I was nervous myself that we weren't going to be well received. According to the scouts' report, we only had 4 hours, maybe less, until the small army of evil reached Dakota. There was no time to sit around arguing about who was at fault or who was fighting on the wrong side of the war. If those people wanted to live, they'd have to trust Lela. With her leading the way, we stepped out of the trees and headed for the walls of Dakota. Shouts rang out as soon as we were out of the trees. Lela didn't falter. She put her hands up and walked toward the main gate. I mirrored her, knowing by now they would have noticed the horns on my head. A quick look at the top of the border wall confirmed there were rifles aimed at us as we walked. Each watchtower was filled with humans, all of them more than ready to shoot us on sight. Maybe you should have stayed in the trees, Lela muttered when someone yelled demon and a siren wailed. If she had been an angel, I might have stayed behind, but since she was human and there was an army coming toward us, Lela was not going to be anywhere in the wasteland without me right by her side. She could think we put our emotions on hold all she wanted. I sure hadn't. At the main gate, we kept our hands raised and waited. A door opened to the right of the gate, and a group of humans rushed out, rifles aimed at our heads. You picked the wrong city to come to, demon, a man snapped, the last to exit. Brian. Another man took the cigarette from his mouth as his eyes narrowed. Commander Lela? He stepped forward but stopped at the sight of me. He's a demon. I know. Brian's eyes narrowed more than they widened. He's the demon who attacked you. Why are you with him? Hands shifted on rifles, and feet shuffled in the dry dirt. Lowering my hands, or moving at all, sounded like a terrible idea. I remained perfectly still and waited. Lela did lower her hands, but as soon as she went to move, several rifles switched from me to her. "There's a lot to explain, but I don't have time," Lela said urgently. "This demon didn't attack me that day. He fought off those abominations. He's the reason many of you survived the attack. I need you to listen to me, Brian. Please. Everything I told you about. With the High General. It's worse than I thought. Where's your glow?" He flicked the cigarette away, clearly not buying her story just yet. "Angels always have a subtle glow about them. Yours is gone." "How do I know you're actually Lela?" "I've been watching over Dakota since the war began," she started. Brian shook his head. "Anyone could know that. Lela would never work with a demon." "Things change," she said stiffly. "Brian, there's a small army of zombies and abominations and who knows what else coming right for you. The angels have removed their warding. They're drawing them to you. We came to help you fight them off." "We? You mean you and this demon?" Brian scoffed. "Until I see some proof of who you are, you're not stepping foot inside Dakota." He shrugged. "And the warding's in place." "No, it's not," I said, and he glared at me. "We can prove that really easily, if you let me enter Dakota." I'd been able to enter the first time to go after Lela, because the warding hadn't stretched as far as the wall. After the abominations attacked, Lela said they upped the protection. No demon would be able to set foot inside the walls without triggering an alarm. Lela moved forward and to the left, blocking me from Brian. I saw over her head easily enough, but it drew the man's suspicious glare off me. The war between angels and demons is being fought for the wrong reasons. High General Hadario is not who he said he was. Precious seconds ticked by while he told the humans to stop aiming their guns at her, then said, "You found something out." "More than I ever thought I would," she replied quietly. "There's a lot to explain, but we can do that after I know you all will be safe." She moved even closer as she whispered, "Hadario is a traitor, Brian. He's going to get everyone killed." Brian's face went blank, but his eyes said he was contemplating her words very seriously. "He's a demon," he finally said. "Lela, all this time they've been the enemies. They unleashed hell on earth." I growled, and Lela elbowed me. I stopped, but Brian continued to hold my gaze. "Hadario did that." "Wait. What?" "But he's an angel." "We're running out of time," I muttered. "The angels have been fooled. Those meant to protect your city have fled. You want to see proof or not?" "I don't trust beings with horns on their heads," he snapped. "Do you trust me?" Lela challenged. Brian's lips thinned. "If you really are you." She held out her hand, and he took it, frowning. "You're different." "I'm not an angel anymore." "What?" Brian released her hand immediately. "Then what are you?" "This is some damn trick then, isn't it?" Lela's shoulders stiffened, and I hated that man for pushing her to this point. I was ready to charge forward through the door and prove my point when Lela spun around and lifted the back of her shirt. "You want proof? Here it is." Brian's jaw dropped, and several curses escaped those around us. I lowered my hands, not caring if they shot me anymore. I reached forward and covered Lela's back, ignoring her annoyed glare, then shoved her protectively behind me and waited for the humans to make their decision. "Those wounds," Brian said slowly. "Hadario ripped her wings out," I grunted. "He cast her from the heavens because she learned the truth. He's as corrupt as those who fight under him. He's the enemy, not me." When Brian still hesitated, I growled harshly and plowed through the humans toward the open door. They shouted and warned me to stop. Lela did too, but I was tired of arguing. I walked through the door and stepped inside. I spread my arms wide and waited. The siren that had been wailing when we were first spotted had stopped a little while ago and didn't start back up once I was inside Dakota. No warding kicked in. Nothing tried to cast me out. Brian froze, eyes wide. The warding. Gone. Thanks to the angels. Lela stood beside him, but was looking at me. Whatever she was trying to say without words was lost in the whirlwind of anger and pain filling her eyes. Then they grew cold, and she grabbed Brian's shoulder. "We can talk later, but we need to get ready for the attack. They'll be here soon." "All those unable to fight should evacuate," I told him. "There's no reason for them to be here. Hell, all humans can leave. And let you two fight off an army." I had to give the man credit. He took everything in stride, not faltering for a second now that we'd proved the warding was gone. "We're not alone." Brian sighed. "More demons." "Believe it or not, Brian, they're the good guys." His gaze turned curious as it went from Lela to me then back. "And Hadariel is a traitor. You know, all those times you told me something was wrong in the heavens, I hoped you were wrong." "Yeah, me too. We have a lot to catch up on." "And we will as soon as we make it through tonight," Lela assured him. "The demons are waiting for our signal. They can get those who don't want to fight out of Dakota and to safety. There are other humans at a new outpost. They'll be safe there. It's warded heavily against evil and angels." He mouthed her last words and shook his head. "Guess we let the demons in." "Brian," one of the men standing nearby argued. "You saying you don't want their help? How do we know they're telling the truth?" "Brian," a woman shouted from one of the watchtowers. She had binoculars in her hand. "We got a shit ton of trouble headed our way." The man who'd been arguing slunk back into the ranks. "Mech, give the signal. I'll start getting the people together to evacuate," Lela told me. I left her with Brian and hustled out the side door again. I waved my arm over my head, and the demons I brought with me emerged from the trees. Depending on how many humans stayed to defend their homes, it might be enough. If not, at least we'd get the humans to safety. Their lives were more important. Kexen led the way, then stopped beside me as I ushered the rest of the demons into the gate that had been thrown open wide for them. The humans eyed the demons warily, but no shots were fired. It was better than I could have hoped for thus far. "I don't like this," Kexen whispered. "If it was a trap, it would have sprung by now. Unless they're waiting for us to be fully engaged with the enemy." Overhead, the gray cloud cover that never seemed to change darkened. "You think Hadariel would go to all this trouble just to draw Lela out of hiding?" "Who said he's only after Lela? Could be coming for you, too. Hadariel knows nothing about me." "You're the son of a demon lord," he said. "He might be trying to force the issue. Kill you and Korath might make a bad move. Then we keep our eyes peeled. You don't want to take everyone out of here and abandon the city. You look at those men and women and tell me you'll convince them to leave their home. A home they built after the war started. A home they've shed years of blood to defend." Kexen placed his hands on his hips, frowning. "Humans are complicated." I laughed quietly. "Yeah, no shit. Not like we're any better." He patted me on the back, then entered the city. "I'd be more than happy to take every living soul away from this place, but we had a chance to take out a decent amount of evil. If we could keep making dents in their numbers, it would help us in the long run. Unless Kexen was right about this being a trap, and we all died. Then again, we'd be dead, and we wouldn't have to care about the state of the world anymore." Bobby was one of the last to shuffle inside. He was met with a few glares until Lela called him over and introduced him to Brian. The man shook the zombie's hand gingerly. Then Bobby said something, and Brian burst out laughing. If we could get more humans on our side, we'd stand a better chance of winning the war too. Convincing the angels was not going to be as easy. We'd deal with that issue later. For now, we do what we could to save Dakota and let those damned evil bastards know we weren't going down easy. I checked the rifle in my hands to ensure it was loaded. Lela stood atop another rooftop to my right. Bobby and Kexen were at her sides. Night was falling fast, and the army of evil would be here any second now. We added hellfire to the outer walls and placed our own warding to replace the holy light that would have kept Dakota safe. It would hold them back hopefully long enough for us to pick them off. Once they were through the gate, we had plans in place to cut off their numbers. The kids, the wounded, and any others who hadn't wanted to fight were back at the waterfall safe house. More stayed than I'd expected. They now stood side by side with demons they'd called their enemy only a couple of hours ago. "You and Lela," Brian said suddenly. "Something going on with you too." "Why do you ask?" "I might be human, but I'm not stupid. I watched how you acted out there," he said, nodding toward the gate. "Think we all heard that growl come out of you when she showed us her wounds." I rested the rifle against my shoulder and peered through the scope. The wastelands were empty. Too bad. I was getting anxious to shoot something. "It's complicated." Brian chuckled. "Complicated, huh? Think every male alive has said that at one time or another. We tried to kill each other a few times. Happens to the best of us." "Wait," he said and gave me a sideways glance. "You were the one who stabbed her in the side." My mouth screwed to the side. "Through a dagger." "But yeah, that was me." "She get you back for it." "She kneed me in the gonads beforehand." I'd say I was getting her back. Brian laughed louder, and I found myself joining in. He quieted down after a moment and sighed. "How bad is she doing, really?" "You could tell?" I asked, surprised. "Her eyes," he said quietly, "they're cold. She might be a damned good warrior, but she was never cold." "He did a number on her." "Yeah, he did." "She told you?" "I'm the one who found her afterward." I looked across the rooftops at Lela. With the oncoming night, she was lit up by the burning fires in blue barrels nearby. She nodded to something Bobby said. "I didn't think she was going to make it. But she did, and I'm going to assume it's because of you." "Partially." My heart sank, thinking back to those days when I waited for her to give in to her wounds and let go. "She beat an angel to death," I told him. "It changed something in her, and I'm not sure yet if it's for the better." "She's alive." "I'd say it is." "But at what cost?" "Don't you dare give up on her," Brian said roughly, and when I turned back to him, found his rifle aimed at my face. "She sacrificed so much for us all, and for that bastard to betray her as he did." He lowered his gun. "Don't let her die." "I won't," I promised. "You knew then about the angels being corrupt." Lela's had suspicions of something being wrong for a while now. She hadn't wanted to tell me, thought it'd get me killed. He smirked as he looked through his scope. "All I care about are the people inside these walls. If the angels want to abandon us, then screw them too." A loud whistle from the eastern side of the compound told us our time was up. I lifted the rifle and rested my hand on the edge of the roof. Damn. Through the scope, I could clearly see the mass of bodies moving toward Dakota. Gangling, decaying zombies made up the center of the force with 10, no 12, abominations behind them. Hounds were in front. A second whistle went up from another watchtower. My head shot up. "Well, this is going to be fun," Brian muttered as he hurried to the other side of the roof. "Second force coming this way." A third whistle, then a fourth resounded. Gut clenching, I put my eye to the scope and did a slow 360. We were surrounded. The small army was not so small anymore, and Dakota was right smack in the middle of a kill box. It had been a trap all right, just not one where the angels were going to be coming down from the heavens to attack. "They must have done something to draw them here," I told Brian. Great. I was in the mood to die tonight. "We're not going to die," I told him, but he arched his brow. "All right, not all of us are going to die. You know, I think I might like you after all, demon." We did not have a big enough force to take on this army. "Kexan," I shouted across the rooftop. He rushed to the ledge, jumped the gap with ease, and landed in front of me. "Not liking our odds, Mech." "I know. Which is why I need you to go to hell." Find Korath and tell him we need reinforcements. Why don't we just evacuate everyone? Brian turned toward us at his words, probably to argue, until a sharp crack made us jump. The warding around Dakota shimmered in and out of view. It held barely. I tried to draw on my hellfire, and all I managed was a spark. What was that? Kexan asked. Bad news. I don't think our hellfire's going to work much longer. What makes you say that? I focused on a figure moving through the ranks of zombies, large enough to see without having to look through the scope. That's why, I told Brian. Kexan cursed. He's here. Who is that? Brian asked. That is the question of the week. Kexan, hurry. He waved his hand to make a portal, but nothing happened. Problem. I stood beside him and waved my hand. The tiniest sliver in the air appeared, then vanished. Together. On 3. Sweat broke out on my forehead as I fought to open a portal to hell with Kexan. He sputtered curses, veins bulging in his neck from the strain. Together, we managed to open a gap only a foot wide, but it'd have to do. I yelled for him to get through it. The moment he was clear, I let go, and the portal snapped shut with a pop. Think he'll make it back in time. I locked eyes with Lela, who watched us from the other rooftop, holding her shotgun at the ready. If he doesn't, I don't think we're going to survive the night. I nodded to her, and she did the same back to me. First wave's about to hit the warding. Brian scowled. I returned to my post at the edge of the roof and watched as Dakota was quickly surrounded. The angelic demon, since I had no idea what else to call him, stopped a few yards away from the main gate. He stood at least 8 feet tall, and his black wings spread wide on either side of his heavily muscled form. His body was covered in black and silver chainmail. The rest of him bore leather armor. He raised his hand, then let it drop. Zombies and hounds charged the walls, only to be repelled by the warding. Their bodies caught fire, and they stumbled into their comrades, screaming and screeching as they burned to death. Hold fire, Brian shouted when someone let loose a shot. We needed to conserve bullets as long as possible. The warding held for now, but we had to make it until Kexan returned with help. The winged bastard I decided to dub Hadariel Jr., Jr. for short, raised both arms over his head. He clapped his hands, and a second crack echoed across the wastelands. It jolted my spine, and I doubled over, sucking in air. It was like he stripped a part of my soul away, and left me with a sensation of iron bars locked around my chest. What had he done? Mech. I waved Brian off and straightened, pressing my eye to the scope. Junior looked right back at me with a dark smile. I jerked away from the rifle as another line of zombies charged the walls. The warding burst to life in a fiery explosion, but then fizzled out all around the compound. When the last spark disappeared, Junior bellowed in rage, and his army attacked with full force. Open fire, Brian shouted. The demons and humans in the watchtowers and along the walls unleashed, firing at the zombies on the wall. The demons charged forward with their swords and made quick work of them, but there were too many. The abominations charged the gate and any other door they could find. They battered them with fists, and no number of bullets seemed to bring them down easily. I picked off as many zombies and hounds as I could from my perch on the rooftop. We needed some sort of explosion to take the monsters down. You got any grenades in this place? I yelled at Brian over the sounds of gunfire and shouting. On it. Brian charged back inside the building. I continued to fire until Lela's shout of rage caught my attention. Several zombies had leapt from the wall to the building she was on with Bobby and 2 other demons. She had her sights set on the ones in front of her, the shotgun blasts taking them down easily until 2 more snuck up behind her. I swung the rifle around and shot one after the other in the head. They dropped to the gravel roof. Lela whirled around, ready to fire, saw the dead bodies, then nodded to me. I turned my attention back to the main gate. The first abomination broke through, and right behind him was Junior. The evil, smug-faced bastard walked through the broken-down gate as if he already owned Dakota. I lined up a shot for his forehead, right between the crimson horns protruding from his forehead, and squeezed the trigger. The shot struck home and he staggered back. Black blood seeped from the perfectly circular hole in his forehead. The shot would have taken down a zombie in seconds. An abomination would have at least fallen to its knees. This bastard only shook his head and held his hand up to the wound. The bullet hadn't been infused with hellfire, but still I expected it to slow him down. His lips turned up in a sneer, and the bullet popped out of his head. Shit! I grunted as I reached for a hellfire-infused bullet from the bandolier across my chest. I loaded the round as he dropped the spent bullet at his feet. I lifted the gun and aimed, but he tucked his wings in and shot up into the sky out of my view. As I backed away from the edge of the roof, I glanced skyward, searching for any sign of the winged devil. Night had fully closed in, bringing towering thunderheads. Rain was on the way. The wind that blew across my face was ripe with it. I spun around slowly, tuning out the rest of the battle as I searched in vain for Junior to reappear. On the other rooftop, the blast of Lela's shotgun punctuated the shouting. I spared a second to look her way. She swung the shotgun around like a bat, and a head went sailing over the roof. The body tumbled after it. With no sign of Junior yet, I backed up and made ready to leap across the gap. Lela and Bobby were now on their own. One of the demons had rushed to the adjoining rooftop to assist the humans there. The other demon was dead. His body hung limply over the ledge. Lela noticed me and swung the shotgun back around, loaded it, then she glanced upward. Mech. I followed her panicked look. The winged bastard crashed into the roof as I lifted the rifle to fire. The shot resounded in my ears just as Junior struck the building with enough force to send me slamming into the rooftop. I didn't stop there. The impact broke through the beams, and we fell through all 4 stories to the ground level, taking out walls and ceilings on the way. Most of the building caved in, covering us with debris. I lifted my arms to protect my head as much as possible, but it was pointless. We were buried in seconds. Or at least I was. I had no idea where the asshole was. Ears ringing, I shoved a heavy wooden beam off my chest and rolled to my side. Shots echoed in the distance, but none were close to me. Wings fluttered, and I scanned the dust-filled air. I was alone, as far as I could tell. Where had he gone? I struggled to get to my feet, but another beam was on my legs. I hadn't even felt it from the battering the rest of my body took. Grunting and heaving, I yanked my legs free, grimacing when blood rushed back to my feet. I used a broken wall to haul my sorry ass upright. With one arm wrapped around my side, I staggered forward through what remained of what had been an apartment building. Just attack me then leave me, I muttered as I kicked aside more bricks, using whatever walls I could to stay on my feet. Couldn't even buy me dinner first. You really are one evil son of a bitch. I said the last bit louder, waiting for him to charge out of the shadows or attack from the hole overhead. But he didn't. Some semblance of a door remained, and I changed course toward it. Another fluttering of wings made me stop. I'd lost the rifle on the ride down. Maybe the shot hit him after all, and he was dead. That'd be too damned easy. My luck wasn't that good. Several yards of dark space stood between me and the exit. The building creaked and groaned. What was left of it wasn't going to stay standing much longer. Where are you, you piece of shit? I yelled. There was no charging figure coming out of the gloom. I blew out a couple of unsteady and pained breaths, then lunged away from the wall toward the door. Glass crunched underfoot. I stumbled over bricks and chunks of plaster, but pushed onward as fast as I could hobble. If I'd been mortal, that hit would have killed me. Part of me wasn't sure I had survived. Maybe this was some version of a nightmarish purgatory I was forced to dwell in for the rest of my days. I was at the door when my hearing returned enough for me to process the shouts of men and women dying. We were losing this fight and losing it fast. I had to get back out there. I shoved at the door with my shoulder, but it was stuck in the buckled steel frame. I kicked it, but all that did was jar my hip and drain me of strength. Glass cracked behind me. The hair on my neck rose as I hung my head. Shit. I whirled around in time to see the bastard flying at me from the darkness. I drew 2 daggers just as he hit me, and took us both out the door. I drove the blades into his shoulders. A screech burst from his mouth. We broke apart. I rolled head over heels, losing my grip on the blades in the process. I stopped when I smashed into a chain-link fence. Junior tore the blades from his shoulders and threw them at me at the same time. One missed by a hair, but the other hit its mark. "Filthy bastard," I shouted, as blood seeped around the dagger jutting from my bicep. His wings expanded, and he lunged forward, clawed hands outstretched, aiming for my throat. Up close, he looked even more like Hadariel's evil spawn. He slashed downward, toward my chest, until I rolled out of the way. He hefted me into the air, then threw me. The air was knocked from my lungs, and black spots filled my vision. I couldn't call on my hellfire to save me. He'd cut it off somehow. If there was no way for me to get it back, this devil was going to gut me. He threw back his head with a ferocious roar, then stalked through the street toward me. I shook out my right hand, the other not functioning well with the dagger in my arm. "Come on," I said with a growl, shaking it harder. Sparks appeared at my fingertips. "Just one flame. That's all I need. One damn flame." The sparks sputtered, grew larger. I laughed in relief. Then they sizzled and went out, as the sensation of iron bars tightened around me, until I thought my ribs would crack from the pressure. "Seriously?" Junior grunted in what I assumed passed for laughter. His wings stretched wider, giving him an intimidating stance. His hands flexed, and those long claws glimmered in the light from the fires all around. The ground rumbled as explosions erupted. I guess Brian had found the grenades and put them to good use. I gripped the dagger in my hand, ready to fight this evil beast to the death, when a shotgun blast came from behind him. "Hey asshole," Lela shouted. She fired again, and Junior whirled around to face her. He snarled. She fired another round, and another, hitting him in the shoulder and the face. "Get out of here," I yelled, but it came out as a croak. "Lela." "Mech, run," she called back. Junior leapt into the air and rushed her. Her scream was a knife to the heart, and then I was moving. It wasn't fast enough. Junior spun back around with his hands wrapped around the shotgun Lela clutched close to her chest. He headbutted her, and she staggered. The gun was torn from her hands. She looked like she was about to go down for good, but instead she fell to her knees, drawing 2 daggers. When she came back to her feet, she slashed the daggers through Junior's wings. He shrieked, his arms swinging wide to snatch her. He was too slow to catch her, until he kicked out her legs and sent her sprawling across the broken concrete. "Lela." Whatever injuries I'd endured were irrelevant. I charged him, ready to bury my dagger, the one I'd yanked out of my bicep, into his neck. His right wing was suddenly blocking me. It threw me back again, and I crashed into a corrugated metal wall. It clanked around me, dented from where my head collided. My vision blurred, and I glanced down at my hands. The corruption pouring out of his skin was worse than what came from the abominations. It wasn't just kicking my ass. It was draining me of strength too. And if it was strong enough to do that to me, it could kill Lela if she came in contact with it for too long. She had to get out of here. Junior blocked my view of the street. His right wing drew back again, and a large pointed spike broke through the leathery skin. I told my body to run, but there was no response. His eyes flared crimson as his lips parted, revealing 2 sharpened rows of teeth. He might have been an evil being spewed from the pits of hell in front of me, but those eyes were all Hadariel. This creature was a part of him. He drew the spiked wing back. I braced for the strike aimed at my heart. Out of the corner of my eye, a silhouette moved. Just as the spike was ready to drive into me, the silhouette rushed between us. Lela's eyes widened as the spike drove into her chest. Chapter 9. Mech. Time stopped. Then it seemed to rewind and play again in slow motion. Lela had charged in between me and the devilish creature. The spike pushed through her body and erupted just under her collarbone on the left side. Her blood spurted over my face. Her eyes went wide, then a strange calmness came over her. "Lela," I whispered, grabbing hold of her arms. She shuddered, then fell limp against me as Junior yanked his wing free. He backed away with a confused look, as if he too wasn't sure what just happened. "Lela, look at me, damn it." Her eyes fluttered, but they didn't open again. Blood poured from the wound, covering her chest, her back, and me. Her pulse was weak, and her breathing irregular. I wrapped her in my arms and sank to the ground, holding her to me. A tiny, content smile curved her lips as she lifted a hand to my cheek. Then her hand fell, and she grimaced, curling in on herself as if to ward off the pain. She took the blow that was meant for me. What had she been thinking? White-hot rage coursed through every vein in my body, then rushed back to my heart. It pounded against my ribs, each beat increasing a rage unlike any I experienced in my life. When I learned what Hadariel did to Lela, it only scratched the surface of how pissed off I could become. A growl started, like a low rumble of thunder that grew louder and harsher as I snarled at the monster who hurt Lela. He smirked, not scared, and prepared his wing for another strike that would most likely end me. Only it didn't connect. Never had a chance to. I raised my hand, and a wall of bright orange and red flame sent him backward. He bared his rows of teeth and charged a second time. And a third. Each time, the fire held him back. My hellfire. Whatever powerful bars he'd placed around my hellfire shattered in the reality of Lela lying in my arms dying. The wall of flame stayed intact, forcing Junior away. I placed my palm against Lela's wound and begged her to forgive me if we both made it out of Dakota. Fire came to my hand. I cauterized her wound. The burning stench of skin jarred her awake long enough to release a piercing scream. She flailed in my arms but went still. When the bleeding stopped, I kissed her forehead. "I'll be back for you," I promised. "You better not die on me." "Not yet." I propped her up against the metal wall, then rose to my full height. With each step, the wall of fire moved ahead of me, driving Junior down the road. Flames dripped from my hands, forming two whips. With a thought, I let the wall fall, and then he came at me. I spun away from his slashing claws and brought the whips down on his back. He arched and shrieked, black blood gushing from the deep wounds. The attack hardly slowed him. He used his wings to maneuver, except Lela had done a number on them when she dragged her daggers through the leathery skin. Junior's attacks became increasingly wild as I continued to hit him again and again with whips of pure hellfire. The flames intensified with my rage, thinking Lela's face as he had driven that damned spike through her body. I flicked a whip toward the offending weapon and sliced it from Junior's wing. He roared and threw himself at me. The whips wrapped around his body, and I swung him around into a brick wall. He burst through it and landed somewhere inside. The rest of the battle no longer mattered. If I could kill this bastard, then the evil would flee. That was my thinking. The fire shifted in my hands until it created a long sword that lit up the dimness of night. I knocked bricks out of my way as I followed Junior's path of destruction into a building. The place had once been some sort of diner. Tables and chairs were broken and scattered around. Junior fell backward against what had once been a jukebox. He scrambled to get up. I raised the sword. He shrieked like a damned banshee. I brought it down, removing his horned head from his abominable body. If only it had been the real Hadariel's head rolling around the tile floor, then this whole war might be over. The sword vanished with a quiet pop. The use of that much hellfire had left me weak, and every ache rushed back to say hello. I held my side as my knees threatened to buckle. Outside, gunshots continued to ring out. They were still fighting, even though their leader was dead. I had to get out there and help. As I neared the hole in the wall I'd come in through, plaster and wood shifted behind me. I swallowed hard, telling myself I was hearing things. When I heard the sound again, this time with a grunt attached to it, I hung my head. "Too easy," I mumbled. Too damned easy. Junior's body twitched violently. His arms and legs jerked and jumped like his corpse was trying to dance. A fist burst through his neck stump, followed by a second. The rest of the body contorted then expanded until it finally exploded, covering me in fleshy bits and black, foul-smelling blood. I gagged on the stench and watched in disbelief at the creature unfolding where Junior's body had been. "You've got to be shitting me. Seriously?" I ranted. "What the hell are you?" The creature had wings twice the width as Junior's. He chuckled darkly. He was too damn tall to even stand up fully. Had to be approaching 10 foot, if not more. The horns on his head were more jagged and curled backward. Foot-long claws extended from hands that were larger than my head. He stomped forward on cloven feet as I took a step back toward the hole in the wall. "Your end," he remarked in a voice so deep and loud it rattled the building. "Guess I'll just have to kill you again and make sure it sticks." His jaw dropped open wide, and a snake-like tongue flicked in and out of his mouth. Fangs protruded from the top and bottom jaws, dripping with saliva or poison, I wasn't sure which. "You first, demon." As the last word left his mouth, I bolted for the street. I made it outside when the entire wall blew out as he charged through it. He bashed into my back. I soared through the air like a projectile from a cannon. I never had a chance to hit the ground. He snatched me in one large hand and threw me into the street. In some dark part of my mind, I was amused at how I must have looked as I bounced off the concrete. Then the new version of Junior was there, towering over me. I attempted to summon my hellfire, but all it did was flicker and go out. I was beyond a mess and was going to lose consciousness any second. Lela. She was nearby, still dying. I wasn't going to save her. The beast raised his clawed hand high over his head. As he brought it down, I yelled, enraged, unsure what else to do. A burst of fire struck his claws, and they broke and shattered. He yelped, reeling back. Had I done that? He snarled as he twisted around. A second fireball hit him, then another and another, until it was a constant barrage of fiery death coming to claim him. He bellowed enraged and spread his wings. As he took to the sky, the fire followed him, but he shot straight up and disappeared into the night sky. I lifted my head enough to see a line of demons, clad in black armor, charging toward me. Korath was among them, Kexen right on his heels. "Lela and Mech," Korath yelled as he rushed to me. "Stay with me, son." "Secure the compound," he ordered over his shoulder. "I want them all vanquished. You hear me? Kill them all." Kexen nodded, then disappeared. The world was going blurry, and my body was limp. "Lela," I whispered. "Hurt. She's hurt. We'll find her. Over there." I inclined my head the best I could. "Saved my life." "Stubborn pain in the ass, Angel," I mumbled, then everything went dark. "Get those bodies moved. I want the injured inside. Let's move it." I was on the ground still, but there was some sort of fabric beneath me. It was rough, sort of like a cot. Rain pattered my face gently. I stirred as I was lifted off the ground. "Kexen." My eyes opened wide enough to spot him to my right, walking alongside me as I was carried away from the street and down another. "Lie back, Mech. Almost there." "Almost where?" I sat up or tried to, but Kexen shoved me right back down. I was too weak to fight against him. We were in Dakota. Night hadn't given way to morning yet. I must not have been out for that long. More shouts joined Korath's as they directed the wounded inside and off the streets. Fire rose from the perimeter, creating a dome of protection around Dakota. How many demon lords were here? "The army," I muttered, grabbing for Kexan's hand. "That winged bastard, what happened?" "Whatever that thing is, he escaped." Kexan's eyes darkened. "Some of the army did too, but we slaughtered those inside the compound's walls. We lost a good number of fighters, human and demon." "Human." Brian. I had to know if he was alive. Fog filled my mind, and then I bolted upright. The demons carrying me faltered and nearly dropped the litter. Lela. Where is she? I shouted, shoving at Kexen to let me off so I could go to her. Move. I have to go back for her. Was she dead? She couldn't be. I refused to believe she was dead. Mech, calm down, Kexen muttered as he grappled with my hands. She's alive all right. Korath had her taken to the clinic already. Bailey's tending to her now. She's alive. Yeah, she is. We're taking you to the clinic. One of the only buildings left standing. All the wounded are being taken there. The dead, he sighed, shaking his head. The dead are being taken to the compound square. The enemy bodies are being tossed over the walls. Your father is taking care of everything. You need to lie back, shut up, and let us get you to a healer. Reluctantly, I settled down and let them carry me to the clinic. People on litters and cots were lined up outside. I told Kexen I could stay outside with them, but he shook his head. Have you seen yourself? You're hurt worse. Light injuries wait out here. You're going inside, Korath's orders. Just because I'm his son doesn't mean I should get special treatment. It's on my orders, actually. Bailey snapped once we were inside, and the demons helped me hobble to a bed. You're lucky you're standing with the damage you took. It's going to take days for you to heal properly. I should have you sent to hell, but I doubted you'll stay there. She was right about that. I was not leaving Dakota if Lela was here. I want to see her. I scanned the clinic, but there were too many beds, and none of them held her. Bailey, I have to see her now. Where is she? You let me take care of you first, or I'll knock you out. I growled. She crossed her arms, staring me down. I just need to know she's alive. She clenched her jaw but gave in. This way. Kexen helped me limp through the maze of beds that had been crammed inside. Each step took more out of me. The agony in my limbs and side became excruciating. How bad was I hurt? We came to a bed that was partitioned off from the rest. Bailey hesitated, but when I growled again, she drew it back. Two demons stood on either side of the bed. One had bloodied bandages in his hands, and the other held a bowl with a dark bluish-green salve in it. She's lucky you were able to cauterize the wound, Bailey said, as I pulled away from Kexen and limped to the foot of the bed. She would have bled out otherwise. Lela's hands were at her sides, and her shirt had been cut to reveal the wound at her collarbone. The skin around it was a gnarled mess and burned in a perfect handprint. My handprint. Her chest rose and fell steadily. We sedated her, Bailey told me quietly. She wasn't coherent when we found her. She saved me, I whispered, and Bailey's eyes went wide. She jumped in front of that winged devil and took the blow meant for me. I shifted around the bed until I could reach her hand. Her skin was cold and clammy. There was nothing I could say to her right now that would do any good. We got to her in time, Mech, Bailey assured me. She'll make it. Though I appreciated her words, there was a worry in her tone that Lela might not survive such a serious wound. The spike missed her heart and the rest of her major organs, but she lost a lot of blood. There were cuts up and down her arms, and 3 large ones on her side I hadn't noticed before. They would need to be patched up too. I want to sit with her. You can once we take care of you. I shook my head. Bailey placed a heavy hand on my shoulder. You won't be good to her if you're not even strong enough to sit up or stand on your own. Kexen, get him back to his bed. I was going to keep arguing, but someone else moved into my view. Korath. He gave Lela a sad look, then held out his hand. He didn't say a word, but the intense look in his eyes told me he would drag my ass across the clinic if he had to. I let Korath grab hold of my arm. He supported me back to my bed and helped me get situated. As Bailey prepared what I assumed was a sedative in a glass, Korath paced slowly around my bed. His twitching eye was the only giveaway that he was anything but all right. I nearly died tonight. If he hadn't gotten there when he did, and if Lela hadn't taken that hit for me, my father be without his son. What are we going to do about the compound? He stopped at the foot of my bed. You let me worry about that. The demon lords are here to ensure it remains safe. He nodded to Bailey, and she handed me a glass with a blue liquid. I'll talk to you when you wake up, son. I drained the glass and handed it back to Bailey. My eyelids grew heavy, and as Korath and Bailey spoke quietly, I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 10. Mech. 2 days passed after the attack on Dakota. With the help of the demons Kexen had brought, the compound was being rebuilt at a very efficient pace. The defenses were updated to ensure another attack from evil or angels would not be successful. The walls were constructed higher. More towers were added. The barricade I had seen going up the night Korath came to Dakota was in place and would remain so, thanks to all 9 demon lords. Lela remained in bed. She hadn't woken up yet. Each hour that passed gnawed at me. Bailey threw me out of the clinic for scaring the other patients with my constant disgruntled growling. Not sure what else she expected me to do, when it was all my fault Lela was lying on that bed in the first place. I was hanging around the clinic, pacing the road, making a path of my own with my footsteps. Mech. I glanced behind me to find Brian and Bobby. Both had survived the battle, though they were as banged up as I was. Brian sported a black eye that was swollen shut. He sported several slashes along his right cheek. His left arm was in a sling, the entire hand was bandaged. From what I'd been told, he got caught in an explosion while trying to take out 3 abominations. He almost died, just like Lela had. Bobby had fresh stitches along his neck, and though they weren't visible, I knew both his legs had to be reattached. I see Bailey released you from the clinic, Bobby commented. More like I was thrown out of the clinic, I muttered. Lela hasn't woken up yet. It's only been a couple of days, Brian said, but he glanced toward the clinic with a worried frown. She lost a lot of blood. She shouldn't have lost anything. She shouldn't have done it. I picked up a stone, sent it flying into a pile of rocks, sending them scattering. It wrenched my side, and I grunted, holding my bruised ribs. Bobby tried to take hold of my arm, but I waved him off. I'm fine. You look like shit, he replied. I glowered at him as Brian stifled a laugh. Thanks really. Just saying. You could have lost a few limbs. He rubbed the fresh stitches at his neck. Korath told us about the creature that attacked you. Did he tell you what I told him? I asked quietly, not wanting to scare anyone else. Brian and Bobby could handle it. From the confusion on their faces, Korath had not told them everything. I briefed them where that monstrous creature had come from. Brian's face gave nothing away. Bobby nearly lost his bottom jaw. I clamped his mouth shut for him. Don't tell anyone else. No need to freak them all out. But it came back, Bobby uttered. It came back bigger and worse. Mech, it nearly tore you apart. Yeah, I know. How are we supposed to kill it then? What is it would be the better question, Brian said, shrugging his uninjured shoulder. If we try to kill it again, who knows what it might come back as. Its eyes, I whispered. Those eyes were all Hadariel. I say we set it on fire if it comes back, Bobby suggested. Or rip it to pieces. We're going to have to do something. It's out there. Probably regathering their forces to make ready for another attack. I sat down on a large chunk of stone from one of the fallen buildings. With that devil leading them and Hadariel in the heavens, we're finished. Well, aren't you just Mr. Positivity, Bobby mumbled. What happened to finding a way to end the war, huh? I spread my arms wide. Do you think we have a chance of ending it if we're facing down a beast that can bind our hellfire? If they don't finish us off, the angels will, and the world will be plunged into darkness forever. Brian and Bobby exchanged a look. Brian whistled. Damn, he is overdramatic. Overdramatic. Yeah, a little bit, Bobby said, holding up fingers to help emphasize his point. The demon lords are here. They'll come up with a plan. Think it's time you take your own advice and have a little faith. You've got us and you've got Lela. She's going to need you when she wakes up. If she wakes up. Bobby grabbed hold of my shoulders, his bony fingers digging in, sure to leave bruises. When? Not if, he said loudly. If you give in now, Hadariel will be the death of her. Is that what you want? I snarled. He smirked. That's what I thought. Now get your sorry ass off the ground and get back to work. Lela will wake up. When she does, I suggest you two have a very long conversation about your future. One where she's going to hate me, because she is not going to be returning to fight any time soon. Not after the stunt she pulled. Mech, Kexen yelled. We found something. He came toward us, running. I stood as he reached us, and held out a silver sphere. It was heavy, and bore weird intricate designs. I've seen these before, I told him. They were at Bloodfalls. We found this in the center of the compound. Looked like someone buried it, and it was stirred up during the fight. Lord Korra thinks it's what drew the evil army here. Planted by the angels. No, I disagreed. Probably planted by Hadariel. He's afraid of what Lela remembers, so he's trying to kill her. Then we need to know what's so important about that place. I handed the silver sphere back to Kexen. She needs to wake up first. I knew they were trying to help, but all it did right then was tick me off even more that we'd let the situation get this bad. I wandered around Dakota by myself for a while, helping where I could, mostly to keep myself away from the clinic. If I went back there now, Bailey would just send me out again. When the sun was setting on another day, I circled around to the clinic doors and sat down in a chair someone had left outside. The ground was stained with blood beneath my boots. I shut my eyes and saw Lela with that damn spike protruding from her chest all over again. A hand touched my shoulder. I jerked to my feet, ready to attack. Korath stood before me. After I calmed down, he offered me a small smile. She's waking up. I think she'd like you to be there. And the other demon lords? Have you come up with a plan yet? Tanamek, for one night, I don't want you thinking about this war. Get your ass inside and see the woman who you're destined to be with before she comes to look for you herself. He grabbed me and shoved me toward the clinic doors. The war will still be there in the morning. His smile turned bitter, but it was the truth. No chance Hadariel was going to drop dead on his own. That'd be a miracle, and something told me we weren't going to get one of those anytime soon. I hurried inside, passing beds with those recovering from the fight to save Dakota. They were being tended to by the humans we brought back from the cave safe house. They hadn't wanted to stay away once they learned their home had been saved by an army of demons led by the demon lords themselves. We never needed a stronghold on the surface before, but I was damned glad we had one now. Lela's bed was in the back corner of the clinic. There were fabric partitions blocking her off from the rest of the room. Bailey came around them just as I approached. She's waking up slowly, she told me. Her wound is healing. She's going to be fine. Yes, Mech, she's going to be fine. She squeezed my arm, then left. I stayed on the other side of the partition for longer than I wanted to admit. What was I even going to say to Lela once she was awake? How glad I was she wasn't dead. No. What I really wanted to do was call her out for pulling a stunt like that. The more I replayed the fight over and over in my head, the more my aggravation turned to anger. I stomped around the partition to find her trying to sit up in bed. She held one hand to the wound at her collarbone, the other pushing herself upright. What are you doing? I growled as I hurried toward the bed and helped her. You should be lying back. Something tells me I've been doing that long enough. I bit the inside of my cheek and didn't return her smile. You could say that. She sighed, wincing as she moved toward me. You could get that look off your face. Not sure what you have to be angry about. What I have to be angry about? I repeated in disbelief. Seriously? I'm alive, aren't I? And clearly so are you. I would like to know what happened to that asshole, though. Please tell me you killed him. Do you have any idea what you just put me through? I hadn't meant to shout, but it was too late to quiet down now. I turned away from her as I shook my head. You nearly got yourself killed. I watched you get stabbed, Lela. You're not an angel anymore. Yeah, thanks, she snapped, and I spun around to see her glowering at me, arms crossed. Think I remember that much? Then why would you throw yourself in between me and that thing? Have you lost your mind? Mech, she said, but I sliced my hand through the air, cutting her off. I told you what you mean to me, and you just what? Thought you'd save us both the trouble and go ahead and die now. I can't lose you, I said, my voice rough as I focused on her wound. I can't. You are not to carelessly throw away your life, angel or mortal, you understand me. Mech, she said louder, but I wasn't finished. You can tell me we're going to shove aside emotions until the war is over, but I'm not ignoring what I feel for you. I don't care how crazy you think it sounds. Got it? You want to hide from the truth? That's on you. My chest heaved. Lela threw her legs over the side of the bed and was on her feet. You stubborn, stupid pain-in-the-ass demon, she said as she took a step around the bed to get to me. She staggered, and I caught her in my arms. I'm the stubborn one, huh? Get your ass back in bed. I tried to guide her there, but she shoved at my chest. Lela, you shouldn't be up. And you should try to use your brain more. She shoved me again, then cursed when it hurt her. Why do you think I did it? You have a death wish. She shouted in aggravation, grabbed my shirt and tugged me to her. Our lips met, and my anger at her nearly dying was swept away. I wrapped my arms around her and lifted her off her feet. Time fell away, and I reassured myself that she was alive. She hadn't died in her efforts to save me. I hugged her fiercely until she winced. Damn sorry, I said, glancing quickly at her wound. Don't apologize for that, but you should for yelling at me. I don't know why you did it, I argued. How about you think about it for a few seconds? I'll give you some time. Just get me back in bed first. I frowned but helped her climb into bed and get comfortable. I don't know, I said lamely. She squeezed my hand as she said, Instinct, Mech. I saw that thing coming for you, saw the building fall on top of you, and I moved without even thinking about it. I had to save you. It was just instinct. Are you saying you believe me? About the soulmate thing, which I know sounds ridiculous, but... She clapped her hand over my mouth as she laughed quietly. I always believed you, she admitted, and the coldness in her eyes melted. Can you blame me for wanting it not to be true at a time like this? I was going to say yes, but then again, she nearly died because of what we felt for each other. She patted the bed, and I sat down beside her. She scooted over to make room, then to my surprise, leaned her cheek against my shoulder. Our hands rested on my leg, and my cheek on the top of her head. What a pair we make, she mused quietly. Could be worse. Oh yeah. How's that? I shrugged. I could be Bobby. She said nothing for a long few seconds, then burst out laughing. I don't know. He's got some good qualities, considering he's a zombie. Told me he was quite the looker when he was alive. Nah, not even close. You just think you're that handsome. I smirked. I'd like to think so. I kissed the top of her head and wrapped my other arm around her shoulders, pulling her in close. Whatever fight comes next, I don't want you there. You can't ask me to do that. Mech, she said as she turned to look at me. Don't do that. You're mortal. Seeing you nearly bleed out once was more than enough. You did your part. You saved Dakota, and the people will never forget it. You don't need to fight anymore. You expect me to just idly sit by while you're fighting to end the war. Not going to happen. I blew out a heavy breath. You're not going to make loving you easy, are you? Her eyes warmed as she smiled. Did you say love? Shit, I did. When you were bleeding out in my lap, I said quietly, Whatever confines that brute placed on my hellfire shattered. I don't know much about all this crap, but I know a future without you in it is unacceptable. Guess it's destiny, after all. She curled into my side as she added, just hope we didn't find each other too late. You think we have a chance of ending this war? I said nothing for a while, content to feel the steady beat of her pulse and hear her breathing. Yeah, I do. Liar, she whispered. My heart sank, but there was nothing left to say. I found the one I was meant to be with, and now we faced an uncertain future. In the morning, I'd find Korath and the rest of the demon lords. With any luck, they'd have a plan ready to go, and I could sneak away without Lela realizing I'd gone. She might still be willing to fight, but I was not ready to watch her die. After a while, she fell asleep. I tugged the blanket up to cover her, and settled in for the night.
Chapter 11. Lela. Sleeping beside Mech was comfortable and warm. When he covered me with the blanket, I smiled and let myself drift off to sleep with him holding me close. Later, when I awoke, the clinic was lit with just a couple of lanterns scattered around on tables. Quiet voices spoke nearby. I recognized one of them as Kexon. Another was Brian. I knew he made it through the fight. He'd been by to see me at some point, before I'd woken up all the way. I'd thought it was a dream, but I was elated to know it wasn't. Even Bobby survived the assault. They were talking to Mech, but it was too quiet for me to comprehend. Carefully, Mech began to shift away from me and laid me on the bed. He tucked the blankets in around me, careful of my left side. He kissed my forehead so sweetly it made my heart clench, then smoothed my hair back and whispered he'd be back soon. I burrowed even deeper into the bed, and listened to the heavy steps of boots retreat from the bed. The warmth he left behind lulled me right back to sleep. It's here. I crouched behind a large boulder with my parents on either side of me. There was a waterfall and a pool that broke into 4 streams. We were at the bottom of a ravine, with a switchback trail to our right. What is? I asked my father. The proof we've been searching for, he replied quietly. It's how they've been getting in. They've been entering the heavens. I asked alarmed. How have they not set off the alarms? He opened his mouth to answer, then ducked lower and motioned for me to do the same. My mother was on my left, eyes narrowed, lip lifted in disgust. Rocks tumbled down the ravine walls, and then figures appeared on the trail. Night hadn't fully set in yet, but it was dark in the ravine. I couldn't make out what was coming down the path, but they weren't angels. The horrid burning stench of evil reached my nostrils. I fought back a gag at how intense it was. Was it an abomination? I thought only they could put off such a strong odor, but as the figures came closer, I noticed something strange about the one in front. It had wings. It wasn't an abomination. At least I prayed it wasn't. The figures, 6 in all, approached the edge of the pool. All but the winged figure stepped into the water. It glowed dark blue, then shifted to a reddish hue that lit up its face. Hadariel, I breathed in disbelief. No, Dad whispered. It's what we thought at first too, but it's not. Look closer. I squinted, and as the beast turned his head, I spotted several sets of horns jutting from his head. He had the same features as Hadariel, but he was definitely not the High General. I had no idea what I was actually looking at, but this had to be proof that Hadariel was behind the war. All those times my parents talked about treachery in the heavens, I don't think any of us expected it to lead all the way to the angel who commanded us, who we swore loyalty to. Now he was the one we were plotting to bring down. Who else knows? Only those we trust, my mother replied. There are too many who won't be convinced without seeing it for themselves. What's he doing? The Hadariel look-alike had moved toward the center of the pool where a stone platform rose from the water. He remained beside it, while a burst of pure white light came down from the heavens. When it parted, Hadariel stood there. We ducked lower behind the boulder. Would he sense our presence? Is it done? Hadariel asked the look-alike. Yes, Master, They are being gathered as we speak, just as you ordered. Hadariel nodded. Good. Those demon bastards will rue the day they told me I couldn't handle ruling hell and the heavens. You will lead the army once it's formed, and you will bring me the heads of the 9 demon lords. Then we will have what you promised? Hadariel waved absently at the beast. Yes, of course. That was the deal. More than a deal, master. You swore in blood to let us roam free to rule the humans. If you go back on that deal, it's you who will suffer for it. You dare threaten the person who broke open hell? Don't try to act as if that was part of your plan, the creature scoffed. We both know what's happening to you, as much as you wish to deny it. He stretched his claws toward Hadariel's chest and smiled darkly. Already the evil you try to bend to your will is twisting you around, contorting your holy light into something new. Something foul. Hadariel stiffened and withdrew from the monster that looked so much like him. Almost like he was the evil reflection of our once pure-hearted High General. Now I wasn't sure what he was. I will never become like you, he informed the winged beast. And you will obey my orders. The creature's evil grin spread wider, but he bowed with flourish. Of course, master. Now do you have what we require or not? Yes, I do. Once it's in place, hell will never be closed again. And I suggest you not question me. If you would simply make this portal usable by me, you wouldn't have to come to the surface. Only I or a general may use it, Hadariel said quickly. That will not change. Before long I will be you. Hadariel's hand was around the creature's throat, but all it did was draw a creepy laugh from him. Go ahead, do it. See what happens. We both know how much you need me. Hadariel squeezed, then released him. He stepped aside on the platform, and the creature stood beside him. My mouth dropped in horror when white holy light surrounded them both, then with a loud pop, they were whisked away to the heavens. Hadariel had created a portal for evil to enter the heavens. Not only were they corrupting him, but they were also going to corrupt our source of holy light. He was condemning all angels to a fate worse than death. How many times had evil entered our realm? We didn't dare move, not with the 3 zombies and 2 abominations left behind to guard the pool. We could kill them, but if Hadariel and that monster returned, they would know someone had been there. We would just have to wait it out. I peered around the boulder as the 2 abominations stepped into the water. The water glowed bright red, rippling and churning around their feet. A darker light spread, creating some sort of pattern that was too hard to make out from this distance. The platform Hadariel and the beast had stood on rose higher out of the water. More intricate lines stretched out from the bottom of the pool and etched into the stone. What is that? I whispered, but received no answer. The abominations grunted and motioned, as if communicating. The one on the right reached toward the platform, his hand sinking into the stone as though it were malleable material. The same design spread onto the abomination's arm, and as we watched, holy light shot up his arm, filling him. Was this what Hadariel wanted? Did he know they were taking holy light? We had to tell the others. No wonder they were becoming harder to kill. If they continued to take our light for themselves, our source would be depleted as it was being corrupted. I shifted closer, wanting to stop this atrocity from happening. A small pile of stones rolled off the boulder when my hand brushed them. One abomination sniffed the air and stepped away from the pool. He grunted to the other one, and then they were walking away from the water. They weren't going toward the path. They were coming right for us. You need to get out of here, Dad urged as a sword made of pure holy light formed in his hands. Mom had a battle axe in hers, ready to attack. Leave and tell the others what you saw. I'm not leaving you 2 behind. You have to. Moriel and Remiel know. You can trust them. Now go, Lela. What about the other generals? We don't know, but you can't stay here. Dad nudged me again. Staying low, I crawled away from their hiding place as the abominations closed in. My parents shifted their stances, making ready to attack. I didn't want to leave, but Dad was right. Someone who knew the truth had to make it back to the heavens and alert the others. Just as the abominations looked ready to charge, my parents made the first move and launched themselves at the enemy. As they fought, I spread my wings and shot into the sky, out of the ravine, and made for the heavens. I was surrounded by a soft, white glow. From the look of it, I was back in the heavens, and Moriel was in front of me. I told him what I witnessed. He was talking to me, but the words were muffled. "He knows," Moriel said. "He who? Hadariel?" I strained to focus on what was going on. "Knows what?" "No matter what happens, you have to remember, Lela," he said roughly. "You have to tell the others. Hadariel will be the death of us all if you don't." "Wait," I glanced around and frowned. "Where are we?" This wasn't a memory, was it? I slowly turned around, but there were no structures or other angels. "Moriel, what is this?" "My last chance to help you see." When I faced him again, I reeled back. His neck bore a gaping wound, and his once pristine armor was stained with blood. "You have to stop him, Lela. Remember." "I'm trying, but I can't stop him," I argued, still not sure what this was. "He tore out my wings. He made me mortal." Moriel's eyes darkened. "But you are alive. That's what matters. There's no stopping him." "Not alone, but Lela, you're not alone. You and that demon were always meant to find each other. Your parents knew you had a great destiny awaiting you. You always have, ever since you were born. One with a heart so pure." He smiled sadly as he rested a warm, glowing hand on my arm. "I'll tell them you're finally on the path." "Path to what? Moriel?" He was shimmering out of view. "Path to saving us all." Then he was gone. I lunged for him, but ended up bolting upright in bed and letting out a pained scream as I tore open the wound under my collarbone. I bit back a stream of curses as I waited for what I witnessed to fade away, like any other dream. Only it didn't. His touch remained on my arm for a few seconds longer, as a single tear slid down my face. I'd really spoken to him. Remember. He told me to remember. When it hit me, I threw the blankets off the bed, picked up the fresh shirt someone had draped over the chair, and changed as quickly as I could. Each motion was a struggle, but I managed. Walking was another issue. I made it halfway to the clinic door when I collapsed and took a rolling metal table of medical supplies down with me. "Lela, what are you doing out of bed?" Bailey scolded as she rushed toward me. "Mech. Where is he? I have to find him. He's meeting with the demon lords. Come on, let's get you back to bed. You're not healed yet." "I need to find him," I repeated. "Bailey, just take me to him." "I am not letting you wander around Dakota while you're hardly able to stand upright," she said, and started to guide me back to the bed. I planted my feet and forced her to stop. I was already growing weak, and mentally cursed Hadariel for making me immortal. How was I supposed to fulfill whatever great destiny Moriel mentioned, when it took me days now to heal from a stab wound? Swallowing hard and fighting against the dizziness, I squeezed Bailey's arm. "Please, I need to talk to him. It's important." She shut her eyes and muttered something about being as stubborn as a demon. "Fine, let's get you to Mech, but afterward it's straight back here, understand me? I'll not have you collapsing on my watch." Getting out of the clinic was hard, and by the time we were on the main road of Dakota, I was ready to sit down and not move for a few hours. Or a day. Morning had come, and the compound was bustling with humans and demons working to rebuild and fortify. The fiery protective dome was intact, a glowing beacon of safety in a world that was growing darker by the day. Mech and the demon lords were meeting in what Brian had dubbed Town Hall. Really, it was an old gymnasium that had been transformed into a gathering space. The two demon guards at the door frowned when they saw us approaching, but let us in. One of them moved to take my right side when I faltered. "Mech," I whispered. "Is he in there?" The demon nodded and helped me get through both sets of double doors. The large table was surrounded by more than just demon lords. Brian and other humans who spoke for those in Dakota were present, as well as Mech. Their conversation came to a standstill when we walked inside. "Lela," Mech exclaimed and then was rushing toward me. "Are you insane? Bailey, what the hell is she doing up?" "Don't blame her," I said, out of breath. The room spun, and Mech pulled over a chair. "Thanks. You are going back to the clinic right now." "Wait," I argued. "Just give me a second. The room keeps spinning." He growled and I rolled my eyes. "Oh, shut it. Blood falls, I know what's there." "You remembered." "And I saw Moriel sort of," I added, and his brow furrowed even more. "Doesn't matter. What does matter is that there's a portal at the falls. A portal created by Hadariel." "Portal to do what?" Another voice asked. Lord Korath approached from the far side of the table as he spoke. "A portal that allows evil to enter the heavens," I said. There were several curses and gasps around the table. "That winged creature that attacked? It went with him to get something. Said it would force hell to remain open forever, so evil could never be trapped. But it's following Hadariel's orders. I think it came from him somehow." "Is that possible?" Mech asked his father. "With the amount of evil he unleashed, I'm afraid anything is. What else do you remember?" Mech scowled, but I patted his hand. "It's fine. They need to know." I blew out a shaky breath and leaned into Mech to give me the strength to get through this. "Hadariel is planning to use the army he's forming to kill the demon lords. He promised that monster a chance to be free from the bonds of hell and rule over the surface. We can't let that happen. This portal, you said it allowed evil into the heavens?" The woman who asked, I thought she was Ilran, was on her feet and dressed in shining black and crimson armor. She wasn't wearing a dress today. "Yeah, but only the High General or another general can use it. It won't do us any good without a general. And from what you said, the two left in this region are working for Hadariel," Mech muttered. "But the third isn't. We need to find Remiel. Why not just capture a general from another continent?" Ilran suggested. "Good luck finding one," I told her. "I'm sure you've noticed during this war the generals rarely if ever leave the heavens. And I don't know if we can trust them. You won't catch one of them, but if we can get to Remiel, give him a reason to show himself, he can help us." "Are you sure?" "My parents told me right after we saw Hadariel take the creature to the heavens. They made me leave, as they held off the abominations guarding the portal." I let out a deep breath, realizing what happened right after that. Hadariel found out what we'd seen and had them executed, then erased my memories. I wasn't keen to see Remiel, since he was hardly around to begin with. As far as most of the commanders were concerned, he was useless. He never gave out orders directly. Hardly anyone spoke to him, except the other generals. I hadn't seen him since before my parents were killed. We were out of options though. We needed more angels on our side, eyes in the heavens to tell us what Hadariel's plans were. I thought of Nathaniel, and prayed he was staying safe in this mess. "How do we find Remiel?" Ilran asked. "We need Nathaniel," I whispered. "He might know how to get to the general." "Your friend?" Mech looked like he wanted to argue with me, though he finally nodded. "You have a way to track him?" "Not track him, but a way to make him come to you. Take a lock of my hair. I might not have holy light, but I think your hellfire will work." "How?" "They're not the same. Actually, because of our connection, I think it might." I rested my hands on Mech's arm. "Trust me. It'll work. And if not, well, I don't know what we do then. If there was nothing else you wanted to say, we should get you back to bed." "Wait, the abominations are heading to the falls." I had to get through this last bit of information. They had to know. They're absorbing holy light from the pool. I don't know if Hadariel knows it or not, but it's what I saw them doing the day I was there. They're not just corrupting the angel's source of light. They're depleting it. And once it's gone, the heavens will fall, Korath said quietly. Hadariel has brought about the apocalypse, and he hasn't even realized it, the fool. He was right. With demons and angels dead, there would be nothing left to combat the evil that was seeping out of hell at a rapid pace. It would grow and expand until it covered the surface. This world would die. Come on, Mech said gently, let's get you back to bed. I wanted to stay and hear the rest of the conversation, but Mech arched his brow as if making ready to shut me down if I asked to stick around. All right. Might not be a bad idea. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. It's a start, Korath assured me, then to my surprise held my hand in his. And thank you. Just wish I had a better solution. No, I meant thank you for helping keep my son alive. I smiled as I glanced at Mech. Can't lose him right after I've found him, right? And you're welcome. Mech let me walk to the doors, but once we were through them, he scooped me into his arms. For once I was too tired to complain and curled into his chest, soaking in his warmth. We walked out of the town hall and through Dakota, but he wasn't headed back to the clinic. I gave him a curious look. I had a room prepared away from the clinic so you can get some real rest, he informed me. Our room? He nodded. Something like that, yeah. We wound through the streets, passing demons and humans working side by side. They laughed and talked like there wasn't a war going on outside these walls. I spotted Tim. He waved when he saw us. Brian was with him. Those two would get along great. Mech turned down another street, then reached a 2-story stone building. The front door was missing, and the lower level was filled with crates and boxes of what looked like random supplies. A set of stairs was toward the back of the room. At the top was a wooden door. Mech pushed it open with his shoulder and stepped inside. Most of the windows were missing. A bed was on the floor to the right. It appeared to be the only furniture, aside from 2 small end tables. I wish you could stay in hell, Mech commented. Could give you a proper room there. This is just fine for me. If you need to go back to recharge though, don't let me stop you. Not happening right now. I'll be fine for a while longer. He set me on my feet, and I walked slowly around the room. It was 10 times the size of where I was used to staying. I never needed much to begin with, and after nearly dying again, I was content to only focus on what mattered. I stumbled, and Mech was right there to support me. He guided me to the bed, and I sank onto the mattress. You have to get back. Not right away. He knelt in front of me, as his gaze shifted to my collarbone. His brow wrinkled and a growl rumbled. Never should have happened. But it did, and I'd do it all over again if I had to. That does not make me feel better. Hey, you're the one who said it. We're soulmates. This is what we do for each other. We sacrifice when we have to. He sighed and rested his forehead against mine. You're what I've been missing all these years. This damned war almost kept us apart. If I hadn't gone to the rift that day, I might have lost you. But you haven't. Not yet, at least. Don't say that. He held my cheek as we looked into each other's eyes. I won't lose you, understand? It's not going to happen. I will do everything I can to keep you safe. And I'll do the same for you. No, you are going to stay here where it's safe no matter what happens next. Nope. Where you go, I go. He rolled his eyes heavenward, then he was kissing me. I clung to him, as a voice in the back of my mind said this wasn't going to last. There was too much evil in the world. And if the evil didn't get us, Hadariel and his angels would. I finally found someone in this world I felt completely and utterly connected to, and there was a high chance I'd lose him way too soon. He sat down on the bed beside me, then pulled me into his lap as the kiss deepened. He buried one hand in my hair, entangling the knots as his other held my rear. I was so alive with him. I could almost see our future laid out if we could get through this war. I shifted to hold him as close as I could but winced. Damn it, I mumbled as Mech drew back. He tugged my shirt, checking the wound. You're bleeding again. He set me on the bed and hurried downstairs. When he came back a minute later, He had fresh wrappings in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other. I'll redress it, then get back to the others. I removed my t-shirt, wearing a tank underneath, and let the strap fall. Mech swallowed, his gaze wandering lower. I raised my brow. He cleared his throat and unwrapped the older bandages. His hands were warm as they brushed across my skin, and my eyes slipped closed. I wrapped my arms around his neck. "Lela, your wound," he started. I nipped his lower lip, and he grunted. "I'm not going to die from a few drops of blood." "We really should change the bandages," he mumbled against my mouth even as his arms wrapped around my waist. Why couldn't the war find a way to end on its own? I was tired of fighting. The demon I was meant to be with was here in my arms, and that's where I wanted him to stay. No more risking our lives, no more wondering when the next attack would come. Just us, living our lives and finding out who we were together. I let him undo the bandages and revealed the ghastly wound beneath. He paused as his eyes lingered. Guilt poured off him, and I caught his hand in mine. "Not your fault, so don't even think it. You didn't let me die. You shouldn't have been hurt at all. I should never have let you stay in Dakota. That wasn't your decision to make. It is when it means keeping you alive." He quickly applied a new bandage. I grimaced at the pressure, and he handed me the bottle of whiskey. "It won't happen again. Whatever you're thinking, stop it right now." He said nothing, but his brow furrowed even more, a sign I was beginning to understand meant that he wasn't going to change his mind. Two could play at the stubborn game. I let him finish dressing my wound, and sipped on the whiskey. The liquor burned going down, and after a few sips, I realized as a mortal, alcohol did indeed have an effect on me. I set the bottle aside and laid down. I waited for Mech to leave, but he laid down right beside me. I snuggled against his side, and though I sensed our aggravation at each other over whether he was going to let me fight by his side again, it was impossible not to be at peace beside him. Tomorrow I'd argue with him. Today, I'd save my strength and prove that one injury was not going to be the end of me.
Chapter 12. Mech. I held a lock of Lela's hair between my fingers and watched it glow with hellfire. "You think that'll work?" I shrugged at Kexen and raised it to the wind. "Can't hurt to try." I was worried using Lela's hair would somehow draw Hadariel instead of Nathaniel to us. She told me Nathaniel had probably been freaking out since she disappeared. If he sensed a hint of her anywhere, he'd be the first one to show up. The plan was to snatch him and get away before anyone else came for her. Like the High General or any of his corrupt angels. The strands of hair were swept away, and I lowered my hand, watching. Waiting. We chose the location of the rift Lela and I first met. If Nathaniel was looking for her, this might be one of the places he was keeping an eye on. Thankfully, the rift remained closed, though a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. That was the case at every rift. Kexen was the only demon with me. Too many might alert scouts of our presence. As the breeze blew harder, rustling my hair around my horns, I itched for this angel friend of hers to show up. I needed to get back to Lela. She'd wanted to tag along with us, but after a 5-minute argument that ended with kissing her to stop her ranting, I backed into the portal. Her annoyed yell had followed me. I was going to have hell to pay if we came back with no Nathaniel. Kexen nudged me. "Someone's coming." A bright spot appeared in the sky, shooting toward the ground. When the white light faded, an angel straightened, his wings folding in behind him. He had the light blonde hair and sky-blue eyes Lela described. He wasn't wearing armor, just normal clothes. The idiot wasn't even armed. He slowly turned around, squinting. "Lela," the newcomer whispered harshly. "Lela, please tell me you're here." "Think that's him?" Kexen asked. "Has to be. Get the portal ready. I'll grab him." A portal opened behind me, and as I was about to step out of the trees, a second figure shot toward the ground beside the newcomer, who I'd have wagered was Nathaniel. I paused, reaching for the daggers at my hips. The light faded, and a taller angel bearing the markings of a general on his silver armor glanced around. His short hair was jet black and his brown eyes were sharp. He had 2 scars running down his right cheek. I was confused by the lack of wings on his back. He must have tucked them away as he landed. Is she here? I swore I sensed her, Nathaniel replied. Shit. Were they looking for her, to help her, or take her back to Hadariel? Maybe she'd been wrong to put her trust in these angels. We have to find her, Nathaniel said urgently. She could be hurt or dying. I know. We'll get to her before it's too late, the second angel assured him. Have faith. In what? Nathaniel snapped. The High General did something to her, Remiel. Everyone else might buy his lies, that he sent her on some top-secret mission, but I'm not. Something's wrong. Lela's in trouble. It's been too long. I know. Do you? You told me I could trust you, that you already know what's going on. I don't even know what's going on, Nathaniel ranted. I want the truth, Remiel, and I want it now. What else haven't you told me? And where have you been all this time? Remiel's dark brows shot to his hairline. My. You are developing quite the temper. You haven't seen anything yet. I want to find my friend, and if you're not going to do anything useful, then you can just get the hell out of here. No, we couldn't let either one of them leave. I motioned for Kexen to stand by the portal. Then I stepped out from behind the rock outcropping we'd used as cover. Both angels spotted me. I held up my hands to show them I meant no harm. Remiel's hand fell to the sword at his hip. Nathaniel's eyes narrowed to slits. Looking for Lela? I asked. Nathaniel shot a confused look to Remiel. What would you know about her, demon? I know where she is. She's safe, and she sent me to find you. Both of you, actually. Why would we believe you? She gave me her hair to bring you both here, I explained. Nathaniel shook his head. No, if she wanted to find us, she'd be here herself. She would if she was still an angel. Nathaniel paled. What do you mean? I mean your High General murdered Moriel, then ripped her wings out of her back, I spat. He cast her out. I've kept her safe. I glanced around warily, not wanting to be out in the open like this much longer. Either we can stand here arguing, or you two can come with me to see Lela. We don't have much time, so I suggest you choose quickly. Nathaniel didn't hesitate, striding toward me. Remiel's hand closed around his sword. He seemed torn, but finally followed Nathaniel. I led them to the portal. Follow me, stay close, I told them. I walked into the portal, with them right behind me. Kexen was the last one through, and shut it hastily behind us. From the sudden worry on his face, we'd left just in time. He must have sensed something coming toward us. Nathaniel frowned, shaking his head. We're in Dakota. Yes, we are. But there are demons everywhere. I don't understand. What is this? Nathaniel? Lela called, and he spun around. The moment he spotted her, he rushed to her. She hugged him back just as fiercely as they both cried. He was asking her questions, and all she could do was answer them. Each answer left him paler, and a dark look filled his eyes. I don't understand. Why did he do this to you? Nathaniel asked harshly. Because I figured out the truth, Lela told him. I regained my memories. Hadariel started the war. He's the cause for everything that's gone wrong. She squeezed his hands. We have to stop him before it's too late. To do that, we need your help. I kept waiting for Nathaniel to call her out for siding with demons. He glanced at me again, then asked her, and him? What's this demon to you? Lela smiled as she looked my way. He saved me. Nathaniel let her hands go and came toward me. I braced, waiting for him to deck me, but instead, he held out his hand. When I took it, he dragged me into a one-armed hug. He was a lot stronger than he looked. Thank you, he whispered. I thought I lost her. I hugged him right back. You're welcome. He stepped back and nodded slowly as he took in the demons and humans surrounding him. "I'm assuming this means you believe her?" I asked him. "We always knew something was wrong. That, and after Moriel and Lela disappeared, Remiel found me. He's the one that told me the truth. Or some of it." He gave the general a disgruntled look. And he wasn't the only one. Lela had shifted her attention to Remiel now. Her icy stare was back. The general fidgeted as she came closer. A circle of curious onlookers had gathered. The humans openly glared at the general, clearly holding him responsible for those they recently lost in the battle for Dakota. Remiel didn't turn away from Lela. She stopped a few feet from him and simply stood there, staring. The tension between them rose. Remiel lowered his head. When he raised it, he said, "Lela, I." The rest of the words never escaped his mouth. Lela smacked him, the harsh crack echoing around Dakota. "You bastard," she whispered. She smacked him a second time. "Where were you when they needed you? Where were you when Hadariel murdered my parents? Or when he killed Moriel?" She slapped him a third time as she shouted, "Where were you when he stole my wings?" She raised her hand to hit him again, but Remiel fell to his knees and hung his head. "I'm sorry," he whispered, voice shaking. "I thought we had time." He hunched over more, as if he could curl in on himself and disappear. He no longer looked like a general, but a lost soul who had been beaten down by the war. "You have every right to hate me, Lela. I never imagined Hadariel would go so far with you." Lela's hands fisted at her sides as she shook with anger. "I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'm going to fight Hadariel until I die. Maybe that'll be enough one day." She spat at the ground at his feet, then stormed away. Remiel remained on his knees until Nathaniel and I approached him. Nathaniel helped the general up, appearing as pissed off as Lela. "I want to know everything," Nathaniel told me. "And I mean everything. I'm tired of being kept in the dark. Why don't you both come with me? The demon lords would like to meet you both." Nathaniel's wings disappeared into his back as he nodded. "We'll follow you." "Sorry, didn't catch your name." "Mech, son of Demon Lord Korath." Saying nothing, Remiel fell in line beside Nathaniel. The crowd of humans reluctantly parted for the angels, and I took them to the town hall to decide what their fates would be. The silence that fell over the town hall was deafening. Nathaniel looked like he'd been stabbed through the heart. Remiel's eyes had glazed over. He sat at the end of the table, staring at the wall. He hadn't said much the entire time we'd been here. Nathaniel had asked all the questions. "No wonder the people looked at us like that," Nathaniel finally said. "They must hate us now." "Only if they believe none of you are on their side anymore," I explained. "Hadariel's the real villain. They know that now, but they don't know which angels they can trust." I glanced at Remiel, not sure how I felt just yet about this general. Lela said there were more who knew the truth. "Do you know who they are?" Remiel nodded. "Getting word to them will be difficult. The heavens have changed much since Lela was cast out." "But you can get to them," I insisted. "Yes, at great personal risk to myself. Even if we get them on our side, though, the war won't end until Hadariel is dead. Killing him should be our only priority." "And has it been?" Remiel stiffened at my harsh tone. "From what Lela told us of you, you've been doing nothing to stop the atrocities caused by the High General. So tell me, Remiel, why should we trust you? Why should we listen to anything you have to say? I understand your hesitation to trust me, but perhaps this will change your mind." He stood and turned his back to me. I wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he undid his armor chestplate. It clanked to the floor at his feet, and he grabbed hold of the shirt beneath. He pulled it off and chucked it in the seat he'd just vacated. "Now do you believe that all I want is Hadariel dead?" Two massive and deeply grooved scars marred his back, where wings had once been. The scars were older than Lela's, but not by much. But your light, I said, you still have it. Only because I got away before he could drain it all. What little I have, I've pulled from the same stone altar the abominations have been using. I won't be able to do it forever. Each time I risk exposure. Hadariel did that to you? Korath asked. Yes. Remiel lowered his shirt. He was onto Moriel and Lela's parents. I offered up myself to get them off his back. But she said you were still a general? Another of Hadariel's lies. I've been on the run. It's why I wasn't able to save her parents or many others he's killed. Why I failed to save Moriel or Lela. Many angels who stand against him have had their minds erased again and again. He sank back down in his chair, picking up his shirt as he did so. Others have been handed over to the abominations to drain them of their light. Then Hadariel knows what they're doing? I asked, confused. Knows, and is unable to stop them. He won't admit it, but he's losing control. Then what do you propose we do? Korath asked, as he and the other demon lords eyed the general with a newfound understanding. They all hated Hadariel, and it was that hatred that would bring us together. We kill Hadariel. Whatever plans you were making, I suggest we fulfill them now. Soon, Hadariel will become unstoppable. As will Xeroxin. At first, the name didn't sound familiar. Then it clicked. The Winged Devil. Remiel bowed in acknowledgement. That'd be him. Pleasant, isn't he? What is he? From what I've been able to discern, he appeared after Hadariel unleashed evil. He came to the High General and told him his name. Said he would be his ally in this new world. In truth, I think while Hadariel was in hell, a bit of his soul was stripped away and was contorted to create Xeroxin. That's a beast that is not going to be easy to kill. I rubbed my forehead as I walked away from the table. Nothing about this meeting was making me feel any better. Remiel's warning sank in. There was no more waiting around. We needed to attack Hadariel, and we needed to do it now. There was no chance to get more angels on our side. It would be us against him. When I turned back, Nathaniel looked just as worried as I did, but there was a fierce, determined look in his eyes. I'd take 2 angels over none. Guess it's time we get to work, I said. Let's kill Hadariel. We finally exited the town hall, half a day after entering it. The streets were cleared of everyone, except those on guard duty or patrolling. I rolled my shoulders, wishing I felt better about what we were about to do. Lela was not going to be happy, but Remiel was right. If we killed Hadariel, we had a chance to end the war now, instead of wasting more years and more lives. Nathaniel stepped out beside me. I'd feel better if I was going to be there, he said quietly. We need someone in the heavens keeping an eye out, I reminded him. And if you can find a way to slowly recruit angels just in case, it'll help. Just in case. He shook his head as he shoved his hands in his pockets. The plan was sound. Remiel would go to the falls and draw out Hadariel. Once he showed his face, we'd attack. Korath and I would lead the charge. The rest of the demon lords were to stay behind and begin gathering the forces of hell to march on Xeroxin. Once Hadariel was gone, we'd be able to turn our full focus against him and the army he'd gathered. With any luck, this whole mess could be over in a few days. If anything happens to me tomorrow, I said quietly, swear to me you'll look out for Lela. You better not let her hear you saying that, Nathaniel commented. Swear it, Nathaniel. He held his hand to his heart. Swear. He sighed as he glanced around Dakota. All this time, I knew something was wrong, but I was too much of a coward to act. You're doing something now. That's what matters. Yeah, just hope I'm not too late. I'll be in touch. Tell Lela, tell her I'm sorry, but I'll be back soon as I can. We shook hands, then he made his way toward the front gate. He'd go back to the rift, then return to the heavens and act as if nothing changed. I wanted to believe this was a foolproof plan, but anything could go wrong. We were calling Hadariel out. There'd be a small army backing us, but so could he. It was going to be a bloodbath. The urge to get to Lela and spend as much time with her as I could before I left for Blood Falls. I might die there. I picked up the pace and jogged back to the building that we had taken over as our small sanctuary. When I reached the second floor, I opened the door to find Lela standing at the window. A bottle of whiskey was on the end table nearby, mostly empty. Lela. She tilted her head like she'd heard me but didn't turn around. I thought you'd be asleep. Sleep, she said, then giggled, a sound I never expected to hear from her. Why would I be asleep? Tell me, what story did Remiel give you for abandoning us, huh? Bet it was a tearjerker. She laughed louder, and I realized she was drunk. She snatched up the bottle and took a long gulp. He's just as bad as Hadariel. All right, I think you've had enough for tonight. I grabbed the bottle from her and easily held it out of reach. I think it's time you go lie down. Why? I'm not tired, she said with a pout. I chuckled quietly as I set the bottle on the table, then picked her up and carried her to bed. We have a lot to talk about, but I guess that'll have to wait until morning when you're in a better state of mind. I'm fine just like this, she argued. I'm not drunk. Sure you're not. She grabbed one of the pillows and clutched it to her chest. I mean, I'm a little drunk. A smidge, she said as she held up 2 fingers an inch apart. When she laughed, she immediately clapped that hand over her mouth, her cheeks turning bright red. I removed my boots and laid across the foot of the bed, watching her with a bemused grin on my face. I think you're going to make a great human after all. She shrugged. Gotta be good at something now, right? Can't fight worth shit. I think the angel you beat to death would argue with you. I was concerned it was too soon to bring that up, until she nodded. Good point. Rat. They're all rats, including Remiel. Lela, there's something you need to know about him. There was a good chance she wouldn't remember any of this in the morning, but I didn't want her going to sleep tonight thinking Remiel had abandoned her on purpose. Quietly, I told her what I found out about the general. She gripped the pillow harder as her face scrunched in confusion, then sadness, then went into full-blown anger. He's risking his life in a few hours to kill Hadariel. We all are. I think before we go, you should talk to him. She held up her hand. What? I hadn't meant to tell her that bit tonight, but it was too late to take it back now. Tomorrow, we're taking the fight to Hadariel. We're going to draw him out and kill him. Where? Lela, I think you should just go to sleep. We can talk about it in the morning. The glare she shot me was like a punch to the gut. Where are you attacking him, Mech? Blood Falls. Damn it, hadn't intended to reveal that either. We have it all planned out. We're going to be fine. You'll see. We held each other's gaze for a solid 10 seconds when she hauled off and smashed the pillow into my face. Are you insane? She shouted as she hit me with each word. You've all lost your minds. All of you. You're going to get yourselves killed. I caught the pillow and held it behind me. She lunged for it, but I held her back with my other hand. I told you we have a plan. We're taking a small army with us. It won't matter if you take the entire army with you. She gave up on trying to get the pillow and slammed her hands into my chest. He's going to be ready for you. I know it. He's going to take whatever plan you have and flip it on you. She clambered off the bed and stalked toward the door. Where are you going? It's the middle of the night. I'm going to talk to the demon lords and tell them they can't do this. She was at the door by the time I reached it, and slamming it shut just as she opened it. Move. The decision's been made, Lela. We're doing this. She yanked on the door, but when I wouldn't budge, she yelled in aggravation and stormed away. Now who's the one with a death wish? I'm not going to die. She barked a laugh. The effects of the alcohol seemed to be quickly wearing off. And I never thought I'd lose my holy light. Every detail has been worked out. We'll have Remiel with us. And my father too. We're taking over 100 demons to that tiny ravine. The scouts there have reported no movement whatsoever, I explained as I went to her. This will work. Hadariel will be dead by the end of tomorrow. You should be happy. Happy? I'll be happy to have you alive, Mech. I'm not going to die. Her huff said she wasn't convinced. I took hold of her elbows, pulled her close and wrapped my arms around her. She pressed her forehead into my chest and her arms fell to her sides. You better not, she muttered. I can't keep doing this without you, you know. I kissed the top of her head. I do, but you just need to have a little faith. I'm trying. She sniffed hard, then wiped at her eyes. I'm coming with you. The hell you are. I set her back and lowered my face to hers. You're going to stay here in Dakota with Bobby. You're not to set a foot outside of Dakota while I'm gone. If you're going to face down Hadariel, I'm coming with you. No, you're not. If I have to tie you to a chair somewhere, I will. We're not in a cave anymore, I reminded her. She smacked my arm. You can't ask me to stay behind. Too bad. You're recovering from an injury that nearly killed you. Let me take care of Hadariel. A growl started deep in my chest as I traced my fingers gently down her cheek to her chin. Let me make him pay for what he did to you. I knew she wanted to be the one to relieve Hadariel of his head. Maybe she still could. We'd subdue him, then bring him back here, and she could be his executioner. She sighed, not looking pleased with my request, but I was winning the argument. I hate being mortal, she mumbled. The word sounded so pathetic and whiny, I started to laugh. She smacked my arm but grinned as she did it. Eventually, she began to laugh again. I swept her into my arms, kissing her. She held my face in her hands as the laughter died away. Mech, promise you'll come back to me alive. I'll do my best. No, you swear to me right now you'll come back alive, she repeated. Otherwise, I'll find a way to tag along with you. What am I going to do with you? I buried my hands in her hair and pressed my lips to hers. Be with me, she replied. Fear filled her eyes, and I wanted to chase it away. Mech. She clung to my shoulders. I swear I'll come back to you, I finally answered and brushed the few tears that had fallen from her eyes. You and I are far from over, Lela. This time when we kissed, there was a sense of urgency behind it, and a desire to be as close as possible for as long as we could. I held her to my chest as the kiss grew heated. She tugged at my shirt, and I tore it over my head. She dragged her fingers down my shoulders to my ribs, tracing the muscles and old scars. The more recent cuts and gashes had healed over but stood out against my tan skin. When her eyes found mine, she didn't have to say a word. Chapter 13. Mech. It was the morning of. That's how I thought of it. The morning of. The morning of the day a lot of shit would go down. The morning of the day that would risk my life. Risk my happily ever after. Did demons even get happily ever afters? I didn't care what traditional lore thought of demons. I knew what we were about. And I deserved my happily ever after. With Lela. My angel turned mortal who was my soulmate. I hadn't slept much the night but it wasn't because of nerves. Lela and I had sat up most of the night and well into morning. Talking. There was some laughter, a few more tears on her part, and a heavy silence that was filled with regret from both of us. If only we'd met sooner, if only we had more time together. Korath Kexen, Remiel, and the rest of our fighting force were prepared to move out to Blood Falls. The scout reports continued to be positive. There was no sign of any abominations anywhere near the ravine. We'd get our people in place, then Remiel would use the portal to alert Hadariel to his presence. As soon as the High General showed, we'd make our move. Lela and I had another argument this morning. More of the same. She wanted to come with me, and since shouting at each other resolved nothing, I pulled her close and kissed her fiercely. Leaving her behind was not an easy decision to make, but it would keep her alive. That's what mattered to me. Lela had to live. I should talk to Remiel before you leave, she said, and pulled her hand from mine. Remiel noticed her approaching and tensed. Lela said this morning she had forgiven Remiel for his actions, but was still angry at him. He could have come back sooner, or found a way to keep helping the angels who knew the truth. Instead, he'd run. Now he was making up for it, and as I waited for her to speak, I hoped she didn't smack him again. Instead, she held out her hand. I'm sorry for what he did to you. Remiel took her hand, then pulled her into a tight hug. I loved your parents, he replied. And Moriel. He was mine as Mech is yours. It killed me to hear what Hadariel did to him. But I swear to you, Lela, we will have our revenge. Lela nodded firmly as they broke apart. Make him bleed, Remiel. Make him wish he never existed. He bowed, placing a hand to his heart. I swear it on my life. On all that is holy. Korath approached. It's time to go, I said solemnly. I was going to settle for a gentle kiss, but Lela threw herself into my arms and latched onto my neck. I kissed her back, picking her up off her feet. A few people catcalled and whistled around us, but I couldn't have cared less. If I could have stayed there all day, I would have, but the time had come to depart. Slowly, I set her on her feet and backed away. She squared her shoulders, that cold look back in her eyes. Korath waved his arm, and a large fiery portal opened in the center of Dakota, wide enough for 10 people across. Let's move out, Korath ordered, and led the way through. I lingered, unable to get moving. I'd felt better about our plan when I awoke this morning. Now my gut twisted in knots, and I sensed we were walking to our deaths. I backed up a step, then another, and finally walked into the portal with the rest of the demons. Once in the ravine, Korath gave out orders for the demons to prepare for the ambush. We'll get him, Korath told me as he squeezed my shoulder. This is it, son. I was too anxious to do anything but nod. I took my place alongside Kexen and hunkered down to wait. Once the demons were in place and the portal to Dakota closed, Korath used his hellfire to shield our presence. Then he gave the signal to Remiel, who stepped into the shallow pool. The water took on a bluish glow. When he reached the center, the platform raised up out of the stone. Remiel climbed atop it, drew his sword, and drove it into the stones. Just like how Lela described to me last night, the designs in the pool came to life glowing blue instead of red. They inched up the platform, then onto Remiel's blade as he absorbed the holy light. When it was too blinding to look at, he yanked it out of the stone and held it over his head. Hadariel, traitor. Show yourself, Remiel bellowed. It's time the angels knew the truth. My fingers twitched on the hilts of the daggers I held. There was no burst of holy light from the sky. No answering to Remiel's words. There was nothing at all. I glanced to Korath and Kexen, but they shrugged. Remiel lowered his blade and walked around the edge of the platform. Too scared to confront me, is that it? Too scared I'll be the one to kill you, after all. Show yourself. The ground rumbled suddenly. Rocks fell from the ravine walls. I crouched lower behind the large boulder. Remiel spread his feet apart, bracing himself as the platform beneath him glowed dark blue. The water of the falls stopped. When they started again, a figure appeared in front of Remiel. The High General had come after all. Remiel, what a surprise. Hadariel smirked. Finally ready to accept your death. I won't be the one to die this day. Oh no. Pity, because it's not going to be me. You are nothing, not anymore. Hadariel exhaled deeply, as if he was bored. Slowly, he stepped into the pool and circled Remiel. You came alone too. Very interesting indeed. I had thought you would have another with you, but I suppose I'm wrong. Did he mean Lela? Itching to charge him, I knew I had to wait. We agreed the night before that attacking as soon as he appeared would show our hand. We wanted him to make the first move. Remiel had said he was ready to take that risk. Remiel raised his sword point toward Hadariel. Shall we finish this, angel to angel? You know, Hadariel said, and tapped his chin. I think we won't. He raised his hands over his head and clapped. I realized we made a mistake in coming here. That was not Hadariel. It was Seraphim. A sharp crack ricocheted around the cavern. Korath's shielding hellfire fell away. Our small army was revealed. Seraphim morphed into his true nightmarish form, cackling. My, you did bring quite the party with you. This is going to be fun. Oh boys. I gritted my teeth and raised my head to look around the ravine. Abominations and hounds lined the ridge while zombies covered the switchback trail. They'd been here the whole time. Seraphim was powerful enough to hide them from view. Korath and I stepped out from the boulder. There was no point in hiding now. Well, now that I did not expect. Demons, Remiel. Really? Demons? You believe they will help you? Seraphim squinted at Korath, then his eyes widened. My mistake, you've brought a demon lord. How thoughtful of you to make my job easier. His voice deepened as he stretched to his full 10-foot height. Leathery black wings sprouted from his back as crimson horns grew out of his head. His snake-like tongue flicked in and out of his mouth. I'll take your death today, beast, Korath stated loudly. Seraphim grated his sharp teeth, making an eerie clacking sound. You think you're that strong, demon? He snapped his fingers and disappeared in a burst of black smoke. Korath spun around as I moved in closer, keeping my eyes peeled. The evil watching us did only that. Watched. None of them made a move to attack. There was a shout of alarm behind me. I whirled around in time to see Seraphim appear behind Korath. The bastard clapped his hands again, and the same iron bands I felt in Dakota closed around my hellfire, cutting it off. I doubled over, grabbing at my chest. Through blurred eyes I saw Seraphim draw back his fist. He punched it through Korath's chest. No. I snarled and staggered forward as Korath dropped his sword and looked down in surprise. Seraphim's cackling filled my ears as my father was lifted off his feet. That bastard launched Korath toward the pool, where my father disappeared beneath the water. With my father's blood drenching his arm, Seraphim gave the order to attack. Zombies burst from the ground all around, and as he charged toward me, my last thought was of Lela and how I was never going to see her again.
Chapter 14. Lela. I rolled my shoulder again, wishing the thick bandages were gone. Or that I had my holy light back. That and my wings. I paced across the rooftop again, taking in the surrounding wastelands. You need to sit down, Bobby complained. You're making me dizzy. Something's wrong. You've been saying that for the last hour, he reminded me. They're not supposed to be back yet. If all goes according to plan, it could take hours. They'll send word. That's what Mech said. Unless he can't send word. I picked at my nails as I made another circle around the rooftop. When they created the plan to use Remiel as bait to draw Hadariel out, I'd wanted to go with them. Mech argued with me until he was hoarse. He said I hadn't healed, and that if Hadariel did show up, I should not be anywhere in sight. The High General wanted me dead, but he wanted everyone else dead too. I should be there to help them fight. Instead, I was stuck here, like the freaking human I was. Before Mech left, he dragged me out of sight and we shared a kiss. I was no longer holding back what I felt for him. It was too raw and too right. He gave me the strength to keep fighting, and I did the same for him. But this connection of ours was making me anxious. My gut twisted in knots, and I shook my head as I stomped back to Bobby. Something's wrong, I insisted. I want to go to Blood Falls. Bobby threw his head back, stretching the stitches attaching it to his neck. If I take you there and nothing's wrong, Mech will kill me. You're already dead. He scowled. He'll kill me again. Absolutely not. Bobby, I said as sweetly as I could, though something in his sudden stiffening posture said my smile was anything but friendly. "If you don't find a way to get me to Blood Falls to make sure Mech is not dead, I'll be the one who kills you. Understand me? Mech and I are connected somehow, and that connection is screaming at me that there's trouble." He gnawed on what remained of his lower lip. "I can't. Let's put it this way. If you don't take me, I'll find a way to get there on my own. Been there before, remember? No one's going to let you just walk out of here," he said, trying to brush off my threat. "You don't think I have a way out of Dakota? I've been protecting this city for years. Bobby, I know what I'm asking you to do. I'll make sure Mech doesn't take your head." I backed for the door leading to the stairs. "So am I going without you, or what?" He tilted his head back and forth, scratching at his bare skull as he grumbled under his breath. Fine, but we need a demon. I'm not shuffling my zombie ass all the way to Blood Falls. I'll find someone. Meet me at the main gate." At the gate, I paced anxiously for Bobby to join me. Every second we wasted was another second. Mech and the others could be in trouble. The wound throbbed and I pressed my palm to it. Part of me said it hurt because of Mech. He was in trouble. Instinct yelled at me to get to him. I'd grabbed my shotgun, loaded a bandolier with shells and a halberd on my way to the gate. "Come on, Bobby," I whispered. "Come on. Lela." I spun around to find Bobby running to me as fast as he could, a confused demon behind him. "We need a portal to Blood Falls." The demon stopped short. "You're kidding, right?" He crossed his arms. "Lela, Mech gave us all orders to keep you safe here in Dakota. You are not to go to the falls. Mech will send word soon enough." His eyes narrowed and shifted from me to something behind me. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted Bobby frantically shaking his head. As soon as he realized I was looking, he stopped and gave me a large crooked grin. I gave Bobby a dirty look. "I don't care what Mech said," I told the demon. "I'm saying we need to check on him." He shook his head, jaw set. "Fine, you know what? You take me there, and as soon as we see that everything's fine, you can bring me back and I'll sit and behave. If you don't, I'll make the next few hours a real living hell for you." His lips thinned, as if he doubted I could make him that miserable. I grinned and he gave in, throwing his hands in the air. "Fine, but if Mech yells at us, I'm blaming it all on you." He waved his hand and a fiery portal formed in front of us. "Bobby, you're coming too." The zombie had been creeping away and stopped when the demon said his name. With the shotgun in hand, I walked into the portal behind the demon, with Bobby bringing up the rear. When we stepped out at Blood Falls, the demon cursed, Bobby sputtered, and I thought I was going to be sick. Numbly, I walked across the muddy ground. Mud that was now drenched in blood. "Where is he?" My words sounded hollow in my ears. "Bobby, where's Mech?" "I don't know. I don't see him." "Mech?" I shouted, hands fumbling with the shotgun. "Mech. Damn it, answer me." "Go back and get help," Bobby yelled to the demon. "What if they're still here?" he asked, but Bobby shouted at him to get back to Dakota. I sensed no presence of evil lingering nearby. Or angels, for that matter. The only thing at Blood Falls was death. Bodies of zombies, abominations and demons littered the ground. The once beautiful ravine was now a scene from a nightmare. I slipped in the mud and fell onto a dead demon, his eyes frozen open in horror. His throat had been slit and he was missing an arm. I scrambled to get back up, oblivious to the mud and gore. Mech had to be alive. We did not go through all this shit for him to die now. Bobby's shout jarred me out of my disbelief. I wiped a hand down my face and told myself to get my shit together. Each demon I passed, I checked for a pulse. After the first 10, I feared we wouldn't find anyone left alive. Heart in my throat, I heard someone muttering the word no over and over again, then realized it was me. Mech. Where was he? "Lela, I got one alive," Bobby yelled. The demon grunted and was trying to talk, but Bobby told him to stop. The first demon rushed back through the portal. More came with him. They all had the same reaction we did. What was meant to be a successful trap had turned into a slaughter instead. Spread out, I told them. Find survivors. Any survivors. I continued my search, pushing closer to the pool of water. A hand snatched my ankle. I yelped, ready to blow someone's head off, until I recognized the dark red hair beneath a heavy layer of mud. Remiel. I crouched and cleared the mud away from his face. It looked like he'd fallen face down and had been breathing it in while he was unconscious. Blood smeared across his chest plate. The whole right side of him was blackened and stank of abomination. What happened? Hadariel, he said hoarsely. He knew, somehow he knew. We're going to get you out of here, I assured him, hands shaking with fear at Mech's. Hold on, Remiel. I need help, I yelled to another demon. Get him back to Dakota. Lela, Remiel said as he grabbed hold of my hand, I'm sorry. The demons were carrying him away, not giving me a chance to ask him what he was sorry for. I wiped my hands on my jeans, not sure what the point was, since all that did was spread the mess around. I picked up the shotgun and sloshed into the pool. The current was interrupted by the number of bodies floating in the water. He's alive, I told myself. Mech has to be alive. I shut my eyes, took a deep breath, steady myself. I was not going to fall apart. I was not going to fall apart. I was not. Lela. It was barely a breath, but it was my name. I was sure I heard my name. I kept my eyes closed and strained to hear it again. I waited, wondering if I was hearing things, when I heard it again. I slowly turned to the right. There, half in the pool, and half on the stone platform that had risen out of the water, was a large, broad-shouldered demon with tribal tattoos. Mech. I sloshed through the water. I rolled Mech onto his back and he growled, face scrunched in agony. Claw marks covered his side, from forehead to his calf. Blood bubbled from deep gashes. I reached for the wounds, but didn't know where to put pressure to stop the bleeding. Mech, can you hear me? I cupped his cheek, kissing him fiercely. He growled quietly, and then he shifted beneath me. Mech? His eyes opened, and he choked on whatever he was trying to say. His body stiffened, and he reached for his thigh. Shit, I muttered, unsure how I missed a dagger the size of my forearm sticking out of it. Bobby. I found Mech. I stood to get more help, but Mech caught my hand. His one eye widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed in failed attempts to speak. Save it, all right? I'm getting you out of here. Just hold on. I had to keep it together. I had to. Bobby was at my side with 4 other demons. Carefully, they raised Mech between them. His growl turned to a bellow of agony, as his body contorted as if he was trying to escape the pain. I grabbed his face in my hands and forced him to look at me, when the demons nearly dropped him. Look at me, I ordered, and his gaze latched onto mine. They're taking you back to Dakota. I know it hurts, but you have to let them carry you, all right? I am not leaving you here to die. He gritted his teeth and nodded. I kissed him again, then backed away. I wiped the hot tears burning in my eyes, and faced the pool of water again. Lord Korith should be here too. I was not leaving until I found him. I owed Mech that much. I turned over every single body in the pool, praying one of them would be Korith. That he would be alive. When I finally spotted the long, black leather coat Korith had been wearing when they left Dakota, I yanked it out of the water. It was torn to shreds and coated in blood and black globs of muck. Korith was not with it. I circled the pool, all the way to the falls, and just when I was about to turn back to search the banks with the rest of the demons, I spotted movement. Lord Korith. I stomped through the water and fell to my knees at Korith's side, unmindful of the muck. I pressed my hands to the gaping wound in his chest to stem the blood gushing out. You're going to make it. No, he grunted, covering my hands with his. He was pale, the tattoos standing out on his paling skin. Hadariel saw to my end. We can stop the bleeding. You're going to be fine, I argued, but he shoved my hands aside, then took hold of my shoulders. He dragged me closer, those eyes so much like Mech sucking me in. Your son needs you still. My son is ready to take up the mantle of Demon Lord, he whispered as his strength faded. Please, I have to bring you back to him alive, I begged, feeling myself choke up. I won't let Hadariel kill you too. Korath huffed, but it turned into a harsh cough. It's up to you and Mech now, Lela. You two have to finish this war, whatever the cost. He smiled sadly as his head fell back to the ground. I have faith. But I don't. Korath, you have to hang on. Korath? There was no response. One final rattling breath escaped his lips. His body went limp. He was dead at the hands of Hadariel. As my parents and countless others. I shook his body, shouting his name until Bobby dragged me away. See to Lord Korath's body, Bobby ordered, pulling me back to the portal. Lela, Mech needs you now. We can't stay here. He's dead, I whispered. Lord Korath is dead. How am I going to tell Mech? Let's get him through the day first. Bobby gave one last, disgusted look at the dead of Hadariel's forces. Then we can plot our revenge. Not revenge, I told him as we stepped into the fiery portal. Obliteration. I'm going to ensure Hadariel, and everything he's ever corrupted, is wiped from the face of the earth. No matter what the cost. I will see him destroyed if it's the last thing I do. I stormed out of the portal, and left Bobby in the dust as I stamped toward the clinic. Bobby was right. Mech needed me right now. I would be there for him every second, until he was healed. Hadariel would regret the day he cast me from the heavens. He should have killed me.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.